the skin to the center. This is your stomach. It's all about belief. Breathe in through your mouth. 2, 3. Through your nose. 2, 3. Say, I'm ready to believe in myself.
I'm ready to believe in myself.
Words are very powerful. They program us all the time. Move your hands. These are how we process emotions. And you notice we don't raise our hands anymore unless we're like being arrested. Been there. Or unless we're at a concert. But moving our hands and our shoulders are what keep us healthy. So go down to your left hip. Pull the skin up towards the center. This is for all you overthinkers. Okay? None of you out there. Okay, breathe in. 2, 3. Through your nose. 2, 3. Say, I no longer need to overthink. To feel safe. I feel safe. Yeah. Move those hands again. I know you're packed in place, but move your feet a little bit. You guys are awesome. I can tell you really want to be here. When we are healthy inside, we have healthy exteriors. And it's easy to learn how to help yourself. We put videos on all over with millions of people that are learning self-care. People that are coming out and actually healing themselves from vaccine injuries, as an example. Take your right hand, put it right down into your bladder. Okay? Put your left hand up here. Say, hello, bladder.
Hello, bladder.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
The bladder's about fear. So breathe in. 2, 3. Through the nose. By doing this, 2, 3. Say, I'm letting go of the fear that I'm holding in my body.
Letting go of the fear I'm holding in my body.
Right now.
Right now.
Yeah, move your hips around. Yeah. Get everybody moving their hips. But don't hit the people beside you. Okay. And see, as we bring these 10 organs into focus, as we bring these organs into focus, then you'll start to clear your head. Everybody feel a little clearer right now? Yeah? Let me hear it. Yeah. Okay. Take your right hand, put it on your right rib cage. Okay, this is your kidney. Say hello, kidney.
Hello, kidney.
Okay, take your left hand, reach over, lean over to your left. Turn your head to the right. Take 3 short breaths, go. Now take 6 breaths. 2, 3. Through your nose. 2, 3. Come on up. Feel the right side of your body compared to the left. Okay. Take your left hand. Put it on your left side. Throw that over, pull down. Lean over to your right. Turn your head to the left. And breathe in. 2, 3. Through your nose. 2, 3. Okay. Take your left hand, put it right on your spine, your thumb there. That's for your spleen. That's all about worry. Take your right hand here, put your chin to your chest, and lean on your right foot. That's your spleen. Say, hello, spleen. I know what you mean. Breathe in through your mouth. 2, 3. Through your nose. 2, 3. Say, I'm letting go of the worry that I'm holding in my body. And watch your mind clear. Come on up. Okay. 1 minute. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to get ready for everybody. So we're going to sync all of us together into one big sync. If you can do it, yeah, let's do it. Because healing happens in community. It doesn't happen alone. And healing doesn't make, when we want to heal, we're sick, we want to retreat. But if we come out, we heal. So take your right foot, cross it over your left. It's going to be a little tricky for some of you. Take your right hand, put your left, take your left hand on top, turn your head to the left, and your body to the right. Okay, now what we're going to do is take 6 breaths together, 3 through the mouth. Breathe in. 2. 3. Through the nose. 2. 3. Turn your body to the left and your head to the right. Breathe in through your mouth. 2. 3. Through the nose. 2. 3. Unravel yourself and feel a little bit high. Yeah, you feel high? That's what feeling high on your own supply is. And sometime you're gonna feel so good they're gonna want to regulate it. You can only do this once a day. We have a worldwide movement that's helping people learn how to heal their body with over 30 million people, with 4 million people on platforms, and with over 1 million practitioners prescribing this. These are movements that you can do to heal your own body. Check out humangarage.net, and all of our programs worldwide are free. Thank you, everybody. Welcome. Appreciate you all.
Thank you guys, everybody. Give it up one more time for Garry Lineham, Human Garage. And that's the real Maha right there. We're here from Maha, a lot of people, right? Make some noise for Maha. So, making the world healthy again. That's one of the ways you can do it right there. Want to give it up? All right. We're about to start the main show in just 2 minutes. We'll see you guys in a little bit. Make some noise for yourselves for being here. Rescue the Republic!
Hello, freedom fighters. You can do it. Make America healthy again.
We have quite the lineup for us today, and it's going to be great. I mean, I just got back from an LGBTQ plus rally for Hezbollah. It was on the roof, and let that sink in for a second. We're going to have a great day for you. There's going to be a lot of impressive speakers. We're going to ask everybody to, you guys are fantastic. We're going to ask you, through you, you will be our ambassadors to open up people's hearts and their minds to protect what this is and this hallowed ground that we stand upon. The freest, greatest experiment in freedom in the history of the world. And it does require our eternal vigilance now more than ever. But I am not worried. I know that God has given us this great opportunity to recharge ourselves, to ask us what we want as a nation, as a community, as a family, and as individuals.
We want to continue this for the next generation and for our grandchildren. And that decisions that we make this November are going to help continue this freedom moving forward. The great people who founded this country never asked and they didn't say that they wanted a perfect union. They wanted the opportunity for a better union. And that's what we have here. Now, we're going to have a lot of speakers coming up. We'd like to start this off with a little music just to warm your bones right now as it's a little wet out there. They have a new album called Revolution. Please welcome our good friends and freedom fighters, Skillet!
All right.
We're still waiting for Skillet. All right. They're just finishing a prayer, and then they're coming. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, here they are. Please welcome, they just did a nice prayer. Please welcome Skillet. Come on, guys.
How you guys doing today? Oh, it is good to be here. Let's get this thing started. If you know it, sing it with me. I feel a feeling, invincible. 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 Talking all like that, no survivor lies. We got the insights. Surrender, don't trigger our fingers, no. Remember, they just lies. Hey, hey, every day I wait. I'm trying to get up the back of the house. Hey, hey, everything you say. You're making me strong, you're making me sad. Shot like a rocket up into the sky. Nothing can stop me tonight. You make me feel Oh, good morning. You ready for a good day? I got here, I said, whoa, it smells like freedom. We're here to have a good time and to stand up for this great country and the principles that started it.
This is the resistance.
How many people joined the resistance today? Come on! Whoa! Emanation and a million faces from together made for elevation. I'm a soldier, I won't surrender faces. I can find and never pursue embers. Who's gonna stand up, who's gonna fight? Voice of the unheard. Who's gonna break these chains of lies? Love is the answer.
I gotta speak it, believe it, that's how I feel inside.
I can't sit here quiet.
We can take my heart, we can take my breath. When you cry, I put my
Hold that chase. This is how we rise up. Heavy as a hurricane, louder than a freight train. This is how we rise up. How to beat it faster, feel like thunder, magic spelling, humming at the magic. It's all low, they can never have it. This is how we rise up. It's our resistance, you can't resist us. Can you hear me? Are you listening, sleeping, and the shadows could be making history? Through the firewall, come the water. Used to be a slave, but now you are a conqueror.
They can take my heart, they can take my breath. When you cry, I put my
Hold that chase. This is how we rise up. Heavy as a hurricane, louder than a freight train. This is how we rise up. How to beat it faster, feel like thunder, magic spelling, humming at the magic. It's all low, they can never have it. This is how we rise up. It's our resistance, you can't resist us. Up, 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 up. We're rising up, 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 up. From the stuff, we're rising up, up, up. Are you ready to rise up, DC? Up, up, up. We're rising up, 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 up. We're rising up, 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 up. This is how we rise up. It's our resistance, you can't resist us. This is how we rise up. Heavy as a hurricane, louder than a freight train. This is how we rise up. How to beat it faster, feel like thunder, magic spelling, humming at the magic. It's all low, they can never have it. This is how we rise up. It's our resistance, you can't resist us. I can't hear you. Thank you, we love you. Thank you so much for showing up today. We are Skillet. Woo! See you later.
we were given the eyes to see.
The great Oz has spoken.
Today, the curtain has been pulled back to reveal the liars at the levers. They are masters of deception, hell-bent to divide and conquer.
Some radicals on the far right. It's not just the far left wackos.
Like magicians, they use the art of redirection to keep us distracted, as they trick us. Nearly every war we have fought was initiated by their propaganda.
Iraq's weapons of mass destruction are controlled by a murderous tyrant.
As their empire of lies is collapsing, they are becoming increasingly desperate and dangerous.
Russia, China, and Iran have announced the three nations are seeking to strengthen ties.
The alliance that's been formed should chill us all to the bone.
Their reckless war games have united a deadly alliance. Everything we have fought for, everything we've earned, and everything we love is under attack.
Terror suspects at the southern border since the beginning.
At what point do we say, enough is enough? Now is the time for the American people to wake up and rise up. A rebel alliance is forming in the name of liberty and life. People of every color, culture, creed, and ideology are putting politics aside to secure the 8 pillars of peace and freedom. End the weaponization of science and medicine.
If there is risk, there must be choice.
Cease the expansion of surveillance and propaganda.
They are killing us with censorship and propaganda.
Stop central bank digital currencies.
That will allow them to punish us from a distance and cut off our food supply.
Prevent political abuse of our judicial system.
What we are demanding is, in fact, the restoration of the rule of law.
Secure our national borders.
I'm tired of the United States doing nothing to protect the American people.
Protect our children.
To defend our children and to save an entire generation.
Restore critical thinking in education.
I think that the time for change is now, and enough is enough.
And above all, break our addiction to war.
The nuclear threat is an emergency of the highest order, and we are all in the crosshairs of this emergency.
We must set aside our differences, work together to fire those warmongering politicians from both political parties.
Everybody from the left, everybody from the right, everybody from the middle coming together to realize that we have more in common than divides us.
What unites us is so much stronger than anything that divides us.
We're a country of love. We're a country that care about people.
The one thing that brings us together here today is that we value life.
Every single principle on which the West is based is under simultaneous threat. We must defend the West.
2020 is the code for healthy vision. It is also the year we were given the eyes to see.
The great Oz has spoken.
Today, the curtain has been pulled back to reveal the liars at the levers.
Pay no attention to that man behind the curtain.
They are masters of deception, hell-bent to divide and conquer.
Some radicals on the far right. It's not just the far left wackos.
Like magicians, they use the art of redirection to keep us distracted, as they trick us. Nearly every war we have fought was initiated by their propaganda.
Iraq's weapons of mass destruction are controlled by a murderous tyrant.
As their empire of lies is collapsing, they are becoming increasingly desperate and dangerous.
Russia, China, and Iran have announced the three nations are seeking to strengthen ties.
The alliance that's been formed should chill us all to the bone.
Their reckless war games have united a deadly alliance. Everything we have fought for, everything we've earned, and everything we love is under attack.
Terror suspects at the southern border since the beginning.
At what point do we say, enough is enough? Now is the time for the American people to wake up and rise up. A rebel alliance is forming in the name of liberty and life. People of every color, culture, creed, and ideology are putting politics aside to secure the 8 pillars of peace and freedom. End the weaponization of science and medicine.
If there is risk, there must be choice.
Cease the expansion of surveillance and propaganda.
They are killing us with censorship and propaganda.
Stop central bank digital currencies.
That will allow them to punish us from a distance and cut off our food supply.
Prevent political abuse of our judicial system.
What we are demanding is, in fact, the restoration of the rule of law.
Secure our national borders.
I'm tired of the United States doing nothing to protect the American people.
Protect our children.
To defend our children and to save an entire generation.
Restore critical thinking in education.
I think that the time for change is now, and enough is enough.
And above all, break our addiction to war.
The nuclear threat is an emergency of the highest order, and we are all in the crosshairs of this emergency.
We must set aside our differences, work together to fire those warmongering politicians from both political parties.
Everybody from the left, everybody from the right, everybody from the middle coming together to realize that we have more in common than divides us.
What unites us is so much stronger than anything that divides us.
We're a country of love. We're a country that care about people.
The one thing that brings us together here today is that we value life.
Every single principle on which the West is based is under simultaneous threat. We must defend the West.
All right. Hey. All right, that's great. That's okay. I don't need no stinking bulletproof glass because I'm a midget. All right. It's great to see such a wonderful sea of people out here. A great mix of people. Medical freedom fighters. Champions of free speech. MAGA people, make America healthy again people. It's great to see Joe Biden walking by in his pajamas. And of course, also mingling amongst us in the crowd today, FBI agents dressed up as white supremacist, neo-Nazi, Trump-voting anti-vaxxers. Always great to have you here, gentlemen. Wearing the same khaki pants. The anniversary of January 6th is fast approaching. January 6th is, as Kamala Harris and the Democrats called it, the worst attack on our democracy since 9/11 or Pearl Harbor, or, as any rational observer might refer to it, January 6th, the FBI guided tour and costume party at the Capitol building. Now, the woke Democrats want to attack us, confuse us, call us systematically racist because of the color of our skin, flood our cities with migrants to drain our resources, and try to bully us into repeating robotically repeated phrases like trans women or women. You can call yourself a trans woman all you want. It doesn't matter, because when you turn 50, someone is still going to have to check your prostate. 50-year-old trans woman, you're still going to get the finger. Children cannot consent to puberty blockers. Do you remember how awful those gay conversion therapy sessions were? Bad, right? Trying to talk someone out of being gay. Well, do you know what's way worse? Cutting off the breasts of young girls and mutilating young boys and poisoning them with castration puberty blockers This is being embraced by the LGBTQ plus community. Now, in our society, 14-year-old girls aren't allowed to drive, vote, get a tattoo, buy a gun, see an R-rated movie, or join the army because they aren't mature enough to make decisions like those. Yet, in democratic states, they can choose to make decisions that can make them permanently infertile. In America, you can't even rent a car until you're 25 years old. What does Avis, Hertz, Alamo, and Enterprise know that the Democrats and the medical establishment seem so ignorant about? Now, whether Republican or Democrat wins this November, it'll mean nothing if we don't get Americans healthy again. But I must admit, if you're going to be fat in America. Because in America, no matter how fat you are, you can always feel good about yourself. Because in America, if you're fat, all you have to do is wait 4 minutes, 5 tops, before you see somebody that's way fatter than you are. It's like, man, I feel terrible, but look at that piece of crap. How is that even standing? We are here today because we love our country and we see it sliding into perilous waters where the hurricane of tyranny threatens to drown our cherished liberties, where in a country that, in its current system of elections, only allows 2 political parties, and one of those parties, the Democratic Party, has disguised itself as the party of the people, as the party of decency and truth, of protecting democracy, of peace, of being the savior of women's rights, of being the party of the worker. Nothing could be further from the truth. Democrats are no longer the party of the people. They no longer represent the working class. They represent the moneyed class, the new aristocracy, the expert class with the 3 letters next to their names, PhD. They collude with tech companies and use censorship to silence those that dare disagree with the authoritarian policies. They use lawfare to attack and imprison their political enemies. They close small businesses, churches, while they leave open big businesses, liquor stores, and strip clubs, which I'm grateful for. They fire soldiers, frontline doctors, and nurses for refusing to take a universal gene therapy. And they no longer use the term my body, my choice, do they? Because it isn't. They consider it your body is their choice. They allow 10 to 20 million people to illegally cross over our border, bus and fly them to places where nobody in those communities voted for them to come. Instead of protecting women, they allow narcissistic men to invade their safe spaces like bathrooms, locker rooms, prisons. They deplete our nation's treasure by continuing to spend hundreds of billions of dollars on forever wars that push the world closer to World War III. It's the closest to World War III since John F. Kennedy was president. The average American now has to choose between buying groceries or buying gas. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz do not believe that free speech is our most basic right guaranteed under our First Amendment of the Constitution of the United States, our Bill of Rights. They mistakenly call free speech a privilege. They are in error. To quote my friend Andrew Doyle, free speech is the marrow of democracy. Without it, no other liberties exist. It is detested by tyrants because it empowers their captive subjects. It is mistrusted by Puritans because it is the wellspring of subversion. Unless we are able to speak our minds, we cannot innovate or even begin to make sense of the world. It is important that we reach out to people beyond our political affiliation to save our country. It is not about party. It is about nation. And I will leave you with this story. For people who want to divide us into Democrat and Republican, it's one snake with two heads. Now, all you need to know about America and the character of America is when you see disasters like just happened this week in Florida. During the floods, when people are standing on top of their roofs to be rescued, and the people in boats are coming by to rescue those people standing on the roofs. Here's what the people in the boats are not saying. Are you a Democrat or Republican up there? A Republican? Oh, a Democrat. Well, this is a Republican boat. Yeah, the Democrat boat should be coming pretty quickly. Good luck with that. It's a kayak. It's better for the environment. All right, thank you for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's keep this going now. I'm honored to be with you. Now, let us welcome to the stage a first responder, Steve Slepcevic. He is CEO of SRP 24 and Sabre Security. 35 years of responding to some of America's greatest disasters. As a matter of fact, he just got back this morning from Florida, where his first responders and security teams are working tirelessly to help those in need and keeping us here safe today. Please welcome Steve Slepcevic.
Oh, it is so good to see all you beautiful, fearless, loving patriots standing in the rain. While millions are watching online, we're making history here today. Yeah, you know, it's interesting, right? D.C. Great show to keep people from coming here. This is our capital. This is our land. My name is Steve Slepcevic, and it's a great honor for me to stand here beside you today. Each of you is not just a spectator. You're a defender that has taken a committed stand for something much greater than ourselves. Today we gather to ignite a fire of unity and rescuing our republic, to secure a brighter future for our children, to restore our land, our food, and our values that made this country a beacon of light and freedom in a very dark world. Before we begin, I want to draw your attention to the distant perimeter. Out there, you will hear a powerful sound of pipes and drums that are going to be cutting through the air as they move their way towards the stage. I'll tell you a little bit about what this represents. These are the firefighters from every corner of our great republic. Some have come from the streets of Los Angeles, other from the city that never sleeps, New York. From Kentucky to North Carolina, from Florida to Maryland, and yes, some from right here in our nation's capital. They've traveled here at their own expense, but more importantly, they're here to remind us of something we seem to have forgotten. The power of standing together in unity for freedom. Among these ranks, firefighters, doctors, parents, advocates, and many Americans who've lost almost everything. Careers, medical licenses, life savings, friends and family. Because they refuse to submit to mandates that violated their principles and their bodily autonomy. Some even carrying the flag that were pressured into taking a failed government experiment that has left them severely injured, forced into medical retirement. They are you. These courageous men and women stood on the front lines during the pandemic, risking their lives to save others, and yet were cast aside when they defended their freedoms. Folks, silence is compliance. They were not silent, and they never will be. They continue to fight, standing before you as living testaments to the resilience and an unbreakable spirit. To those among us who serve as firefighters, paramedics, doctors, nurses, law enforcement, military, and our amazing veterans, please raise your hands and be recognized. Let's see. You've stood in the gap for us. You've put your lives on the line to protect the American people every hour of every day. And a new day may be coming that we're going to count on each and every one of you to tune in and listen to your Holy Spirit that's within you. You are the reason we sleep peacefully at night. And for that, we thank you. Let us give these bravest of souls the deepest appreciation they deserve. As these firefighters make their way to the stage, I want to draw your attention to two American flags they carry with them. The larger 25-foot flag brought here by New York firefighters tells a powerful story, a story of courage in the face of tyranny. During the mandates, these firefighters from FDNY, a group called Bravest for Choice, led thousands of Americans across the Brooklyn Bridge in peaceful protest against political overreach. Their actions sparked a movement, one that rose from the ashes of despair and ignited hope for millions. Meanwhile, across the country in Los Angeles, another powerful group called Firefighters for Freedom stood against the same forces, locking arms, fighting for their right to serve without having their freedom stripped away. From the West Coast to the East Coast, from the North to the South, joining forces in our nation's capital, alongside an amazing group of frontline doctors that represent thousands of doctors and nurses around the world who took an oath to do no harm. And simply say enough is enough. Please welcome these amazing doctors. Asim Malhotra, Marka Webby, Ryan Cole, Renato Rennie Moon, Robert Malone, Pierre Kory, Kimberly Biss, Craig Wax, and John Witcher. These are your heroes right here. These are your doctors that weren't afraid to speak out and would not be silenced. I'm going to bring your attention back towards the firefighters this moment. The massive flag you see before you has flown over many battles for liberty. Today it resembles and symbolizes the reason we are gathered here to rescue our republic. Each of us, no matter how small our actions may seem, creates a ripple that builds into a wave of change. Today we are that tsunami, moving as one heartbeat, one breath. Now there's a second flag, smaller but no less significant. It bears the signature of every firefighter who has traveled here today. Leading this flag is a fire axe, a custom piece dedicated to the memory of fallen Fire Chief Kory Comparator of Pennsylvania. Chief Comparator gave his life protecting his family during the failed assassination attempt on President Donald J. Trump on July 13th, 2024. Today we honor him not just as a fire chief, but as a father, a brother, a son, and a true patriot who laid down his life for this country. This flag, along with the memorial axe, will soon be presented to his family, and we are privileged to witness the first steps of this solemn journey here today. Patriots, our republic is under attack, but not from external enemies. The greatest dangers lie within, by those who seek to divide us, control us, and silence us. We are one. We are God's children. Make no mistake, this republic was forged in the fires of defiance, and today we stand as heirs to that legacy. We will not surrender. We will not back down, we are rising up using our voices to speak truth and do good in the world. Just as these brave firefighters stood together, we are taking a stand to restore our nation to its founding principles. One nation under God with liberty, indivisible, one nation under God, indivisible with liberty and justice for all. If not now, when? If not here, where? If not us, who? Now's the time to act, not tomorrow, not next week, today. Each of you carries a spiritual flame within you all to remember. You are that powerful flame that lights the way for others. That flame is power, truth, love, divine wisdom, and compassion. Together we are a firestorm of freedom that no government, no tyrant, no global force of evil can extinguish. It is time to step into the unknown, trusting the process, because God's leading this army. We are the 8 billion united. They are but a few thousand. If you're committed to declaring your independence and ready to move forward and rescue our republic, please signify your commitment by simply standing, raising your hands, and let your voices be heard. That's America. We are the 8 billion. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. At this moment, I would like to take a moment of silence for Fire Chief Kory Comparator. Uime Otsa, uime Sina, i Svetoga Duha. Amen.
Thank you very much. Okay, please, ladies and gentlemen, for the national anthem, please welcome Caitlynne Curtis and Dpak.
Whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. On the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting
to christen this historic moment in prayer. Please welcome Bishop Carlos Mendez.
Well, all of you that are standing here today are going to go to heaven. Because we're standing up for God and we're standing up for country. And we want to rescue this nation. How many think the United States of America is worth it? God bless America. Let's say it together. God bless America. Lord, we remember the story of the Great Wall of China. Built to protect the nation, yet it wasn't the walls that failed, but the hearts of the guards that were bribed into bringing illegals into their country. We ask you that you guard us from those leaders who have betrayed our country. Help us to stand on truth, that we may always stand firm in righteousness. We confess, Lord, that the labor without you cannot prosper, and any effort without you will surely fail. If it's your will, we will continue to fight and rescue this republic. Guide our steps, Father, and let every plan of the enemy be destroyed in Jesus' name. Father, we remember the words that your Son said, apart from me, you can do nothing. We acknowledge this truth and invite you to be the center of all that we do. May this republic not rely on our own understanding, but on divine wisdom and guidance. We pray for unity among all Americans, for healing where there is division, and for peace where there is conflict. I ask you, Lord, for our veterans, past and present, that you will help them. Help us, Lord, with our homeless crisis that was created by this administration, the fentanyl that's rampant in our cities. Father, we remember the words that you said, do not be anxious about anything, but in every situation, by prayer and petition, with thanksgiving, present it to God. And the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard our hearts and minds in Christ Jesus. We choose to lay down our anxieties and trust. You guide us through every challenge. We lift up this prayer. Rescue the republic, trusting in your power, sovereignty. May you continue to bless and guide the United States of America. And may we as people always seek your face and follow your ways. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Bishop. I've never met a bishop. That was quite an honor. Academia, as we know now, has been captured. They are no longer teaching our young adults how to think critically. They're simply churning out advocates for a partisan ideology that is illiberal. If you have kids in college at this point, take them out. Take the money that you were going to spend on their education and buy stupid shit. And when they come home because their credit cards no longer work, you say, Dad, what is that speedboat? You tell them that is your third year at Harvard. Now, coming to the stage now, an academic who they tried to cancel, but unfortunately for the woke, which is nothing more than Marxism dressed up as manners, this man could not be canceled. He's a man whose wit, he is a man whose wit, intellectual brilliance, courage, and most importantly, his love of country would not allow him to be canceled. He is a champion of freedom. Please welcome the sexiest biologist alive, Bret Weinstein!
Thanks.
Wow. Holy moly. All right. If it's okay with you guys, I'm going to claim I had the crowd on its feet from the beginning. So, the time has arrived. Welcome to Rescue the Republic. Over the course of the next 6 hours or so, you're going to hear from some of the clearest minds on earth, brilliant thinkers, clever comics, and insightful musicians. But the attributes that unite us in this historic time and place live not in the mind, but in the heart. What has caused us to converge is a powerful force, a product that blooms when courage and love are combined. Courage and love are potent forces in their own right, of course, but neither on its own is sufficient to put you on this stage or in this crowd. A person can have courage and confront danger with no higher purpose in mind, and a person can love something and, paralyzed by fear, watch it perish before their eyes. When courage and love come together, however, when people face their fears for something they truly love, the force they become shapes history for the better, and that is what fuels our rescue mission. This is not a political exercise. We are nonpartisan and brought together across ideological lines to right the ship of state and put her back on course toward an objective spelled out but not fully achieved by the American founders. Patriotism is what brings us together in this moment of profound peril. Patriotism. Though I suspect some watching from afar will find my use of the term in 2024 bizarre or even grotesque, it has become fashionable, especially amongst those born into privilege, to regard patriotism as unenlightened, primal, and dangerous. But their educations have failed them. In a state of selfish confusion, they mistake nationalism for patriotism and toss the precious baby out with the dirty bathwater. President Kennedy, though he mentioned neither term, drew the distinction between nationalism and patriotism perfectly, not quite 64 years ago and not quite 3,000 meters directly to our east. Ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country, Kennedy instructed 2 years before his untimely death. Some will ask why it takes courage or love to deliver or witness a speech here in the shadow of the Washington Monument. Obviously, it shouldn't. But I doubt there are many here today who did not seriously consider whether they were putting their freedom or perhaps even their lives in danger. And as we planned the event, many people shared their concerns. I've lost count of the number of times I was warned not to do it by someone who then wished us luck. But the more I listened to people's trepidations, the simpler the calculus became. If millions of Americans are afraid to exercise their most fundamental right in their own capital, that implies the capital is held by a force that is hostile to the Republic and her people. Speech is our right and our duty. It is the alternative to violence, coercion, and tyranny. And whether the force that presently intimidates us is foreign, domestic, or some hybrid of the two, we are duty-bound to confront it, to peaceably assemble, to speak without hesitation about our grievances. I say the calculus is clear because the targeting of our civil liberties tells us where we are headed. If we don't stand up now, the slight relief we feel in the present will be replaced in short order by the suffering and horror experienced by those who face a historic atrocity. We must stare down this threat. We have no choice. We must speak out loud about our doubts and fears, as that old song would have it. Now, as long as we're on the topic of fears, let's confront one directly. If, as the event proceeds, you find yourself faced with someone displaying Nazi symbols, inciting violence or lawlessness, or you encounter a group of people dressed in paramilitary garb, those are assuredly federal agents. Thank them for their service and move on. Now, some of you are no doubt thinking there's something odd about a mission to rescue the Republic that includes many speakers from abroad. But this is actually a testament to the achievements of the founding generation. Our founding fathers almost accidentally invented the modern West. They did it because they had to balance the tensions between the various colonies in order to persuade them to confederate. The careful job that they did, balancing the various concerns, created a prototype for a world that was not rigged in anybody's direction. Obviously, they didn't complete the job. The Three-Fifths Compromise stands as a black mark on our record. But they did articulate the objective and create a process that, as long as the fundamentals are left intact, corrects itself over time. The founders innovated a system that was effectively a commitment to a level playing field, a complete departure from the world that preceded it, a world dominated by lineage against lineage conflict navigated by threats and force. Commitment to a level playing field, even if the objective remains distant, turns out to be lightning in a bottle. And the closer you get to that goal, the greater the returns. The world the West emerged from was dominated by considerations of race, ethnicity, and religion. Those parameters dominated the question of who you could collaborate with. Under such rules, people can only be so productive because the most potential collaborators are out of bounds. On a level playing field, where the entire society is bound by rules that favor no population over any other, productivity skyrockets. If everyone is free to collaborate across demographic lines, more wealth is created because more innovation happens and more productive work gets done. Teamwork is everything. The more choices you have when assembling your team, the greater the heights you can achieve. It is also true that it's simply a more meaningful and rewarding life when you abandon bigotry. It's like giving your entire civilization a massive raise in the currency of brotherhood. Now, am I saying that the United States is a level playing field? Of course not. And it was especially unfair to Black Americans and Native Americans from its inception. But I am saying that the founders envisioned a republic of free people based on the idea that all men were created equal, a nation in which the legitimacy of governance was based on the consent of the governed, and every person was entitled to equal protection under the law. I am also saying that we have moved rapidly in the direction of that vision over time and prospered mightily with every step we have taken toward it. And the obvious productivity and dynamism of our nation that aims to liberate individuals by distributing opportunity as evenly as possible is contagious. What succeeded in America caught on, and it spread across the world, because those who saw what it could do wished to duplicate that magic. People want to live in the West, no matter where they reside. The West is not a list of nations, it's not a geographic description, it's an ideal, the level playing field, and a set of agreements that point toward it. And therein lies the rub. The agreements are fragile. There is progress and backsliding in every society that has joined the experiment, and the West is, at this moment, in grave danger. Some force that wishes to rig the world has clearly taken hold and targeted these agreements everywhere they have been embraced. In societies with weak constitutions, civil liberties have already given way. In the United States, we have one of the strongest constitutions anywhere, and so our descent into tyranny is slower, but there is no time to lose. We have to regain control of our system and return to the founders' vision, or we will soon find the opportunity has slipped away. We must rescue the Republic to save the West. But why is this happening? How has the system of checks and balances that is supposed to protect us been compromised? The answer is to be found in biology. Our constitutional republic has become senile. The immunities it once had are gone, and it has lost sight of its purpose, all of which has opened it to capture by parasitic and predatory forces. That may seem like an extreme claim, but I believe this is much more than an analogy. Creatures get old because evolution has favored numerous characteristics that make them strong when they are young at almost any price, so long as it is delayed. So we grow old and die because all of the delayed costs eventually catch up to us. Unfortunately, civilizations have exactly the same defect, and those based on free markets in which leaders are elected are likely to be particularly susceptible. Politicians and profiteers benefit from thinking on short time horizons, and they generally lose when they think over too long a term. All of this short-term problem solving and kicking the cost can down the road has produced an inevitable crisis. The most powerful society the world has ever known is angry and hopelessly confused. It is, in short, demented. We are facing the destruction of the West, and we cannot afford to return to the dark world that would certainly replace it. So how does nature address senility? Beautifully. It has the perfect remedy at its disposal. As we begin to age, we produce offspring. Our kids learn that fraction of what we know that still has some use, and they abandon the rest. That pattern of never-ending renewal is the essence of what it means to be human. And at first, it leaves us little reason for hope with respect to the failure of the West, because the West is not a creature, and it cannot nurture a child. So what are we to do? When children absorb the content of their culture, it isn't just facts and skills. The most important things we pass between generations are myths, stories that are so powerfully important they are encoded in a special sacred layer. And in our case, the myth we need comes to us from the Greeks, the founders of the ancient West, the one from which the modern West ultimately emerged. It is the story of the phoenix, a mystical bird that instead of making chicks, lights its nest ablaze and raises anew from the ashes. Watching the modern West burn, I believe it is no accident that this story points us to a hidden solution, a remedy for which we just so happen to have the ingredients. One of our explicit purposes in this gathering was to galvanize the unity movement, bringing representatives together from across the global West. And if you will allow me to draw on another myth, I believe our mission will become clear. I call the thing that has captured our system Goliath. It is the force that prevents all meaningful change. In the biblical story, Goliath is a giant, a man, a large man, but a man all the same. In our time, Goliath, like everything else, has scaled way up. The force that wants us to be terrified, to exercise our First Amendment rights in our own capital, that's Goliath. Now look around you. Do you all see what I see? David has scaled up. We are David. We are mighty, and our time has come. Now let's put the two myths together. Goliath made a terrible strategic error. He is ungodly powerful, but he's dumb as a box of rocks. His error was this. He terrorized all the competent, courageous people and set about driving them from the institutions. Now they gather in a post-political unity movement and come to know their power. We have every single person you could possibly want on our side. We have all the courage, all the integrity, and all the know-how. The question is how to drive Goliath out and infuse all that talent and insight back into the system so it can be renewed. In 1787, Ben Franklin was asked if the Constitutional Convention had produced a monarchy or a republic, and Franklin famously replied, "A republic, if you can keep it." Today, David and the Unity Movement face a similar question. What we must deliver is a republic, if we can phoenix it. I have learned from decades of study of human nature that important concepts emerge independently again and again. And so, in closing, I ask you to think about the job we must do to phoenix our republic, the daunting obstacle in our path, Goliath, and the unity movement we bring to the battle, David. It is for such moments that the Hopi elders tell us we are the ones we've been waiting for.
Bret Weinstein!
We have to win because we got Bret on our side. And we have all you people. This is being broadcast all over the world. Ladies and gentlemen, coming to the stage is a very funny comedian. He's been on Gutfeld, Joe Rogan, and Kill Tony. He's currently on tour. Please welcome Tyler Fischer!
Can you guys hear me? One more time for Rob Schneider. Did you think anyone would be tinier than Rob Schneider? I look like if Rob Schneider and David Spade had a baby, don't I? I was going to say pretty much everything Bret said, so I'd second that. Look at this, would be a super spreader event 3 years ago. You guys would be going to jail. Look at this. Remember that? I'm going to start with some good news, okay? I just found out if you check your phones, but Joe Biden, which, by the way, is still sleeping, so let's keep the laughs to a minimum. He's right over there. He just announced he will be upping the secret security for Donald Trump, which I think is a good thing. Maybe a round of applause as something. I have the article right here. Joe Biden has vowed to give every Secret Service agent for Donald Trump at his rallies one beeper. Made in Israel, handmade, so it's something. It's not nothing. I was here for the Defeat the Mandate rally, lost my job. Yeah. Never thought that would happen. I got fired. I did not get the COVID vaccine, mostly because my pediatrician said I was too tiny, and I was just listening to my... I flew here. Guy had a mask on next to me, and I had flashbacks. So you remember flying during COVID? It was like being in a flying intensive care unit in the sky. Guy next to you's got 5 masks on, a face shield, a hazmat suit. Other guy on a ventilator staring at you. Then everybody taking everything off to eat peanuts for 45 minutes. Where are you flying to?
Ladies and gentlemen, it is peanut time. Everybody can take off their masks and their hats. As you know, when the Communist Chinese Party designed the virus in the lab, they made sure it does not attack the immune system when you're sitting down and shoving little nuts in your face. I'd be sitting there 2 hours later licking one nut going.
Unbelievable. Well, we got the election coming up. Quite a coalition that Donald Trump is building. Tulsi Gabbard, Elon Musk. Elon Musk is going to clean house. He might go too far. I think day one we're going to see him on TV. Sir, I fired 99.9% of the government. Yeah. So it turns out you only need 3 people to run the government. So pretty cool. Yeah, pretty cool. I actually fired Donald Trump. So welcome AI Trump. Who's next? I heard he's considering Ben Shapiro. Seriously. Secretary of Defense. That guy's good at protecting stuff. You can see him on CNN. My fellow Americans, we're at war with North Korea because apparently they got a hold of our nuclear codes. We are terrible at protecting our online data. That's why I use ExpressVPN. Go to expressvpn.com. Who watched the Oprah interview with Kamala? You got to look at Oprah's face. She very much looked burdened by what has not been and what will not be. If she wins, though, I'd like to see her in the UN, switching her accent for every country. We have India here. India, we are building back better. That's what we're doing. Donald Trump, very bad. France, bonjour, les Français, yeah. Even my Jews are here. It's good to be here. You know, I love the Jews. I'm a big fan of the Jews. I even like the Donald Trump supporters. I do. So we are building back better as Kamala or Mamala. I love the Trump people. I really do. I am going to close the border as Kamala Harris, day one. I am going to close the border. How's Biden doing, dude? Is he alive? I think Biden died 2 years ago. They're just doing the weekend at Bernie's. Like, wheel out the president's corpse. He's not speaking English. We have a president who cannot speak. I love watching Biden talk. He'll start out by yelling, and then he'll whisper, like, the most important part of the speech, inaudibly, and nobody stops him. It's like, look, folks, look, where am I going here? Look, we're building back better, not a joke. Not a joke, but first we're going to stop. We're going to stop systematic racism. Not joking around here. Where am I going? Not a joke. Then you got Trump. Trump does the polar opposite. Trump will kind of start out quiet and then scream at the end of the speech, right? So, look at this crowd here in Washington. Probably 1 billion people. They say could be 1 billion, right? Right? Like, could be 1 trillion, maybe 1 trillion, right? But the Democrats, let me tell you something about the Democrats and the far left. They're rapists. They're murderers, right? We can't go backwards, man. We got a funny president. We can't. We're stuck. You can't have a hilarious guy and have somebody boring. And you got to go watch the speeches from old presidents. They were so boring. Back in the day, people glorify these. Every speech back in the day by an old president was like, we must go forwards, not backwards, upwards, not downwards. Everyone's like, oh, this is good shit. Yeah, wow. Then you cut to Trump today. He's like, Nancy Pelosi, what a fat bitch. Could I say that? Can I say it, right? You guys are amazing. Thanks for coming out today, huh? I'm going to bring up your next speaker. You guys ready for another speaker? This guy, I would say out of anybody in my life, has single-handedly changed the course of my life within 4 years. And if there's no better endorsement for following him, signing up to his academy, and listening to him very carefully. It's 4 years ago, I was unemployed. I got fired for not getting the COVID vaccine. This guy gave me the courage to speak the truth, to admit how I felt about it, to fight it, to give up half of my friends, to give up family. I got fired for the evil deed of being a straight white male from a acting management company, kicked out of Hollywood. I recorded the phone call, and I have a lawsuit in the Supreme Court. This guy gave me the courage. The woke DEI is destroying this country. And he is trying his very best. I think he's doing a great job trying to fix the university, which is broken and brainwashing and the result of a lot of the stuff you see today. Please check out the brand new Peterson Academy. Stand up straight with your shoulders back, and please welcome Jordan B. Peterson.
Thank you. Thank you all. Well, it's quite a sight to see all you arrayed against the monument back there. Yeah, well, thanks very much for coming. So I've got 20 minutes to explain to you what happened to your august institutions of higher learning. So you ready for that? All right, so I guess the first thing to understand is that there's actually something causing this, and it's not trivial. Like, some of it's malevolence and some of it's incompetence, but there's actually a philosophical issue at the base of it that isn't trivial. And I want to walk you through that a little bit because it's relevant to what we're doing here today. So I've accused the universities, let's say, broadly speaking, of falling into the hands of the postmodern neo-Marxists. And so I want to walk you through that because whether you know it or not, it deeply affects your life. So what's happened in the last 30 years, not least in the field of literary criticism, which I suspect isn't high on your list of priorities, but the thing is, it's crucially important, you see, because it turns out that we live by stories. In fact, what a story appears to be something like the description of the value structure through which we look at the world. And you know, people are very attracted to stories. We're trying to get our story straight here today. We're trying to get the story of the country and the West straight. Stories matter. And so it turns out that literary critics matter because they assess and analyze stories. And if they do that badly or in an ideologically biased manner, it turns out to matter far more than anybody might think. Now, the thing about the postmodernists, many of whom were French intellectuals, a particularly reprehensible breed of intellectual in my estimation, the thing about the French intellectuals is that they figured out that we see the world through a story, that was technically true. And that's a revolutionary idea. You know, the more scientific types, you know, you heard the doctrine, the dogma, follow the science. It's like science isn't something you follow. Science is a set of facts or a process for investigating facts. Science isn't something you follow. A story is something that you follow. A story is something that guides you. And so it matters that you know what a story is, that it's the structure that you inhabit that organizes your psychology and unites us socially. It matters that you know that. And it also matters what the story is. Now, the postmodernists weren't reprehensible because they figured out that we lived in a story, that even scientists lived in a story. The postmodernists were reprehensible, and this was particularly true in the case of France, was because once they figured out that we lived in a story, which was a mystery, what story, what is the story, what should it be, they jumped to a premature conclusion. And the premature conclusion that they jumped to, being leftist intellectuals, was that the proclamation of the Marxists that the story we live by is one of power was true. So first they concluded that we lived in a story. Fair enough, that happens to be the case. Second, they concluded, without sufficient analysis, that the story that human beings live in is one of power. Now, this is a very pathological conclusion, but what we'll do first is give it its due. When individuals and societies become corrupt, their story becomes one of power. But that doesn't mean that the fundamental story is one of power. That's a completely different claim. Now, you can understand that if your relationship with yourself deteriorates, that you become a tyrant to yourself. And you can understand that if your marriage deteriorates, you become a tyrant to your husband or your wife. The same applies to your children and a family. The same might apply to your employees and your broader community. If you are walking off the straight and narrow path, you can become a tyrannical power monger. Okay, but and the Marxist criticism has always been something like that, you know, that the economic system is based on oppression, that the fundamental relationship between man and woman is one of oppressor and oppression, that the familial relationship between parents and children is best construed as a power dynamic, that the capitalist system itself is corrupt because it's tyrannical and predicated on, what would you say, patriarchal exploitation. You can explain the whole bloody world on the basis of power, but that's not a good thing to do if it's not the story that does run people who are aiming properly upward. And it's not the proper story at all if you understand that once you accept the doctrine that only power rules, that enables you to use nothing but power. You see, and that's another thing that happens with the Marxists and the radical types. Their claim is that there's no overarching, genuine narrative, genuine story that unites us. All there is power. And so, as soon as you accept that, you and I don't have a discussion. We don't have anything to talk about. I have a power claim, and you have a power claim, and all there is a battleground of those power claims. There's nothing outside of that. And that's, well, first of all, you can see how, if everyone accepted that claim, that the world would be hell very quickly. Because if there's nothing that governs your relationship with yourself, your relationship with your wife, or your children, your husband, but power, then there's no game but power, and there's no victory but the victory of power. Well, that's a terrible way to structure yourself psychologically. You're your own bloody tyrant, and it's a brutal way to structure your family and your community. But the question is, well, if it's not power that unites us, if it isn't the lens of power and oppression through which we see the world, what is the appropriate story? What's the real story? What's the true story? Is there a true story? Is there a transcendent story that unites us? Well, I would say that people have been wrestling with that issue since the dawn of time, trying to get our story straight. That's what all religious systems do, for example. And that's what all political systems do, secondarily. It's what all ideological systems do. And so that begs another very complex question is, like, how do we discriminate the pathological stories from the healthy stories, let's say, from the upward aiming stories? And this is a complicated matter. And so part of the reason the universities have become corrupted is because they noticed the truth of the claim that we live in stories and accepted far too quickly the claim that the only story that truly exists among human beings is one of power. But it's an attractive idea, and it's true when systems become corrupt. So there's something to the culture war that's deep, and that's why it's so pervasive. All right, so now what we're trying to do, for example, at a gathering like this, is to figure out, well, we feel, we understand, we sense, we intuit that the notion that it's only power that structures the relationship between people is wrong. Okay, so, well, what's the alternative? All right, so I'll give you a sense of what that alternative might be. All right, so, and I think it'll be understandable almost immediately. So, I've been studying the fundamental stories that have, what would you say, produced the soil on which this country grew, right? The stories of the Judeo-Christian tradition. And there's one insistence in that collection of stories, in the biblical narratives, for example, that the fundamental foundation of society is sacrifice. Okay, that's a lot different than power. In fact, it's the opposite claim. So what is meant by sacrifice? Well, work. Work. When you work, you sacrifice. Well, what are you sacrificing? You're sacrificing the pleasures of the moment for the well-being and stability and productivity of the people around you, your family, for example, your future self, and the broader community. It's a sacrificial gesture, right? It's the gesture that defines maturity and responsibility itself. The community is founded on sacrifice. Now, this is essentially true by definition. All you have to do is think it through. If it's all about you, which would mean no sacrifice was necessary, if it was all about your immediate whims, if it was all about your success in the domain of power, no sacrifice would be necessary, because you'd just be able to do exactly what you wanted whenever you wanted to do it. If it's about something beyond you, then sacrifice is immediately necessary. Well, so what does that show? It shows that sacrifice is genuinely the basis of community. You can get along with other people because it's not all about you right now. And so sacrifice is literally the basics of the community. And so then you might ask yourself, well, what's the highest possible form of sacrifice? And there's two classic answers to that. One is the sacrifice of a child. And so what does that mean? Well, it means that if you raise your children properly, you offer them up to the highest possible aim. Now, you know that because that's what you're trying to do when you teach your children to take turns, to be good to other people, to act reciprocally, to be courageous, to be, what would you say, to contend with the difficulties of the world in a responsible manner. Right? That's what you're doing, is you're... And the other most fundamental form of sacrifice is the sacrifice of yourself. Obviously. And what does that mean? Well, you know what that means if you're a responsible and mature person. You know, one of the things my wife told me when she had children was that her first child in particular was a great relief that it wasn't about her anymore. Right? She really appreciated that someone now was more important than she was existentially. That she had something genuine and deep to serve, to sacrifice herself to. Sacrifice is the basis of community. Okay, we got that right in the West. Like the crucifixion itself is a symbol of ultimate sacrifice. Right, and... Okay, so the idea that sacrifice is the basis of community, that's a way different claim than the idea that power is the basis of the community. In fact, it's the opposite claim, is that the highest form of service that you can manage as an individual is the full expression of yourself in service to what's highest about what stabilizes the future, and it is what is beneficial to your family and the broader community. And I believe, and I think you can think about this even biologically, even scientifically, that your deepest instincts align with that. And they align with that in this manner, is that if you follow the pathway of maximum meaning and maximum adventure, it'll feel that way to you. That's the same pathway that expands you in a mature manner and aims you at the kind of sacrifice that makes you everything you could be and that stabilizes the community. And that's a great thing. And we don't know that. We don't exactly know that consciously in the West, but it's embedded in our underlying stories. And part of what's happening, I think, around the world and what's bringing people like you all together in a platform like this is that we're actually starting to understand this explicitly. And we need to, because our culture is torn apart by, particularly, let's say, by the claims of power. Is that it's all about power. It's like, no. It's all about voluntary sacrifice and the meaning that you can find in adventurous responsibility. And that's a very different story. Now, it's also, and I'll close with this, it's also the story that does something very interesting politically. And I also started to understand this more deeply because of my investigations into these underlying narratives. So imagine that you adopted the pathway of maximal responsibility in your life, right? A meaningful pathway of maximal responsibility. Now you start to act that out. Well, what does it mean? Well, first of all, it means you're going to take care of yourself like you matter. And then someone else doesn't have to do that. So you're off the dependency road, right? You're not a burden. You're not a burden to anyone else, including yourself. But then maybe you get good at it and you can also take care of your wife or your husband, you know, in a mutual relationship. And then you get better at that and you can take care of your kids and you're better at that. And now you can take care of people in the broader community that you're serving as an employer, for example, or as an employee. And then you can act politically. And so here's the ancient rule. The alternative to tyranny and slavery, which you can see developing in our culture as this power narrative plays out, is the maximal responsibility you take on yourself. And the reason for that is, if you do all the work, there's no place for the tyrant. There's nothing for them to do. So, right. So, you know, in the Old Testament stories, God himself tells the Israelites who want a king that they don't need one. That if they maintain the proper covenant with what's divine, let's say, if they aim themselves upward and take responsibility, there's no reason for a king. And the reason for that is that everyone serves as their own king. And your country knows this. You know, and you people, I believe, you're here today in part to express that. You know that there's a burden of responsibility that falls on you and the opportunity that goes along with that. And you feel that if you stood up straight properly and you took the responsibility of governance on yourself, which is what you're trying to do, for example, by being here, that the necessity for the tyrant and the corresponding inevitability of the slave would vanish. And I really do believe that that's the fundamental... I do believe that that's the fundamental promise of the free West, and more particularly that that's exemplified by your country. And so we're all attempting to remind ourselves once again of that, and to dispense with the presupposition that although we live in a story that it's one of power, it's not one of power. It's one of freedom and maximal voluntary responsibility. And on that you can build anything. So you remember when you walk away from this event that it's not what the problem is, precisely, that's the issue. It's what you specifically could and should do about the problem, in the realization that if you took that burden onto yourself, the burden of dealing with what bothers you, let's say politically, the burden of dealing with that directly, that you would also have the responsible adventure of your life, and you would fight against the forces of tyranny and slavery in the most possibly effective manner. And that's a much better story, psychologically and socially, a much better story than the one that insists on the dynamic of power. And so it's a story we can understand, and it's a story we can act out, and it's a story that'd be beneficial to us spiritually and in our families, in our community, and it's a story that we could spread widely and properly embody. And if everyone did that, then everyone would have the romantic adventure of their life, and we could take advantage, maximal advantage, of the outstanding field of opportunity itself to us, and which is still making itself manifest today. And so, onward, upward, maximum responsibility, no tyranny and slavery, and the proper story. Thank you very much.
To build an online university.
Thank you very much, everybody. Yeah.
There is a crisis now in higher education. I experimented with putting my lectures online, and I thought, why not scale that? We find the best lectures in the world so that people can benefit from liberal arts style education, no matter their age or financial resources. I think it's funny, because I got canceled at the university, so I could try to return the favor.
right. One more time for the great Jordan Peterson. You're probably wondering why we have the bulletproof glass and everybody's standing on this side. The bulletproof glass is to protect all of you from the speakers. Now, the Democratic Party and their illiberal elites have corrupted the American dream. The American dream used to be the hope to one day be able to own your own home. Now the dream is to be so rich that you are not affected by Democratic policies. If you are Oprah, the new corrupt American dream has come true. But for all of us, the dream has not come true. And that's why we need to bring the dream back and elect Donald J. Trump for President of the United States. The Democratic blue machine is not for anything. They're against everything. They are against any limits to abortion, and they're against Donald J. Trump, and hoping, beyond hope, the blue monster hopes that you will hate Donald J. Trump more than you love your freedoms and more than you love your country. That hope will be extinguished November 5th. Because we love our country. Now, coming to the stage, his company is peakprosperity.com. He is an independent economist. Please welcome Chris Martenson.
If this is the punch bowl, I'm the guy with the turds, okay? So I have to talk about the financial industrial complex here. How many people here share the belief that I have that maybe our country's in a little bit of a financial predicament? Yeah. Who's heard of the Great Reset? Yeah, I love this crowd. I love this crowd. So here's where we're at. You know, about a year ago, Evie and I were at lunch, and we were invited to a private lunch with RFK Jr., and I had a chance to ask a question. I said, hey, I got all familiar. I don't usually get starstruck, but man, he has some charisma. You know, he really does. And I said, hey, Bobby, can I say that? Mr. Kennedy, if you had one platform you could run on, just one plank, what would it be? And he said, CBDCs. Central bank digital currencies. And I asked why, and of course he had this big, beautiful, long, involved thing that started with free market capitalism and came forward with this idea that once we have CBDCs, we are entirely out of our freedom. It's gone. And our country is gone. So I want to spell that out a little bit. So how do these things connect? One of my favorite quotes is from Leonardo da Vinci, who said, learn how to see and realize that everything connects to everything else. So that's what I do. I covered COVID. I've covered the Trump assassination. I mostly cover a lot of financial things in my job. So here's where we're at. First thing I'm going to leave you with, I'll leave you with three things. First is, right now, our country is insolvent. That's just the truth. $35 trillion in debt. We added $1 trillion of debt in 100 days. What does that even mean? Like, these are numbers that are so fantastically big, nobody knows what they mean. What's a trillion? Well, if I gave you a $1,000 bill and you had 4 inches of those in a stack, you'd be a millionaire. If I said you're a billionaire, you have a stack of $1,000 bills, a stack that's as tall as that monument back there. But what would it mean if you were a trillionaire? How big is your stack?
It's 68 miles high. You'd be floating around with the Starlink satellites looking down on this whole thing. That's 1 trillion. We have 35 of those trillion, and they're piling up like crazy. If I showed you a picture of the debt of the United States in a chart, it would start out nice and slow, and it would do that. It's almost vertical at this point. So when I said $1 trillion of new debt in 100 days, let me put it in context. It took the country 220 years to accumulate its first 11 trillion in debt. 220 years. 2 world wars fought, a civil war, every bridge built, universities, everything ever conducted by the government for the first 220 years to accumulate that first 11 trillion in debt. We've piled on 11 trillion in debt in the past 4 years. What? 220 years? Like, what? And what did we spend that on? That's a beautiful monument. This is a beautiful memorial behind us over here. There's beautiful buildings. What did we spend that 11 trillion on in the last 4 years? Does anybody know? I mean, can you point to something? War. That's right. We just frittered it away, you know? And that's a shame, but it's also a demonstration of what we're up against, that we have a group of people in power right now who think nothing of spending money they don't have, expecting your children and grandchildren to pay for it, and nothing to show for it. And this is wrong. It doesn't have to be this way. In fact, it shouldn't be this way. So somebody's going to have to step up and start talking about this, because when your currency system fails on you, we call that Venezuela, we call that Zimbabwe, we call that Weimar Germany. It is not a good place to be. We don't want to go there, but we're headed there. So what do? Well, the second piece I want to leave you with then is about this idea that things are speeding up. So welcome to the quickening. We're going to go from $1 trillion of new debt in 100 days, and then it'll be 50 days. And then you'll read a headline, it'll be $1 trillion of new debt in a month, but it was a bad month. And then it'll be $1 trillion in a week, and then it'll be $1 trillion in a day, and then an hour, and a minute, and off we go. And then it's over. So let's not do that. But that is the path that we're on. That's why we have to rescue the Republic. That is why we're here. Let me be totally blunt about this. If you didn't like the 99.95% survival rate of COVID, you're going to hate a currency crisis. It's going to be terrible. It ruins lives. So that's the path we're on. So the third thing is, and here's how it ties in with the Great Reset. There's going to have to be, it's just a math problem. We have a math problem right now. And so here's the one thing you have to resolve when you get into insolvency. There's only one question. Not who do you elect. I don't do left-right. I do up-down. You either have integrity or you don't. You believe in freedom or its opposite. Alaska's for freedom. No tyranny. Thank you. Thank you for these beautiful signs. Okay. So if we're not doing left-right, up-down, we're either going to do the right things or the wrong things. And so we have to understand the nature of what we're up against here. And here's the one question that you have to resolve when you're in insolvency approaching bankruptcy, which is the legal proceeding. Who's going to eat the losses? That's the question. Who's going to eat the losses? They're working on this right now. They're working really hard at it. They want to make sure it's you. And they don't want to eat any of the losses. So that brings us to the Great Reset. And the central bank digital currencies is their answer to having really overspent and done terrible things and not been responsible adults. And when they get the central bank digital currency, let me tell you how it's going to go. Here's a scenario. Oh no, markets are down, huge. Oh no, we had to close the stock market for 48 hours. Actually, we meant 72. Sorry, it's going to be closed this week. So all your stuff went away, but good news, we have a central bank that loves you, and it's going to make you whole. Your entire portfolio is now these central bank digital currencies, except this or a zero. What do you want? A lot of people will go to zero, and what happens when you have a programmable currency? You no longer have freedom of spending. I like freedom of speech, huge fan, but we need freedom of spending. Anybody remember the Canadian truckers? Yeah, let's not become Canadian truckers. That's where they're heading us towards. So, what do? Here's my request. Every single person, it's great that you're here, but when you go home, man, we got work to do. We're going to have to rebuild our local communities. We're going to have to figure out how we actually operate, even if our currency breaks. We're going to need things like silver and gold and gardens and each other and friends and love and God. And that's what it's going to take. Because it's already happened. So let's not let the central bank digital currencies come if we can help it. When we get under that, we've lost everything. And Bobby Kennedy was right. He said, when we lose that, if we lose our freedom to spend along with our freedom of speech, and when I say freedom to spend, right, oh, you put out a bad, mean tweet, so your money is no longer any good 5 clicks away from your house, and you have to pay a different rate to get on an airplane because you said some mean things, right? And it goes on and it creeps from there. But that's it. They want control, total control, and that's not how our country got prosperous. So, I didn't start this fight, but we're going to finish it. Thank you, everyone.
Tim Walz, everybody. Tim Walz. Chris Martenson, everybody. Sorry. They told us to stay behind the glass, not because of COVID. They said to stay behind the glass. Now, all right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to keep the... how are you guys holding up, all right? All right, stay damp, everybody. All right, coming up right now is a terrific musician. Please welcome Tennessee Jet.
Kids are overdosing on fentanyl. The door is wide open at the border wall. DC's busy selling out us all. Unless it's Ukraine, they ain't taking calls. Politicians whoring for the war machine, laundering money in the name of peace, dressing up Zelensky in army green, marching us right off into World War III. How dare you dare to mention? How dare you believe your eyes? How dare you even question 2 + 2 is 5? You bust your ass, you can barely afford Popeye's chicken for a family of 4. You fought for a country you don't know anymore. Build back better, more like build back poor. They don't give a damn once they get your vote. Maui's on fire and Biden's cracking jokes. What used to be parody is now the status quo. We're living in a South Park episode. How dare you dare to mention? How dare you believe your eyes? How dare you even question 2 + 2 is 5? That's right. flying out to Davos in their private planes. You command, change your gender and your name. Cheat away a trophy from Riley Gaines. They're butchering kids as a remedy for feeling confused at puberty. Selling pure evil as sympathy and getting rich in the sex change industry. How dare you dare to mention? How dare you believe your eyes? How dare you even question 2 + 2 is 5? They bully and harass you with your covered face and burn down your business if they don't get their way. Those communists and pedophiles bait and race. Antifa's just a rich man's KKK. Woke is their religion and they've hijacked pride. The straight white male is their antichrist. Yesterday's liberals, today's alt-right. They're sexualizing kids and everybody's playing nice. They're sexualizing kids, why the fuck we playing nice? How dare you dare to mention? How dare you believe your eyes? How dare you even question 2 + 2 is 5? Thank y'all. How about another hand for Bret Weinstein for putting this thing on here today? When this is all over, his name will be forgotten. A blood stain on the sidewalk, a man in a coffin. Justice may be blind, but the apple's still rotten. They'll wipe the slate clean till it's pure white as cotton. They'll dig up his past, all his affiliations, looking for anything to fuel implications. With torches and pitchforks expose his relations, bounce echoes cross chambers, sympathetic in vibrations. And the demagogues will awaken, the Sharptons and the Jacksons. Like vampires they'll rise up and summon their factions. Those best to stoke flames of knee-jerk reactions. And the press will keep the lights on with blood and distractions. Oh, my mind just gets numb. At what we have become. We'll argue and pass judgment with I'm sure inspections, while the socials give nutrition to our angriest intentions. And the foreign powers infiltrate our bodies like infections, to gaslight dark fears and aim to sway elections. We'll go so damn far, we'll lose our directions. Lives will be destroyed for accused imperfections, found guilty without trial by hashtag selection. In the name of a reckoning, we'll make over corrections. Oh, my mind just gets numb. At what we have become. Oh, my heart just gets numb. At what we have become. sure that a cause ain't just a vessel for adoration and attention and respect on some level. Beware the nonconformist, says the drugstore rebels, but vanity makes angels of our clever is the devil. Would you even write the story if the author was a mansion? Hold yourself to such a standard as your belief in suspension. Maybe something good will come, no matter our intentions. God save us from ourselves, we're in need of intervention. God bless y'all.
Are we on a rescue mission today? My name is Matt Toon, and I'm one of the 3 co-founders, along with Bret Weinstein and Angela McArdle. I'm here because we need help. We've got a few $100,000 left to make our goal to make this thing happen. So I'm telling you guys right now, do you see it on the screen? Do you see our QR code? Bring up the QR code, please. We've got a QR code for Give, Send, Go. It's coming up right now, and I'm going to tell you, we are at $274,000 raised. Let's give a shout out for that. But I'm going to tell you right now, Tulsi Gabbard, RFK Jr., and Russell Brand, I've told them not to come out on stage unless we raise another $100,000 in the next hour. Did you hear me? So it's up to you. Bonnaroo, South by Southwest, Lollapalooza. How much would you pay to go to a festival, right? And today you've got the greatest music acts, you've got comedy, and you've got the leaders of our movement all on one stage. So I'm asking, take out your phones right now. Whatever you can do, this will help us keep this show on the road and keep it going, all right? If you don't give now, they ain't coming up. Let me hear one thing. Freedom! Ain't free. Freedom. Take sacrifice. Freedom. Ain't free. Freedom. Take sacrifice. Thank you for your sacrifice. God bless.
Vladimir Putin issues a statement saying that President Harris never picked up our call.
They sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war.
I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded. I shared with him American intelligence because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided. We understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO.
And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect.
Very complicated puzzle, but we'll get it solved.
Now, we have had presidents that have stood up for freedom and have said, like Harry Truman said, once a government is committed to the principle of silencing the voice of opposition, it has only one way to go, and that is down the path of increasingly repressive measures until it becomes a source of terror to all its citizens and creates a country where everyone lives in fear. Bill Clinton famously said, that depends on what the definition of the word is. President Joe Biden said famously, I can sum up America in one word, flism fladiza kalbifizahaza. I think we are all better Americans for it. All right. Coming to the stage now is a decorated combat veteran. He wants to stop our forever wars. Do you want to stop our forever wars? Please welcome the CEO of our country, our choice, Colonel Douglas Macgregor.
You get a job with the World Wrestling Federation. Hey, wait a minute. Hey, this guy, Rob Schneider, is a real animal. If you haven't noticed, he is. Okay, I only have a short message for you. As you and I are meeting here today, thousands and thousands of soldiers from the regular army and the National Guard are deploying to the Middle East. They're preparing to fight a war against Iran, a country which has never attacked us, with whom we have no grief, no grievance. At the same time, we have 100,000+ American soldiers lining the border of Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, all the way down to Romania, preparing to potentially fight Russia. This insanity is costing us not just trillions of dollars, it's destroying our country. How many trillions have we lost on this proposition? How many hospitals could we have built? How many schools could we have improved? How many roads and bridges could we have repaired? And how many Americans would be alive and well and safe today if we hadn't? So what I want you to remember is a very simple formula. War breeds tyranny, corruption, and destruction. Peace is the foundation for prosperity and goodwill around the world. That's what we need. No more wars. Now, before you leave here, remember, you got to go out and vote. And you need to vote for peace, not war, for prosperity, not poverty. Remember, the people that have put us into debt, they're not the ones who bear the burden. We are. The people that have put us into debt are fat and rich and corrupt. We got to get rid of them. You've got to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel Macgregor. Thank you for your service. Ladies and gentlemen, there are people in this country, and I know you agree with that put the country, love of God, and family before political party. There are people who sacrifice whatever affiliation they had in a former party if they no longer feel that party doesn't represent their beliefs and doesn't represent the best interests of their country. And this is someone who has sacrificed. This is someone who has fought. This is someone who has served their country overseas. This is someone who knows what sacrifice is. And this is someone who knows how to wear a white pantsuit. Please welcome Tulsi Gabbard!
Thank you. Aloha. It's so good to see everyone. Thank you so much. What a beautiful day. Thank you. What a beautiful day for us to gather here in our nation's capital with this important mission before us to rescue our republic. To me, this is exactly what our founders had in mind and what they envisioned for us as a country when they said we must have a government of, by, and for the people. When they made that promise to us of our right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. These are things, as we gather here, we have the state capitol in the background, the White House just down the street, and many monuments paying homage to those who have sacrificed before us. only to be struck in the face with the reality that unfortunately our leaders in office today are not committed to our lives, our safety, or our liberty. Now is the time, though, to not be disheartened by that reality, but rather to be hopeful. As you look around you in this crowd, as you know, there are many hundreds of thousands or millions of people who are watching at home here in America and around the world. We find hope in our solidarity together as Americans, gathering from all walks of life, different political affiliations, but gathering together with optimism in the power of our voices in this election that happens in 38 days. This is our opportunity. Because our opportunity is rooted in our responsibility as American citizens. To remember that our founders told us that our government exists only with the consent of the governed. That's us. Everything that we are seeing happening now, the weaponization of government entities, the censorship of free speech, the political retaliation against those who have the audacity to criticize those in power. They are throwing everything that they can at us to undermine our democracy because they are terrified of what a free people in a free society will do to uproot them from their power and bring our interests to the forefront once again of freedom, peace, and prosperity. So I hope you feel hopeful as I do, that as we are surrounded by hate, we confront hate with love. That as we are surrounded by darkness, we confront that darkness with the light of the truth and common sense. And that literally, as we are surrounded by warmongers rapidly beating their war drums, we stand strong and speak with clarity and courage for peace. Now, as you know, I've served in the Army now for over 21 years. And so for me personally and for all of our veterans and servicemen and women who are here today, we understand how important the responsibility is that every president has to serve as commander-in-chief. This central responsibility to keep the American people safe, to secure not only our lives, but our liberty, to uphold the rule of law, to secure our borders. And so I'll start here with the unfortunate failures and exploitations that are occurring at our borders. We have some people from California here today. I went and visited your border in San Diego not that long ago to go and see for myself what was happening there. And what I saw was a well-oiled machine driven by the cartels and the so-called immigration industrial complex working directly with them and profiting off of this well-oiled machine. Open borders that have been enabled by Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, not to express their compassion as they say, but to exploit those who are coming across our border and being trafficked by this multi-billion-dollar cartel industry. What I saw there were people coming from all over the world, across the border, knowing exactly where to go, not to evade Border Patrol, but to be picked up by Border Patrol, waiting patiently to be loaded in the vans, where Border Patrol have become nothing but Uber drivers for them, where they are quickly processed through a system that often within 24 hours gets them with a free plane ticket to anywhere in the country. often never to be heard from again. What I saw as I stood in a parking lot near a train station where many of these drop-offs occurred were human traffickers who were waiting, women who were being drugged unknowingly, and in their foggy state of mind being ushered into cars, never to be heard from again. What I saw was CEOs of these so-called nonprofits who are working directly with the cartels, with CEOs being paid over $1 million salaries. All of this being done in the name of compassion. But who is the compassion for, really? Who really is benefiting? It is the cartels. It is the nonprofits that are making money off of these people being trafficked without a care for the over 325,000 children who are missing, many of whom are likely being abused in our country today, without a care for the over 425,000 convicted criminals who are in our country, illegal immigrants, not a care for those who are illegal immigrants, 56,000 who have drug convictions, 14,000 who've been convicted of burglary, 13,000 convicted of homicide, over 16,000 who've been convicted of assault. This is who they have compassion for. What about having compassion for the American people? For the communities not only in our border states, but in every town and every city across the country that is being confronted with challenges, with increased crime, with less security, with social safety nets being stressed beyond their capacity. When I saw that Vice President Harris went to go visit the border on Friday, we all saw it for what it was. 38 days from Election Day. It's not okay to say better late than never. She doesn't get a pass on this one. But when I saw her give her press conference and her speech that was clearly read off of a teleprompter, word for word, it made me sick, because it once again was a demonstration of her arrogance in lying directly to our faces, that after 3.5 years of telling us that the borders are secure, she stands there and tells us that we have to have rules in place that must be enforced to secure our border, and that she as president will do that. She hasn't done it for the last 4 years. We shouldn't believe her lies that she will do anything differently. She's prosecuted and sued and gone after the governors of these border states who've taken action in the absence of federal leadership to do their part for their citizens to secure their borders. And they're still fighting to do that today. Whether it's the border or just about every other challenge and issue that's facing not Republicans or Democrats, but all of us as Americans, it's clear that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are not interested in solving problems. They're not interested in securing our border. They're not interested in truly reforming our broken legal immigration system. They are more interested in allowing people to illegally cross our borders, but will turn their backs on people like a close friend of mine who has served as a Special Forces soldier for over 30 years, who simply wanted to invite some of his family members who live in Italy to come to his retirement, who applied for a 2-week tourist visa and were denied. More of their policies of America last. We need to send a strong message to them that we will not come last anymore. The American people and our country and our freedom must come first. Who we choose to be our President and Commander-in-Chief is a critical decision It always is, but it is especially critical now. We sit closer to the brink of World War III than ever before. We sit closer to the brink of nuclear war. According to the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, their doomsday clock is set to 90 seconds before midnight. We are one spark away from our demise directly because of the policies coming from the Harris-Biden administration, so it matters very much who we choose as our commander-in-chief. Now, President Eisenhower warned us in his farewell address about the military-industrial complex and their cozy relationship with members of Congress and how they are ruining our country and our future. Unfortunately, and I can speak from firsthand experience, that relationship is more cozy now than ever before. The brazenness of members of Congress conducting insider trading, investing in these very big defense contractors just before they send out another $8 or $10 billion to Ukraine. Just the other day, we had the Pennsylvania governor, Shapiro, who flew in President Zelensky on a U.S. military plane, not so that they could stand together and call for an end to the war. No. They instead went to a factory that makes bombs where Governor Shapiro, with a grin on his face, signed one of those bombs. How sick of a state are we as a country when our elected leaders celebrate death, war, and destruction? And sell it to us, the American people, as an American jobs and economic plan. This is Kamala Harris's opportunity economy. More war, more money for the military-industrial complex. My first deployment to Iraq was in 2005. I was serving in the state legislature at the time. I stepped down from that seat and volunteered to deploy in a medical unit, where I was confronted with the high human cost of war. It was the first time in my life that I had experienced and seen firsthand the war profiteering that goes on. For those of you who served in Iraq at that time, and I hear it's still going on in Europe today, KBR Halliburton remains one of the biggest defense contractors profiting off of war. We had KBR Halliburton logos on our porta potties, on our tents, and on our trash cans. A friend of mine who was deployed to Poland recently said, nothing has changed. Now, who was one of the people that profited off of this? Dick Cheney. Where is Dick Cheney today? Dick Cheney is standing proudly with Kamala Harris, who has said that she is proud and honored to have his endorsement and his support. Now, for the young ones who may not remember, Dick Cheney was the architect of the entire disaster that has been created with all of the problems that we're seeing play out in the Middle East today and other parts of the world. He was the architect of the lie about the weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. He was the architect behind the regime change war and the destabilization in Iraq that caused such chaos and loss of life and destruction that created the fertile ground for the rise of ISIS. That is the Dick Cheney who Kamala Harris is honored to have his support. So for those of you who may be at home watching, or for those of you who have friends who are still not quite sure who to vote for in this election, I'll make it very simple. A vote for Kamala Harris is a vote for Dick Cheney. A vote for Kamala Harris is a vote for the neocon warmongers. A vote for Kamala Harris is a vote for the military-industrial complex. A vote for Kamala Harris is a vote for nuclear war. I endorse President Trump in this election because To me, as an American, as a soldier, as a veteran, there is only one choice that is our best hope to walk us back from the brink of World War III and nuclear war, to get us back on that path where we can stand with hope as Americans for a future of peace, prosperity, and freedom, and that choice is Donald J. Trump. You won't hear anyone in the mainstream propaganda media talking about the reality of the threat of war that we face. A war that threatens not only our physical safety, but our liberty and our freedom. Just as we have seen through every major war and conflict before, those in power, those who gain from us being in a constant state of war, exploit that opportunity to take away more of our freedom. And as you know, once it's gone, we never get it back. The Patriot Act was shoved through and rushed through Congress in the days after the terrorist attack on 9/11, passing all of these egregious overreaches into our privacy and our civil liberties, violating the Fourth Amendment, not because they were truly needed because of 9/11, but the national security state saw an opportunity and they took it. And they said to anyone who opposed the Patriot Act, you are a traitor to America if you vote no. Taking advantage of the fear and concern that the American people had during that time of tragedy and grief, here we are over 20 years later. The Patriot Act was just reauthorized once again this year. And rather than the usual rubber stamp that people like Tom Massey and Justin Amash and Rand Paul and I fought against every single time, they took what was an already egregious abuse of our constitutional rights and freedoms and fomented fear yet again of foreign threats to our democracy and our freedom, to take an already bad Patriot Act even worse, to take away even more of our rights and freedoms, and both Democrats and Republicans voted for this. We will not see change unless we hold our leaders accountable to uphold and defend our Constitution that we've all who served sworn an oath to support and defend. The fear-mongering will continue. The lies will continue. Their propaganda will continue because they don't care about the American people. They care about power and greed. Our opportunity is to recognize and acknowledge and speak proudly and truthfully that it does not have to be this way. This is not a foregone conclusion. The purpose for our gathering here today and across the country is to recognize that we have a no-fail mission before us, and it is an urgent mission. Peace, prosperity, and freedom in this country are what is on the line. And now is the time that we must be willing to set aside our differences, perhaps disagreements on other issues, and come together today in the same way that our founders did in the beginning of our country, to stand together on those fundamental principles that are enshrined in our Constitution and our ability to truly live in a peaceful, free, and prosperous society. We must send a powerful and boisterous message, loud and clear, to the warmongers in Washington that we will not allow you to destroy our families. We will not allow you to destroy our loved ones, our communities. We will not allow you to destroy our planet, because we love this country and we love each other And we want to make sure that we've got a future that we can live in and leave behind. If we stand together on no other issue but this, then we can wrestle power away from the military-industrial complex, break through the gridlock that they have created, close the revolving doors that allow them to exploit their power, and put we, the people, back in charge. I leave you with this. A wise man once shared that we are the spark that will light the fire of change that can restore the vision of our founders, of Reverend Martin Luther King and President John F. Kennedy, where we can stand free and true and proud as Americans. The source of that light, the source of that courage that we will need in this fight comes from love. God's unconditional love, our love for each other, and our love for this country and our future. Thank you for standing with us today. We have 38 days to make change happen. Thank you so much. Aloha. Thank you. Thank you.
Tulsi Gabbard, everybody! What an honor it is to have you, Tulsi. Thank you for your continued service to our great nation. Wow, that was incredible. Thank you. One more time, Tulsi Gabbard, everybody. Thank you, Tulsi. Thank you for destroying Kamala Harris on the debate stage a few years ago. Still rocking that pantsuit. I was hoping for it, and it happened. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here to perform for you right now. He's a very talented artist. He's a rapper. He's an author. And he's a terrific musician. He's at zubymusic.com. Please welcome our another champion of freedom, Zuby!
1 2 1 2 1 2. Washington, D.C., what's going on? This is freaking beautiful. Let's go. Track number 1. Let's go. How you guys doing out there? Make some noise. DJ, let's go. Okay, Washington, D.C., I need to put your hands up in the air where I can see it. Let's go. Let's rock with me. We got Zuby in the building right now. Let's go. This is how we're gonna do it. Keep those hands up in the air. Yo, yo, to the left, and to the right, and to the left, and to the right, and to the left, and to the right, and to the left. We're coming at you. I want 1 billion fans, so I need 1 million first. I'ma gain another 1,000 to stop the sickness of this verse. Even when I'm smiling sweetly, look at Zuby as a threat. You'll get on before you see me like a noob in FPS. No button combination lets you cheat the game of life. Rappers looking in my pad, they think I'm cheating on the mic. But this girl's my one and only. She never leaves me lonely. When I wanna beat it down, she's always waiting to bestow me. I spread the love like bigamy, so passionate with metrics. Bars cannot belittle me, their style is anorexic. That means they think they're big. Hear them talking all aggressive, but they bark and never bite. And so your mark is unimpressive. My vision's not a dream, I'm motivated to achieve it. You want a food for thought and I'm providing it, so eat it. I wrote this in my sleep, I mean it, no exaggeration. Even scheming when I'm dreaming, I don't waste imagination. Coming at you. Yeah. Coming at you. Rescue the Republic, what's going on? Let's get those hands up. And to the left, and to the right, and to the left, and to the right, and to the left, and to the right, and to the left. Check it, yo. She'll love when I come through, I get respect cause I'm Millie. And the ladies love me too, like they love sex in the city. Say I'm blessed and I'm silly, but don't object cause I'm pretty. And always say I'm kinda cocky, but they know I'm kinda witty. And you know in my committee, it's just me, myself, and I. 3 of my favorite rappers and a little book of rhymes. I got a lot of hustle, but ain't got a lot of time. Money's got a lot of muscle, so it's all about the grind. Take a different policy, I'll turn and pen a prophecy. Brilliance is vivid, but it's rivaled by my modesty. Honestly, I think I'm like the hottest walking property, but realize as a team that there's no dream guarantee. So awkwardly I started on my music hustle properly, and still I had the brains to get an Oxford degree. So think before you talk to me, you're tripping if you walk to me. I'm moving twice as fast like rolling doubles in Monopoly. Yeah. Woo! You guys feeling good out there today, yeah? Let's get those hands up one more time. To the left, and to the right, and to the left, and to the right, and to the left, and to the right, to the left, to the right. We coming at ya. Yo! Man, it feels so good to be up here today. I come all the way from the UK, so it's beautiful to be here with my American cousins today. You guys love freedom? When I say freedom, you say freedom. 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 Amazing. This next track I'm going to do is called Okay Dude. And when I go like this with the microphone, I need you guys to just say Okay Dude. So let me make sure you got this, all right? When I say Okay Dude. Yo, this is a good crowd. They're lit. Are you guys ready for this one? Let's do this.
Twitter. This is crazy. Zuby is a musician. He's a rapper from
Shout
UK,
out to Joe Rogan.
Who's been on the podcast. He doesn't even swear. And someone said, I bet I sleep with more women than you do. To which he writes,
you guys ready?
Okay, dude. And they decided by him saying, okay, dude.
Okay, DC, let's do this. Rescue the Republic.
Okay.
The track's called Okay Dude. Yo. Oh, you don't like my style? Okay, dude. Oh, you don't like my lyrics? Okay, dude. Oh, you don't like my politics? Okay, dude. Do you even know what knowledge is? Okay, dude. Oh, now they want to mention me? Okay, dude. So now they want to censor me? Okay, dude. Tiger blooded dragon energy, and I control my legacy, and I got friends and enemies. I'm working hard to make a milli, baby. Flow is never wheezy. Couple 100,000 fans, and it all started with a CD. Used to hustle on the street. Now they see me on the TV, going viral like Corona, so they try to quarantine. A couple real celebrities, but most of them are frauds. Tell you how I really feel, because my only fear is God. To be lying on the media and lying through the mob. It is simp on social media, they've never seen it. I'll be coming to America like Sammy and Ike. I'm uniting black and white and brown like Martin Luther Street. And I get around the internet like presidential meets. And I did it independently, I never had a team. Come a long way, please don't go commercial now. Careful with your words, don't be controversial now. Winning nothing less, that's a victimhood mentality. Cause I am not oppressed, and that's a check to your reality. Oh, you don't like my style? Okay, dude. Oh, you don't like my lyrics? Okay, dude. Oh, you don't like my politics? Okay, dude. Do you even know what knowledge is? Okay, dude. Oh, now they want to mention me? Okay, dude. So now they want to censor me? Okay, dude. Tiger blood and dragon energy, and I control my legacy, and I got friends and enemies. Yo. They say be open-minded, but they tell you how to live. That's how you ended up with drag queens reading to your kids. My soul cannot be bought. What I'm speaking is the truth. I won't silence every thought while they indoctrinate the youth. I think socialism sucks and every government is shady. I'm not down with open borders. I'm not cool with killing babies. They're on infinite genders and a man can't be a lady. And you know that it's the truth, so why you looking at me crazy? I'm tired of your isms. I'm bored of all your phobias. I am not a bigot just cause I don't smoke with smoking ya. Shame and calling names the only thing you can invoke. We can talk about the system if you really think you're woke. Sell them murder, sell them dope, all the things that keep them broke. But you'll label me a sellout if I try to give them hope. I don't care, my vision bigger. Raise your kids, stop pulling triggers. You're a smart black man, so why you call yourself a... Oh, you don't like my style? Okay, dude. Oh, you don't like my lyrics? Okay, dude. Oh, you don't like my politics? Okay, dude. Do you even know what knowledge is? Okay, dude. Oh, now they want to mention me? Okay, dude. So now they want to censor me? Okay, dude. Tiger blood and dragon energy, and I control my legacy, and I got friends and enemies. Okay, dude. Yeah. Thank you, Washington, D.C. My name is Zuby. Rescue the Republic. I love you guys. Thank you.
Zuby!
One more time for Zuby. As you know, during COVID tyranny, people were silenced. The Biden-Harris administration colluded, the real collusion, with tech companies to silence Americans' First Amendment rights. They silenced doctors, scientists, academics, and anyone who disagreed with the government narrative. But there were some doctors that stood up and put country before career, put science before the people who said it was settled. And we are very honored to have them here. I will introduce them. Dr. Mary Holland, Dr. Pierre Kory, Dr. Robert Malone, and coming with them is a senator whose hearings have been exceptional. He is a freedom fighter and a great American. Please welcome also Senator Ron Johnson.
What a wonderful sight. Children's Health Defense. What a tragedy and an outrage that children need public defenders for their health. But they do. During pregnancy, moms are expected to get 4 shots: flu, Tdap, COVID, and RSV. At birth, a baby is expected to get a hepatitis B shot against a sexually transmitted disease. By 6 months, a baby is expected to get 20 shots: Hep B, RSV, Dtap, Hib, IPV, PCV, rotavirus, and COVID. By 9 months, a baby is expected to get 1 or 2 more COVID shots. Not one of these shots has been properly tested, and each one is known to cause injury or death in some. This is insane. This is corrupt. This is criminal. Vulnerable children need a public champion, and they have one in Bobby Kennedy. He is not only defending children, he is committed to making them healthy again. Let us make children healthy again. And it's now my pleasure to introduce Dr. Pierre Kory.
Thanks, guys. It's really good to be here. Hey, guys. Yeah. Guys, great to be here. Thank you. So, you know, some of you know my story, but I'm going to tell it. About 5 years ago, I started on a journey. And where that journey led is to an unfortunate realization, or maybe it is actually fortunate, but I discovered that the world I thought I lived in did not exist. It was a fake world, but it was a world that I believed in. You know, it's embarrassing to say this in front of this crowd, but at that time, I trusted in the institutions of society. I read the New York Times religiously. I venerated the medical journals and listened to whatever they said. I trusted the public health agencies. Man, I literally thought Fauci was a sympathetic guy in a tough spot with a lot of critics. That's how brainwashed I was.
And then what happened is COVID came along. And me and my colleagues, pulmonary and critical care doctors, we said game on, and we took it head on. We studied everything we could, and we started to develop treatment protocols and putting them out to educate the public. And then what happened was this guy came into my life, Senator Ron Johnson. And, you know, I think he made a big change in the world through COVID because he got really important life-saving truths out there. He gave us a platform to speak truth, to speak expertise, science, and deep study. And we got that information out, and that information not only went around the country, but also the world. And I think by the result of his actions, we were able to save many, many lives. You know, my first testimony in May of 2020, I argued for the critical need for corticosteroids in the hospitals. And I did that at a time when every national and international healthcare agency recommended against it. I was proven right 6 months later, but then when he invited me back to talk about this little drug called ivermectin, of which I'd become an expert on, that's when really the journey started to accelerate, because I suddenly was faced with a response, a coordinated attack across media and medical journals and agency leaders across the world spewing lies. They sounded similar, they were structured similarly, and they were just raining upon our heads, and they were drowning out our voices. And then I saw the onset of immense censorship and propaganda, not just social media, the journals, the medical journals at the heart of all of this. Medicine has been captured. And then after seeing that and fighting that ivermectin war, I saw that amplify by many magnitudes around the vaccines. And I watched a humanitarian catastrophe unfold. There are millions dead across the world from these vaccines. My own private practice, I've seen almost 1,500 patients, many of them in the peak of their lives, who are now disabled and suffering with the immense symptom burden to this day, years later. And I believe that I'm meeting the greatest unmet need in the country right now, which is the care of the vaccine injured. And, you know, ultimately through this journey and why I'm here is I've come to believe that our government has been fully captured by corporations and these industrial complexes. They have every single one of our agencies, the CDC, the FDA, the NIH, the EPA, you name it, big food. They're polluting our air, our water, our medicines, our security. They're letting, you know, all the immigrants come in, and they're surveilling us and censoring us. All of our rights are being slowly stripped, and most of the country's not aware of this. And as an educator, I'm trying to bring that message out. And so that's why I'm here. I'm here for the same reason you guys are all here, to rescue the Republic.
Pierre Kory, give him a hand. A great American, a great patriot, a great physician. He'll go down in history. My name is Robert Malone, and I've just come back from Tokyo. I want to talk to you about what you've been subjected to over the last 4 years. Our theme here is the medical industrial complex. It's in the weaponization of science and medicine. That's what we're focused on. Over the last 4 years, you have been subjected to psychological bioterrorism. You have been systematically subjected to psychological warfare intended to train you to have fear, to respond to the fear of weaponized infectious disease in order to control you. This is psychological warfare. This is psychological bioterrorism. It must stop. The people that do this must stop. I'm going to read you a little quote from John Kerry recently speaking at the World Economic Forum. Okay, here's what John has to say about the world. Our First Amendment stands as a major block to the ability to be able to hammer disinformation out of existence. This is why he's so focused on the next U.S. election. What does he have to say about that? What we need is to win the right to govern by hopefully winning enough votes that you're free to be able to implement change. He wants to win by a big enough margin that they can throw out the First Amendment. So what does that look like? Now we have this situation in India with a vaccine for COVID called Covaxin. A bunch of academics wrote a peer-reviewed study that got published. And you know what Bharat Biotech did? They sued the journal and they sued the academics that wrote the paper because it was revealing things about the vaccine that Bharat Biotech didn't want to be revealed. This is their new strategy. They're going to deploy lawfare to shut down our ability to even talk about the risks of these products. All the things that Mary was talking about, if the election doesn't go the right way for us, they want to get to the point where they can put people like Mary and Bobby and me and Pierre in jail, just like they did with J6. So here's what's going on. I just came back from Tokyo where they had a 30,000-person rally because they're about to deploy self-replicating RNA vaccines. Japan is being used as the guinea pigs for the world for this new technology. The Japanese people are calling this the third atomic bomb. This is being deployed in a cooperative agreement between a U.S. company, Arcturus, a Canadian, Australian company called CSL, and a Japanese company. Now, the CEO of the Japanese company recently gave a press conference. What did he say? He said, anybody that is spreading misinformation, we're going to go after him legally. We're going to try to have them jailed. If you say anything against their self-replicating RNA vaccine technology that's never been rigorously tested, we don't know if it's going to infect other people. We don't know if it's going to spread. We know it's going to replicate. We don't know if it's going to get into the brain of the elders in Japan. But we do know that if we say anything about these concerns, the CEO is going to come after us and try to put us in jail. That's the new world order. That's what we're coming into. That's what they want to implement on us. They want to shut us down. They want to prevent us from speaking. They want to completely control the narrative, and they want to be able to deploy psychological warfare on all of you to control you, to train you to respond to the fear narratives about avian influenza and monkeypox and whatever it is they want to deploy next in order to control you, in order to teach you to shut up, sit down, stay in your homes, and do what you're told. Now, I'm not okay with that. I don't think you're okay with that. And I hope that you join all of us in fighting this new tyranny. Now, thanks for your time, and it's my great pleasure to introduce this is a true American patriot. If there's a hero, it's Ron Johnson. Ron Johnson, who has stood up in the Senate and said, hell no. Ron Johnson, who has spoken the truth again and again and again. Ron Johnson, who has bucked the Uniparty. Ron Johnson, who ran for office even though he didn't want to because he wanted to resist Big Pharma and the vaccine narrative. Welcome to Senator Ron Johnson.
Thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you, Robert. Thank you all for being here. This is a really good sign for America. It is an honor to be here and to follow three heroes of the pandemic. Dr. Kory had the courage and compassion to treat COVID patients, and like Dr. Malone and Mary Holland, they all had the courage to tell us the truth. It is also truly an honor to speak before another man of enormous courage, Robert Kennedy Jr. The fact that Bobby made the painful decision to put political differences aside and focus on an area of agreement, addressing chronic illness, is a powerful example of how to heal and unify a very divided nation.
Isn't it sad that these courageous individuals, together with so many others in the medical freedom movement, instead of being rewarded and praised for their efforts, they have been ridiculed, vilified, and scorned. Maybe that's why so many of the people in our movement are people of faith and spirituality. People who truly believe we are in a struggle between good and evil, a battle of biblical proportions. What else could you call the sabotage of early treatment, mandating an experimental gene therapy, censoring the truth, ridiculing and destroying the reputations and careers of good people who told the truth, and ignoring and casting aside the vaccine injured? I call that evil. But even though we are in perilous times, we have hope. Do you know what gives me hope? You do. Together with the medical freedom warriors, the Canadian truckers, and all the people whose eyes have been opened and are seeking truth. 61 years after Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. stood not far from here on the steps of Lincoln Memorial, declaring that he had a dream, we all have a dream. We have a dream that billions of eyes will be opened, that wrong will fail and right will prevail, that truth will conquer evil, and that freedom and peace will endure. That is why we are assembled here. That is what must be rescued. It is our mission. It is our quest. In the end, this is a fight for freedom and for truth. It's not somebody else's fight. This is our fight. And it is a fight that we absolutely must win. So God bless all of you, and God bless this marvelous nation that we call America. Thank you.
Senator.
Can we really trust what's in the powder? I mean, it's probably fine. I can't imagine a company would cut corners if it meant harming babies. Right.
Manufacturers selling baby food with high levels of toxic heavy
Life
metals.
expectancy dropped for the second year in a row.
Microplastics have been found in almost every organ in the body.
Americans are dying younger. Why is this happening?
Well, the short answer is we don't know.
One man insisted we're talking
We
about
will make America healthy again. Thank you, Bobby. Thank you, Bobby.
How is every presidential campaign not talking about this?
Joining forces with former President Trump to make America healthy again.
An alarming growth in the prevalence of chronic illnesses and health problems, especially in children. It's time to ask what is going on.
If RFK gets in office, he will expose a lot of this
Trump's
stuff.
former rival, Robert Kennedy Jr., and former Democratic lawmaker Tulsi Gabbard are joining his presidential transition team.
We know why all of these diseases are going up. And we know how to fix it. Catastrophic quartet, big farming, big food, big pharma, and big insurance systematically co-opt every institutional trust, which has led to the global spread of obesity and disease.
Who cares about politics if the next generation is dead or close to it before they can even vote?
It's a conversation that American families deserve to make America truly healthy again and to orient true scientists toward that aim.
How about when your children are sick and you don't care? What's more important than all our kids are sick?
It's now or never. I have prayed to God every morning to put me in a position to end this calamity.
You would think that the American healthcare system and our government agencies would be clamoring to fix, but they're not. They are deafeningly silent.
Ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump has been sued 7 times and gone after him by the Democratic Party. I'd like to introduce a brother who's been sued 9 times by the Democratic Party. A person whose sacrifices we all know, a person whose integrity, and a person whose honor, and a person who puts country first. A courageous man. It is an honor to call him our friend. Please welcome Robert Kennedy Jr.
Hello, everybody. Don't you want a president who will make America healthy again? Oh, you want a president who's going to protect our freedom? During COVID, we saw the greatest attack on America's liberties and our constitutional right and at any time in American history. We saw by February of 2020, they were already censoring doctors, scientists, individuals, anybody who questioned the government orthodoxy. The American press, the guardians of the free speech, of the First Amendment, of our democracy, all took part in this unprecedented effort to silence dissent in our country. The press, which is supposed to function to speak truth to power, instead began silencing the powerless and acting as a bullhorn for government orthodoxies. And as soon as they figured out that they could censor us and that we were going to put up with it, they began an assault against all of our other Bill of Rights. Hamilton, Adams, and Madison said that we put freedom of expression in the First Amendment because all of the other rights are dependent on it. A government that has the capacity to silence its critics has license for any atrocity. So the First Amendment was the most important right. And now, as soon as they figured out that we were going to put up with them silencing dissent, they began their attack against all of our other Bill of Rights. There's 3 legs in the First Amendment. The first is freedom of speech. The second is freedom of worship. They closed every church in this country for a year. With no scientific citation, no public hearing, no notice and comment rulemaking, no environmental impact statement, all of the protections and the safeguards of democracy. And I've been litigating for 40 years against companies and governments when they try to skirt those requirements. Suddenly they all just disappeared. And one bureaucrat who'd been there for 50 years, you know who I'm talking about? He just said, close the churches. And that was it. And then they went after the third leg of the First Amendment, which is freedom of assembly. They told us, again, with no scientific citation, we have to social distance from each other. We can't assemble. We can't petition and protest in groups, and nobody had ever done that before. Again, there was no hearing, none of the safeguards of democracy. Then they went after Fifth Amendment property rights. They closed 3.3 million businesses in this country with no due process and no just compensation. And the businesses that were left, they closed all the churches, but they left the liquor stores open. They closed the little businesses, but they left Walmart open, and Facebook and Amazon and all the big tech companies that were profiting from the pandemic and from all these closures. They then went after the Fourth Amendment prohibitions against unwarranted searches and seizures. With all this track and trace requirements that we had to leave our homes, to go into a building, to transport ourselves to any other jurisdiction, to take an airplane. We had to show our private medical records. They waived HIPAA. They made us disclose our private medical records to virtually anybody who asked. They turned us into a tyranny. They told us to strap on masks, again, with no science behind it. And that, only the worst tyrannies in the world, people like the Taliban, like the Iranian government, the Saudi government, these are the ones that force their citizens to wear masks because it dehumanizes them. It turns them from spiritual, creative, independent human beings into a faceless mask of compliance and obedience. And then they went after the Seventh Amendment, which guarantees jury trials to Americans. And here's what the Seventh Amendment says. No American shall be denied the right of a trial before a jury of his peers in cases or controversies exceeding $25. That's all it says. There is no pandemic exception. And the framers of the Constitution knew all about epidemics. There were two epidemics during the Revolutionary War, a malaria epidemic that decimated the armies of Virginia, a smallpox epidemic that decimated the armies of New England. Between the end of the Revolution and the signing of the Bill of Rights in 1792, there were epidemics in every city in our country: cholera, yellow fever, typhus, typhoid, malaria, that killed tens of thousands of Americans. Everybody knew about this, and yet they did not put an epidemic exception in the United States Constitution. They wrote the Constitution for hard times, not for easy times. They wrote the First Amendment not to protect the kind of speech that everybody wants to hear that doesn't offend anybody. They wrote it to protect the kind of speech that offends people and we don't want to hear. They wrote it to protect misinformation and disinformation and lies. And Louis Brandeis said that the remedy for bad speech is not censorship. It's never censorship. It's more speech. And America, our whole system of government, which is rooted in the First Amendment, is based on this confidence. And when ideas are allowed to triumph in the marketplace of debate, and we will have a better country, we will have more freedom, and we will have a better government in the long run. And this week, Hillary Clinton, Tim Walz, and Kamala Harris all said the same thing. They said that if the Democrats get back into office, that they are going to make sure that misinformation and disinformation is censored. They said that the First Amendment, or they were specifically talking about Elon Musk, and they said that they were going to teach him that the First Amendment is a privilege, not a right. Do you consider the First Amendment to be a privilege? No! Do you consider it to be your right? Yes! Your God-given right? Yes! Do you want to elect government officials who are going to take that right away from you? No! So, and by the way, who was the biggest perpetrator? We now know, and everybody admits, who was the biggest perpetrator of misinformation during the pandemic? Fauci! Did you say Anthony Fauci? No, it was the government of the United States. So we don't want the government, we don't want to give the government power to censor other people's misinformation while it perpetrates its own, do we? And, you know, you look at that pandemic, you look at the management and the disaster. The Brown University, they closed all the schools. The Brown University study said our children, our toddlers in this country lost 22 IQ points. A third of children are now going to be taking remedial education, and many believe they will never recover. The GMAT scores are down. All of the scoring of IQ and our children's intelligence are down. This did a terrible, terrible blow to our country. And what was the point of it all? Well, we look at what the outcome was. And the outcome was that they shifted. They closed all of the small business in this country. 41% of black-owned businesses will never reopen. They shifted money upward. They strengthened these big tech institutions like Amazon and Facebook and Instagram and YouTube and Google. And they weakened Main Street and small business and the American worker, and they shifted $4.3 trillion from the American middle class to this new oligarchy of billionaires, which is the biggest outcome, the biggest shift in world history of wealth. And they shifted power. We gave our government all these new powers. And I want you all to remember three things, three rules. One is that when you give a government a power, it will never voluntarily relinquish it. Second rule, that if you give a government a power, it will ultimately abuse that power to the maximum extent possible. And the third rule is that nobody ever complied their way out of totalitarianism. So what are we going to do if they ever try to do this again? We're going to resist, resist, resist. What are we going to do if they try it again? Resist, resist, resist. What are we going to do? Resist, resist, resist. And we enriched all of these corporations and their captive agencies, and now want to go and commoditize all of the things we value in our lives. They're commoditized the Constitution. They have turned the courts into servants for authority instead of the servants of the people. They've commoditized the press and turned the press away from the First Amendment and into propagandists. They're commoditizing our landscapes. They're commoditizing our health. And they're commoditizing our children. And the biggest beneficiary of the pandemic was, of course, the pharmaceutical cartel. And if you're a part of Big Pharma, the most valuable asset in this country today is a sick child. And so they want to keep you, they don't want to kill our children. They just want to keep them sick and dependent on chronic disease drugs for the rest of our lives.
That's right.
And they now have so much power over this, the exemplary democracy of the world, that they have been able to make us the sickest country in the world. We have the sickest children in the world. When my uncle was president, 6% of Americans had chronic disease. Today, that number is around 60%. When my uncle was president, I was a 10-year-old boy. We had 3.4% of Americans were obese. Today, 74% of Americans are obese or overweight. Japan, 3% of the people are obese, the same as we were in 1960. We have explosions. Autism has gone from 1 in 10,000 to 1 in every 34. 1 in 10,000 in my generation, 1 in every 34 in my kids' generation. Juvenile diabetes, which when I was a kid, the average pediatrician saw 1 case over a 50-year career. Today, 1 out of every 3 children who walks through his office door is diabetic or pre-diabetic. Our fertility levels are plummeting. Teens today have 50% of the testosterone and 50% of the sperm count that they did 2 generations ago. American girls are hitting puberty at 8 years old. The average is between 10 and 13, which is 6 years younger than it was 2 generations ago. We have the lowest puberty rates among girls in the whole world in this country. We have lost, since 1970, when we were leading the world in longevity, we've lost 6 years compared to Europe. In Japan, in Italy, we spend 4 times per capita what Italians pay for health care, and we live 7.4 years less. So we are commoditizing ourselves. We're destroying our country, including our national security. 77% of our children can no longer qualify for military service. And it's costing us $4.3 trillion a year. It is an existential threat to our country. Our country is strong and it's resilient. It's not going to be destroyed because we get the social safety net wrong or because we miscalculate about our health care system. It's going to happen because chronic disease is going to destroy us, and it's going to destroy us soon. If we don't win this election for a president who's going to make America healthy again, who will bring me into Washington, D.C., to reclaim our agencies from the pharmaceutical companies and from the big ag companies and the big food companies that are trying to destroy them. And you know that our food system got transformed in the early 90s. The tobacco companies were loaded with money, but they were under attack from lawsuits and from scientific revelations and government hostility that was eroding their consumer base. So they began using their excess cash to buy all the food companies in our country. By the end of the 1990s, the 2 biggest food companies in the world were Philip Morris and R.J. Reynolds. They took all of their scientists that they were using to make tobacco more addictive, and they brought them over to the food industry to find ways to make food addictive. And they invented all these new chemicals in laboratories. and we're not the product of nature. And they put it in our food, and our bodies do not have the capacity to process those materials. They wouldn't let them do this in Europe. We have 1,000 ingredients in our foods because of the capture of these agencies that are illegal in Europe. So they're making the kids sick, and they're making money on it by addicting them to poisonous food. Now, I'm not even going to say food-like substances. And then their partners in the pharmaceutical industry are cleaning up the profits on it. And FDA now gets 50% of its budget from pharmaceutical companies and from big food companies. And we know who runs FDA. Do you think that FDA cares about your health? No. Do you think CDC cares about your health? No. Do you think HHS cares about your health? No. Do you think that NIH cares about your health? No. Do you think the United States Department of Agriculture cares about your health? No. Do you think USDA cares about small farmers? No. There's one thing they care about: money. And we need a president who's going to come into office in this country and who is going to dismantle this corrupt merger of state and corporate power. You deserve a president of the United States that is going to protect our children. And don't you think that the United States deserves a president that's going to protect our freedoms, our constitutional rights, our freedom of speech, our freedom of worship, our freedom to assemble, our right to jury trials, our right to be free from unwarranted searches and seizures? And don't you want a president who's going to make America healthy again? And who's going to make America free again? And is going to make America once again the greatest nation and the moral authority around the globe? And you need to go to the polls and get your friends there and get Donald Trump and me into Washington, D.C.
Fellow Americans, our nation, our republic is at a crossroads.
And our system is broken.
We are no longer a government by the people and for the people.
We're something else now.
In today's age, we fear the government. We feel gaslit. We feel controlled.
Our free speech has been censored.
Our faith is attacked.
And lies are spread far and wide.
This is why Republic was created.
To restore the tools that have been lost.
To inform, organize, and act. But it's all up to you.
Not others.
You. Only you.
It's time to take back our republic, one town at a time.
As a nation, we don't always agree on everything, but we do agree on one thing.
Our freedom.
Freedom. Freedom.
Freedom. Freedom.
Freedom.
Every American who cares about the truth needs to join Republic.
This is our moment. This is our stand. This is how we rebuild,
rekindle,
and restore our republic.
Okay, guys, thank you so much for coming today. My name is Angela McArdle. I'm one of the founders of this organization with Bret Weinstein and Matt Toon. I am so grateful and humbled to see all of you in attendance. I want to give an additional thank you to our sponsors, Maha, Republic, the advocates, everyone else who's donated. Thank you so much. Matt Toon came out earlier and he told you we're still fundraising to cover the cost of this amazing, beautiful, free event. We've raised $50,000 today thanks to your generous support. And I really want to say thank you, and I love you and appreciate it so much. But Russell Brand is on his way, and he wants to see another $50,000 from this crowd. Can you find it in your hearts to give? Look at this QR code that's up. That'll take you to our Give, Send, Go, who is another amazing sponsor of ours. Please donate. Find our Give, Send, Go. Find it in your hearts to help us. We love you and thank you.
All right. Wow. How are you guys doing? You having a good day? We're going to make America healthy again? Are we going to get a podium that doesn't expose that I'm really a midget next time? No. We thank you so much for coming out today. We're going to bring up a band in a minute here. I do want to thank you, each of you, for coming out and hoping spreading the message out to your neighbors, your family members, and to those people who are on the fence of what this election is all about. And I think we've had a pretty darn good day today. How about a hand for all the speakers who've come up so far? And a nice round of applause for all the people working backstage and set all this up. They have big hearts. They're away from their families, and we all want the same thing. We want to continue these liberties for our children and for ourselves. Now, how you guys doing, all right? Okay. They're almost set here. They couldn't do this when Bobby was on stage, obviously. All right. They'll be ready in a little bit. So if you guys need, anybody needs a ride to the airport, you can come with me. I'm leaving in a few minutes. I want to thank you again. And also thank you, God, for not letting it rain today. Appreciate it. Thank you, God. Thank you, Jesus, for bringing all these brothers and sisters together in one place safely. Today is the day Saint Michael, the archangel, to defend, is in battle and is here to protect us against wickedness. That is today. That's no accident. We're grateful to be here. All right. They're only missing microphones, and we'll continue. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a terrific comedian that's going to be coming up. I think he is a freedom fighter. He's hilarious. You all know him, Jimmy Dore. Let me see if I can get him up here. Bring up Jimmy. He's down there. I just saw him. All right. Now you got microphones, guys? This usually takes about 45 minutes, but they're going to be able to cut it down to 42. So while I'm here, shameless plug, I have my new book is about free speech called You Can Do It. You can do it. Speak your mind, America. And all right. How you guys doing? Did you guys get Jimmy?
What are they going to do?
Ask Jimmy to come up. Dell, you want to go? You'll wait? All right. How are you guys doing, all right? All right.
Those people call a shovel in a crowd like this with all the security around, they're dumber than I thought.
Mike?
Probably wouldn't last long.
What's that? Ask Jimmy Dore to come up here. He come up now. All right. All right, here we go. I see a microphone. I hear a guitar.
See, mine would have done the same thing the way you opened.
Come out here.
If you think girls and women's equality matter, stand up. If girls and women's sports matter, and you want your daughters to have the same opportunity you had, stand up. If you know that it isn't fair or safe to allow males to compete in girls' sports because it's, well, obvious, stand up. Don't be cowed by people who call you a bigot. You're not a bigot. Don't let men tell us how to be good girls. Don't let others tell you you just need to be quiet. Sit down. Be nice. It's not nice to further a lie. It's not mean to believe in women's equality. We deserve our own sports, privacy, safety. We deserve a chance to compete and win. So don't be nice. Don't be careful. Be honest. Be brave. Fight for women. We've come too far to give up now. And if you agree with that, stand up and stand with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, these guys did that together very quickly. You guys kicked ass. Please welcome.
Hello, everybody.
Defiant.
We are the Defiant. We're very happy to be here today. Thank you, everybody, for coming to this event. Thank you to everybody who put it on. And this song is called "Where Did Lady Liberty Go?"
The government
What's your plan for tomorrow? Are you a leader or will you follow? Will you fight back or will you cower? It's our time to take back the power. What's your plan for tomorrow? Are you a leader or will you follow? Will you fight back or will you cower? It's our time to take back the power. What you gonna do when they show up in black suits on your street and in boots and that bad silence you? What you gonna say when they strip your rights away and the tax man makes you pay for every beat of sweat you bled today? We don't need to run high. We won't get pushed off to the side. What's your plan for tomorrow? Are you a leader or will you follow? Will you fight back or will you cower? It's our time to take back the power. What's your plan for tomorrow? Are you a leader or will you follow? Will you fight back or will you cower? It's our time to take back the power. When the judge is so unjust and the jury must discuss, then you're one of us. Where you gonna turn? Now the court has been adjourned and every lesson that you'll learn. And I think I have for freedom burn. We won't get pushed off to the side. What's your plan for tomorrow? Are you a leader or will you follow? Will you fight back or will you cower? It's our time to take back the power. What's your plan for tomorrow? Are you a leader or will you follow? Will you fight back or will you cower? It's our time to take back the power. Go! Thank you, everybody. Thank you for being here today. Enjoy the rest of the event. What's your plan for tomorrow? Are you a leader or will you follow? Will you fight back or will you cower? It's our time to take back the power. What's your plan for tomorrow? Are you a leader or will you follow? Will you fight back or will you cower? It's our time to take back the power. What's your plan for tomorrow? Are you a leader or will you follow? Will you fight back or will you cower? It's our time to take back the power. It's our time to take back the power. It's our time to take back the power. It's our time. Thank you.
Lost somebody?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our next MC, war correspondent, veteran journalist, Lara Logan.
Hello, everybody. My name is Lara Logan, and I am a dying breed. I am a real journalist. I want to rip down the glass and pull out the microphones and tear it all away so I can stand there with you. And I want to thank you for being here today. I saw someone hold up a sign that said, "We are the Defiant." And that is exactly what we are. We are the people that will never surrender. When the Founding Fathers wrote that this is a government of the people and for the people and by the people, it was not a bumper sticker. They meant it. This is your government. This is our government. And what people have woken up to from so long is that we have been robbed blind. We have been enslaved for way too long. And when the people stood up and chose their own leader, those who think they're smarter than us, those who think they know better than us, those who never meant it when they said they were there to serve us, they got mad. And they wanted to blind us. But this event is living proof that we are not divided. Almost everybody here today on this stage, and probably many of you in the crowd, has been targeted and punished for telling the truth. We reward those who lie and deceive and steal and kill. And it makes absolutely no sense. And we have a window. You can all see it. This is a window. If you don't like war and you don't want to go to war, well, then you sure as hell better get off your butt and do something in the next few weeks. Because one of the pillars of Rescue the Republic is that war should be a last resort. And that is something that we really mean. Don't be sending your sons and daughters and fathers and mothers, and don't be sending them onto battlefields to loiter on the objective and die in filthy sewage canals and other places when you have the ability to bring everybody home overnight without putting a single boot on the ground. And you never use that capability. Why not? We don't ask the right questions because our journalists have let us down. We've been betrayed by our doctors, betrayed by our leaders, our elected officials. We've been betrayed by everybody who is supposed to protect us and stand by us. But all around you are people who are acting in the presence of fear. Artists have given up musical careers. Comedians have given up the stage. Actors like Rob who've given up Hollywood. They've given it up because they know that this means more. You don't need to hear more from me because the next person on this stage is much more entertaining and much funnier. He's been a comedian, he's been a podcaster, he's been a famous Hollywood actor. He's done some crazy things. I want to know if he's wearing white underwear today, and if I ask to if he'll baptize me, I'll let him baptize me if he'll strip down to his undies. Is that a fair deal? He makes them crazy. He makes them crazy because he defeats the narrative. They want you to think if you don't believe in censorship, somehow you're far right. If you don't believe, if you believe in, if you believe in freedom, somehow you've become a terrorist or a domestic violent extremist. I don't know what the hell happened to these people. Somebody sucked out their brains and fed them something. But they're wrong. And guess what? They're not winning. Every time they try to kill the orange Jesus, they bring more people to the fold. This, as you all know, is a revolution. One of peace, one of love, and one that brings God back to the center of this land. I don't believe most of what they tell me. I'll never take a knee, and I will fight to the last breath in my body. Is he ready? Now, I don't want them to yell at me for talking too young, but I got to make sure that the man of the moment is waiting in the wings. There's not enough activity to my side, so let's talk about Russell Brand. Russell Brand is just classic because he came from their world. They don't like it when you come from their world. They held you up. They adored you. They made you a hero. They gave you prizes. They wrote glowing articles. Now they have to find a way to say, well, we didn't mean any of that. None of that was true. Just like me, I used to be a great journalist when I was on 60 Minutes. Apparently now I've lost my mind. You know, great doctors. There's some great doctors. People that were elevated at UC Berkeley and above, right? And now they're no longer great doctors because they believe in natural immunity and they don't want to be experimented on or lie to their patients. What happened to that? Uh-oh. Russell, if I let you baptize me, will you strip down to your underwear? Will you baptize me in your underwear? He doesn't think I'm serious. I was 8 the first time I was baptized. It was humiliating then. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome to the stage a great man who is brave and doesn't care what they say.
Hello there. My fellow Americans. It's so lovely to be part of a double act that would have seemed somewhat unlikely just a short decade ago with my esteemed colleague and fellow clinical psychologist, Dr. Jordan Peterson, everyone. Doctor, before we begin this presentation at Rescue the Republic, brilliantly organised by the great Bret Weinstein. A round of applause for Bret. I'd like to allude to the fact that it can't have been easy for him to get licensing and permit for this event, when surely at some point he'd have had to have explained what its purpose was, its proximity and its location. Other than holding the event on January the 6th, I don't know what he could have done to have made it more administratively challenging for himself. So once again, Bret Weinstein, thanks for holding this event. Dr. Peterson and I have been on a rather unusual journey. I don't mean literally, we arrived separately, but by God we'll be leaving together, won't we, Doctor? To arrive at this stage. I'm an Englishman, I'm not from your great country, I admire it and you very deeply. I'm not traditionally what you might regard as a Republican or a Trump supporter. I have arrived on this stage via Hollywood, via liberalism, via all sorts of images of freedom in the form of decadence and Epicureanism, the mindless pursuit of pleasure as a god. But I stand before you today, thankfully with a professional psychologist, because I could go crazy at any moment, baby. Because I admire your spirit of freedom and your liberty. And it seems to me that once the MAGA movement is joined by Robert F. Kennedy and Tulsi Gabbard, it becomes plain where the true anti-establishment sentiment lies. And it is not with the current incumbents of the White House who, for all their rhetoric, advocate for further and deeper and more expensive wars, who seem keen to lubricate the pathway to authoritarianism and totalitarianism with talk of protecting the vulnerable. During the pandemic period, we saw how they protect the vulnerable by imprisoning the majority, by medicating everybody, by obfuscating facts, by concealing truth and controlling freedom. I, like many of the organisers of this event, believe that this is a critical moment for us. Not just the ordinary rank-and-file supporters of the Trump and MAGA movement, although to you, of course, I am open-hearted and full of deep and Christian love. But also to people that would never consider voting for Donald Trump. It is to them that I reach out in earnest and say, if you care about democracy, if you care about freedom, if you care about ending war, if you care about your children's health, ultimately, if you care about freedom, this is the time for you to do something decisive and different. I pray for a free and fair election in November. I pray that great American heroes like Edward Snowden will be revered and heard. That international martyrs like Julian Assange will be accredited. That the defense industry, the big food industry, the big agricultural industry that prohibits, curtails and oppresses ordinary farmers will face at last the serious opposition that it requires. And if it takes me, an Englishman, and the great Dr. Jordan Peterson, who is, whatever his great credits, he's still Canadian.
So far.
They're working on that, aren't they? We're here in support of your freedom, our freedom, and collective freedom. So with that, I will now ask you, Dr. Jordan Peterson, why did you, because now, well, this is a segue, I'm moving to an interview now, I'm aware I've spoken for a long while. Any of you that know Jordan Peterson, well, you've never seen Jordan Peterson not talk for that long, have you?
Well, you know, it's not entirely obvious to me what the solution to the situation is, you know. It's pretty plain.
I know you've got a microphone. And I've seen you defend yourself against English broadcasters extremely well. Dr. Peterson, tell us why it's important for non-Americans like myself and you to participate in this event, and what is, given that this is a rally, that means it's an offering of optimism and hope for the people in attendance. How do you believe that we should start off our conversation, sir?
Well, whatever is happening here is emblematic of something that's happening all over the Western world, right? I mean, it's exemplified by the political process in the U.S., especially as it leads up to the election, but all the things we've been discussing today are both broader and deeper issues than the mere political. And so they are of international concern, and of course, what happens in your country has been of central international concern for a long time, but that's transformed, as I said, into something that's deeper and even more significant. No, I made allusion this morning to the fact that we're trying to get our story straight. We're trying to understand what is the foundation on which we all stand that allows us to maintain the freedoms that ennoble us and give us an unlimited horizon of opportunity. What are they in the United States? What are they in the Western world in general? How are they related to, let's say, the Judeo-Christian enterprise as a whole? And what is it that should bring us together as avatars of the freedom-loving democracies across the world? Well, so what's happening here is of immense international significance, as you know from watching how people around the world are, what would you say, looking to the United States in particularly to defend free speech, because if it's ever defeated here, it's gone everywhere. And that would be a terrifying thing. And make no mistake, it's under true assault. In my country, there's a bill that's in second reading, which has pushed it quite a ways along the legislative route, Bill C-63, which literally allows people to be reported to a provincial magistrate under the possibility of 1 year's imprisonment in their own house with an ankle bracelet, with all their communication intercepted, in consequence of anyone's complaint that they're afraid that a hate speech event might occur in the next year. Yes, that's Bill C-63. You know, and I've read that bill I've read that bill 3 times because every time I read it and then think about it, I can't believe that I could have possibly understood it properly. And yet here we are. And there is very similar things going on in the UK. There was a terrible bill that was recently defeated in Ireland, for example, which would have put severe restrictions on free speech. And there are people in the UK who are being persecuted, and seriously persecuted, for expressing their opinions, offensive though they may be, publicly in a manner that is absolutely necessary if you're going to support free speech. And we know that, well, the free speech that offends no one requires no defense, and that's partly because it has no content. If I only ever say something that everyone agrees with and produces no emotional response whatsoever, there's no point in even speaking. Because you don't have to concentrate on what's obvious if you're going to speak. You have to concentrate on what's contentious and disruptive. And there isn't anywhere on earth, and this certainly includes my home country, where the protections for that vital right are more thoroughly enshrined and deeply entrenched than they are in the United States. And seriously, thank God for that. It's so vital. It's so important. So, and so good on you for managing to maintain it, and don't be taking it for granted, because it could disappear at any time, as Robert Kennedy pointed out earlier. So.
It is significant that the Constitution is now being spoken of as an artifact that can be changed and altered. The New York Times recently said that it might be problematic. And when sacred documents... Yes, well, I mean, you're right. It's definitely a negative thing. There's no question about it. Because I suppose, yes, when the principle of free speech itself is under threat, then all other values, as you've explained many times to me, fall away in its wake. One thing that struck me, Dr. Peterson, when you were speaking just then, is the banalisation of our culture. That means making it ordinary and sterile and lacking in glory and lacking in valour. The desacralisation, that means the taking away of God from all things. It seems that there is a globalist and totalitarian scheme to replace God fundamentally, to remove God from the conversation, in order that the globalist state may lay claim to the edicts that we would previously have afforded our Lord and Saviour, the one true living God. But of course, as a Christian, the principle that matters most to me is non-judgment, forgiveness, service, recognition of my own failings, of my own imperfections, of my own sin. Any of you that saw the recent photograph of me in my underpants will know that I am capable of erring even while baptizing. I did some baptisms. I've not been a Christian very long, but I'm getting right out there and doing the baptisms. The apostles were doing it on day one, is what I heard. And there's no point in us coming out here and having just a cosy conversation. We have to take risks with one another. We have to be clear on subjects such as racism and ending bigotry and ending hatred and allowing people the ability to express themselves individually through their identity based on that principle of Christian love and forgiveness. And I'll take a risk greater than finding yourself in the acquaintance of the Clintons or finding yourself on a flight with Jeffrey Epstein. And I speak as a man who went to Vegas with Diddy and was safely in my bed by 11 p.m. Alone, I point out. No freakouts, no baby oil.
Maybe I could speak to this.
Oh, well, you've got to pick up off that.
You know, on the subject of P. Diddy, a lot of people enjoyed his early work with Biggie, but after all, did he not cede too much territory to Def Jam and the great work of Rick Rubin?
So I was actually going to speak to the Christianity element and not to the leave it in Vegas element, and so I think I'll do exactly that. You know, one of the things that's become very clear to me as a consequence of the studies that I've undertaken about the stories that unite us psychologically and socially, the deep stories, and the deepest stories we have that unite us are religious stories, is that, imagine this, imagine you have a choice, because you always do have a choice. You have a choice between leaders who presume that there's no transcendent unity, there's no foundational truth, there's nothing beyond us on the ethical plane, right? So people who are tilting in the atheist direction, they're beholden to no one above themselves, or to no principle above themselves, right? Well, what I've learned from studying what I've studied is that humanity has strived for thousands of years in the most diligent possible manner to conceptualize what should constitute the divine principle of sovereignty to which every man and woman is beholden, and by whom they're judged, whether they know it or not. And that means that there's a sovereign spiritual process that even those who rule us are required to adhere to and kneel to. And if you think clearly, if you think clearly about that, what you understand is that if you have a man or a woman who's leading, who's in a position of sovereign power, and there's nothing to whom they're beholden, the tendency is going to be very strong for them to regard themselves as the sole source of authority, order, and progress. And there isn't anything more dangerous and totalitarian than that. And so this realization that Russell has come to, that there has to be a divine sovereign principle under which we all operate, including the political, is in no small part a fundamental protection against the totalitarian assumption that the leader himself is God. And heaven help us, and seriously so, if we ever fall into that delusion. Take that.
I'm very much enjoying the format that appears to be organically emerging. Because you might have noticed there's been very little planning between Dr. Peterson and myself. We just had microphones thrust into our hands like lotions at a white party. Came out onto the stage, and what it's sort of become is a polysyllabic 8-mile rap battle in which both of us advocate for freedom and for Christ and for liberty and for new forms of unity in novel ways. As allies, in fact, rather than as opponents. Some of you will be aware that auspiciously and with deep serendipity, today is the feast of St. Michael, the Archangel. On this occasion, surely we are protected by heavenly forces. Surely, as the good doctor just indicated, there are higher authorities. Because while I was listening to you, Doctor, I feared that there would be a darker consequence even than personal authority and personal autonomy assumed when there is no loving God, no loving Father, no Trinity in all perpetuity, engaged in loving unity from which creation came. I saw Satan fall from heaven like lightning. The principle of separateness, the principle of self-centeredness, the principle of the ego, the principle of solipsism upon which this great culture is being steered towards. Not community and congregation, subsidiarity and individual authority, no, but some kind of Goliath, some beast slouches from Bethlehem to be born. Some centralized creature that claims that it cares for you so much that it wants to protect your health, cares for you so much it wants you locked in your home, cares for you so much it wants you injected with medications that haven't endured proper or ethical experimentation, cares for you so much that it wants your children to eat addictive and addicting foods, cares for you so much it sees you as little more than larvae on a conveyor belt, leading you to a life of sickness and deception, surrounded by a 360 sphere of illusion, augured by those great investors in media. You'll note that George Soros just bought 300 radio stations. You'll know that Bill Gates invested $300 million in media donations in the last few years. Centralized control. We would never accept it if they came out face first and said it to us. We would oppose them then. So instead they tell us that they care. Instead they tell us that they love us. Instead they tell us that they're trying to protect the vulnerable. But today we must say to the state, to the globalist bureaucratic state, get your help off of us.
I gotta say, he's a hard man to top. I think what I'll attempt to do is to weave together one of the themes that I developed earlier today, and that's the theme of self-sacrifice. One of the things we talked about was the notion that the antithesis of the power that the radical utopians insist lies at the basis of all human relationships is something like voluntary self-sacrifice. Now, in the fundamental traditions that guide our culture, we're enjoined to, what would you say, to place ourselves at the service of the divine logos, right? That's a classical Western conceptualization that's derived from both Greece and Jerusalem. And to put yourself at the service of the divine logos is to allow your speech and your actions to be guided not by your own narrow and hedonistic, immature self-will, but by the aim of your soul towards the highest possible good. That's expressed in the true speech that puts a solid foundation under your feet and the feet of those around you, and by the calling and conscience that leads you forward into the proper future. We all have that at hand, and that's part of the reason why we're described in the most profound stories that we have as carrying the image of God, the Creator who brings the things that are good into being. That's what we have in front of us as a consequence of our fealty to the truth. And the sacrificial element of that is that if you abide by the dictates of the truth that's attempting to reveal itself within you, that you will be called to sacrifice everything within you that is unworthy as you make your way upward towards what? Towards the ineffable, insofar as you're capable of managing that. Right? And insofar as you do that and take that responsibility onto yourself, there's nothing left for the globalist utopian tyrants to offer you, because you've done it for yourselves.
No wonder you were fired from that Canadian university. You're a troublemaker. You're a rabble-rouser. That's very beautiful, Jordan. It's lovely to watch you go into those states. I was thinking, oh no, if Jordan Peterson takes it to crying Jordan Peterson, that's the special move. I've got no answer for that. If he starts crying, oh man, that's it. I'm out. I can't top that. But the truth is that, once again, we are here in collaboration and alliance as unlikely partners, but partners nevertheless. Partners come here to communicate a mutual message, and I think that what you said then is most significant. That I suppose I am an apostate. I formerly belonged to the culture of Hollywood. I've been in their movies, and I remember. I would sometimes wear a hat. I'd usually play a rock star. You remember it. And I've experienced at depth and at length the treasures of the culture that are offered: hedonism, excitement, pleasure, distraction. And like any addict, and I know there'll be people out there that suffer from and are in recovery from addiction, and those of you that are will know that recovery is only possible when you accept a spiritual solution, when you become willing to interrogate and examine what you have become and what you've become attached to. It seems to me that it's not an accident that our culture is predicated upon consuming, upon selfishness, upon distraction, upon mundanity and banality for the individual. A total lack of privacy for the individual, but maximum privacy for the state. A requirement for transparency from individuals, but no transparency from the state. Accountability, lawfare, justice, media, the institutions of your country, all turned against the individual, all utilized for absolute control. Of course, this kind of control would never be accepted if it were visible. It's only through constant escalating crisis, through the elevation of fear and the stimulation of desire, like rats in laboratories, are stimulated into distraction and compliance. When I watched the Democratic Party National Convention, I enjoyed how well it was crafted and staged, and I reflected on the days when I would host things for MTV like the VMAs. For indeed it is the spectacle of politics. Because where there are no principles or values to undergird them, all that's left is a pantheon of stars and new argot of empty language. TV shows where celebrities are paraded before you to willingly endorse ideas and policies and wars and food and power that they'll never eat or suffer as a consequence of. It won't be. I think we generally know it's not their children that die beneath the flags. It's not their children that will be eating that kind of food. And when people talk about populism like it's a negative thing, like it's an ugly thing, when you hear language like basket of deplorables, when you hear dismissiveness and derisory tones around beautiful American people, and if you're a foreigner like me, a visitor like me, and you find yourself in Cheesecake Factory in some mall in Sarasota, you think, are these the people that they hate so deeply? These kind and friendly, warm and charming individuals that don't seem to me to care a great deal about race, that don't seem to me to care about the private sexual behavior of other consenting adults, that want to worship God, raise their family, connect to nature and experience love, but from every single angle in the name of protection are being prevented from experiencing what ought be sacred above all else to Americans. And I say that in the shadow of this mighty pyramid phallus object. It's the right to proudly be who you are, to openly love one another as he has loved us.
So maybe I'll close with this. It's said that by their fruits you will know them. So we could assess that notion momentarily, riffing off what Russell just laid out. So I've spent a substantial amount of time thinking about how you can separate the wheat from the chaff and identify the true leaders who are at your service and not manipulating you. And I would say this: if you're being terrified into compliance, you're being manipulated by tyrants. Tyrants use fear. They use fear and they use force. And what you want instead from your leaders is an invitational welcome, right? And that's why this today is a celebration. We're happy you're here. We're hoping for your help, because your help is necessary. This isn't about formulating a vision for you. It's about inviting you to bear the responsibility for your life. That's precisely the attitude that's made this country great. And so you listen carefully to those who address you and see if they're inviting you to a banquet that you love to attend, or if they're terrifying you into fear of the future and using force and compulsion to regulate your obedience. And I would say, unless you want to be slave-like sheep who have no proper destiny to play, then find the divine invitation and forgo the terror and force.
Ladies and gentlemen, I happily concede this unofficial debate rap battle to the great Jordan Peterson. Now, I know you've got some fantastic speakers coming up. I can see Jimmy Dore down there. I've had a magnificent conversation with Jimmy. And above all else, when I speak to Jimmy Dore, he impresses upon me the necessity for unity, the necessity to remain vigilant, the opportunity to find alliance between one another, to focus on the issues: health, ending war, free speech, not personalities. And if I have your permission, I would like to end in a short prayer on this holy and auspicious day. Heavenly Father, Lord Jesus Christ, I call upon your name on this occasion. May it augment an era of peace. May we reach out our hands in friendship, in particular to those that we might imagine we would oppose. May these institutions that were once regarded sacred, so sacred in fact that any incursion upon them as on January 6th was regarded as a kind of heresy. May the values that warrant these buildings, these institutions, that flag, this nation, being regarded as one nation under God, return to the forefront. May, I pray, Lord Jesus Christ, in your holy name, that all Americans of all cultures and colors and persuasions come together in your name. I ask, Heavenly Father, for a new era of peace, that Satan be cast out in your name in all his forms, but in particular in the bizarre, Kafkaesque, Huxley-esque, late Orwellian form of totalitarianism, bureaucracy in the name of care. Lord, I ask for true republicanism and true democracy, that every individual may feel their freedom to open-heartedly engage in discourse and conversation with one another in good faith. An end to the deception, the lies, and the censorship and the control. Respect the honor of the individual, the sovereignty of the individual, that we are all fallen individuals and that we may serve in your name on the day of the feast of St. Michael. I ask, Lord, that your holy light shine on America and across the world for new voluntary unity, not imposed top-down unity, Lord. Lord, I ask that we be brought together in these principles under your name. I pray for America, and if I have your permission, ladies and gentlemen, we'll end with the Lord's Prayer. Just do the version that you know. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Hallelujah. Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Peterson. Thanks, Bret Weinstein. Thanks, everyone engaged in this event. I wish you a beautiful day. Stay free. Stay free. Cheers, Jimmy. See you, Dave.
Hey everybody, you want to stand up, stretch, do whatever you need to do, get ready, because the gentleman who is about to take the stage has done us one of the greatest services for any of us in living memory, because he is one of the journalists who exposed the Twitter files. I am so proud as a journalist. Matt and I have both been journalists for more than 35 years, and I am so proud to introduce him, especially because he's super nervous backstage, and I have the mic right now, so I can do whatever I want. And he should be nervous. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. This is a great moment for me, because Matt and I have been to war when he was at Rolling Stones, and I have so much respect for him. He is a man who stood up to being canceled. He stood up to being targeted. Yes, he stood by the truth no matter what. He really did. And you know what? You need fighters like that because we're not afraid to take a hit. And you can keep coming, and you can keep coming. But it doesn't matter. So the old tactics, they don't work. What they want is to keep us isolated in our little bubbles, our feedback loops, where they feed you what you want to hear. And Matt Taibbi has a voice that reaches beyond the feedback loop. It breaks through the information dominance, and it's very, very important. So I want to ask him to come out on stage. Where is he? Where is Matt? Matt Taibbi, we need you.
Thank you. Thank you so much to Lara. That was amazing. I'm so proud that we're on the same side now fighting for free speech. However, every amateur speaker's dream following Russell Brand, thanks God. So I was once taught you should always open an important speech by making reference to a shared experience. So, what do we all have in common here at Rescue the Republic? Nothing. In a pre-Trump universe, chimpanzees would be typing their fourth copy of Hamlet before RFK Jr., Robert Malone, Zuby, Tulsi Gabbard, Russell, Bret Weinstein, and I would organically get together for any reason, much less an event like this. One thing we all have in common, or most of us have in common, is that most everybody here has been censored. Now, the issues are all different, but pretty much everybody here disagreed with authoritative voices about something. Now, saying no is very American, from don't tread on me to nuts to you cannot be serious. Defiance is in our DNA. Now, disagreement is seen as a threat and must be hammered out of existence, according to John Kerry, the former presidential candidate. Just the other day, did you hear about this? He complained at a World Economic Forum meeting that it's, quote, really hard to govern, and our First Amendment stands as a major block to the important work of hammering out unhealthy choices. I was telling Tim Pool about this backstage, and he asked, was black ooze pouring out of his mouth when he said this? Kerry added that it's really hard to build consensus, and he told forum members that they need to win the right to govern and be free to implement change. It begs the question, what do they need to be free of? The First Amendment, definitely, but more importantly, us. Complainers. That is our shared experience. We are obstacles to consensus. My name is Matt Taibbi. I've been a reporter for 35 years, covering everything from Pentagon accounting to securities fraud to drone warfare. Many years ago, my little son asked me what I did for a living, and I said, Daddy writes about things that are so horrible they're interesting. 2 years ago, I was invited by Elon Musk to look at internal correspondence in Twitter. And this led to a series of stories called the Twitter Files, whose main revelation was a broad government effort to suppress speech. Now, I was invited here to talk about risks to the First Amendment, but to spare the suspense, that battle is already lost. State censorship is a fact in most of the West. In February, our European allies began observing the Digital Services Act, which requires internet platforms to enforce judgment of state-appointed content reviewers with the Orwellian name trusted flaggers. Now, everything that we found in the Twitter files can be reduced to one sentence. an alphabet soup of U.S. government federal agencies, informally is already doing pretty much the same thing as Europe's horrible draconian new law. Is it against the law when a White House official calls Facebook, and this happened, and asked to ban a journalist for writing that the COVID vaccine doesn't stop infection or transmission? I think, hell yes. It certainly violates the spirit of the First Amendment, even if you can find judges who will say it doesn't violate the letter. But this is post-9/11 America. Whether it's about surveillance or torture or habeas corpus or secret prisons or rendition or any of a dozen other things, we ignore laws. Institutional impunity is the chief characteristic of our current form of government. We have concepts like illegal but necessary. The government can torture, of course the public can't, that's probably good. The state can intercept phone calls, you can't. The state can search without warrants. They can assassinate, snatch your geolocations from your cell phone. You get the idea. These concepts require that officials have special permission to ignore laws when they feel like it. 10 years ago, we were caught spying on 3 different French presidents, as well as companies like BNP Paribas, Crédit Agricole, Peugeot, Renault, and Total. Barack Obama called the French to apologize, but did we stop? No. But we did indict the person who released the news, Julian Assange. By the way, congratulations to Julian for getting out. Finally. And shame on every journalist who didn't call for his release. America ignores laws. It's what we do. With this in mind, our government has moved past censorship to the larger project of changing the American personality. They want a more obedient, more timorous, more fearful citizen. And their tool is the internet, which is a vast machine for doling out rewards and punishments through likes and views or shaming and de-amplification. The mechanics are complicated, but the core concept is pretty simple. You're up-ranked for accepting authority, you're down-ranked for questioning it. Questions are actually considered a form of disinformation in some ways. So let me pause to say something about America's current intellectual class from which the anti-disinformation complex works. By the way, there are no working class censors. The dirty secret of content moderation all over the world is that it's a tiny sliver of educated rich correcting everybody else. It's telling people what fork to use, but you can get a degree in it, basically. The problem is, America has the most useless aristocrats in history. Even the French dandies who were marched to the razor by the Jacobins were towering specimens of humanity compared to the Michael Haydens, John Brennans, James Clappers, Mike McFalls, and Rick Stengels, who make up America's self-appointed speech police. In pre-revolutionary France, even the most drunken, depraved, debauched libertine had to be prepared to back up an insolent act with a sword fight to the death. Our aristocrats pee themselves at a mean tweet. These people have no honor, no belief, no poetry, no art, no humor, no patriotism, which is unique to them, no loyalty, no dreams, and no accomplishments. They are simultaneously illiterate and pretentious, which is very hard to pull off. And they have one idea, and it's not even an idea but a sensation: fear. Rightly so, because they snitch each other out at the drop of a hat. They're afraid of each other. But they're also terrified of everyone outside their social set, and they live in near constant dread of being caught with even one original opinion. Now, freedom of speech is a beautiful phrase. It's strong, it's optimistic, it has a ring to it, right? but it's being replaced in the discourse by misinformation and disinformation. And these words aren't beautiful at all, but they're full of the small, pettifogging, bureaucratic anxiety of a familiar American villain, the busybody, the prohibitionist, the nosy Parker, the snoop. H.L. Mencken defined Puritanism as the haunting fear that somebody somewhere is happy. That streak of our early European settlers survives in us and surfaces periodically through moral panics. 400 years ago, it was witches, then it was Catholic immigrants, then it was the devil's music, then it was comic books, then it was booze, then it was communists, and now it's information. And because freedom of speech is now frequently described as a stalking horse for hate and discrimination, the phrase appears less and less. Speech is mentioned in reputable media really only as a possible vector for the disease of misinformation or disinformation. And for most people, the only thing that will remain of this issue soon is a little flutter of nerves reminding them not to think about it. That's why it's important to understand the end game of the censors is not controlling speech. They're already doing that. They're already removing speech. The end game is getting us to forget that we ever had anything to say. Yeah, that was the bummer part of the speech. To small thinkers, speech is just a wilderness of threats. You know, the people who look outside the window and they see nothing but ticks and bugs and germs and bats. The people who built this country, whatever else you can say about them, they weren't small thinkers. They were big thinkers. And by that I mean not just intellect, but arrogance, gall, brass, audacity. Kurt Vonnegut, that's all right. Kurt Vonnegut called the Founding Fathers sea pirates, and he wasn't far off. These guys stole a continent from the King of England and got away with it. You ever think about why people root for the robbers in heist movies? There's a little bit of outlaw in all of us. Eminem said there ain't no such thing as halfway crooks, and there was nothing halfway about the writers of the Constitution. James Madison, the author of the First Amendment, foresaw this exact situation of a government that ignores laws. In fact, and I didn't know this until I had to research the speech, he was originally opposed to the Bill of Rights because he didn't think paper guarantees could stop a corrupt government. So he thought bigger. He put together a document that was designed to inspire a certain personality type that would resist efforts to undo the experiment. And here a very important quality came into play. James Madison was a great writer. The 44 words of the First Amendment were composed with extraordinary subtlety. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech, and here's the alliterative part, or of the press, or of the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. Yes, let's applaud for that. Now, what was he saying? The First Amendment didn't confer rights to the people. It didn't entrust government with guaranteeing them. Instead, the founders stood to the side the way an old country recognizes a new country, and they simply acknowledged an eternal truth, the freedom of the human mind. And this is what censors never understand. Speech is free. Trying to stop it is like trying to catch butterflies with a hammer or stop a flood with a teaspoon. Choose your metaphor, but it's a fool's errand. You can apply as many rules as you want. You can threaten punishment. You can lock people up. The human mind always sets its own course, even in spite of itself. The poet William Ernest Henley explained about a century after the Constitution was written. He said, remember, it matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishment the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. And unlike the busybodies of the internet age, to whom words are just another overproduced, overplentiful, unnecessary, and vaguely hazardous commodity, like greenhouse gases or plastic soda bottles, people like Madison understood the value of language. In 1787, you might have to walk a mile or 5 just to see a printed word. And it was probably the Bible. Now, I'm not religious, but I've read the Bible, and of course, so did they. They knew the Gospel of John. In the beginning was the Word. And the Word was God, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And this was a reference to Genesis. In the beginning, God said, "Let there be light," and the world was born. So for them, the Word was infused with the power of creation itself. It wasn't a small thing. This wasn't just law. This was metaphysics. This was cosmogony. We were a little country run by a bunch of jumped-up tobacconists and corn farmers who needed an ally to withstand the wrath of European royalty. And we got it by lighting a match under human ingenuity and creativity and passion. Now, what was the American personality? Madison said he hoped to strengthen the will of the community, but other revolutionaries weren't quite so polite. Thomas Paine's central message was that, compared to even the humblest farmer, was a towering moral giant compared to the invertebrate scum who wore crowns and lived in British castles. Common sense told us to stand up straight, never bow, especially not to a politician, because, as Paine explained, and I want you all to think of John Kerry and Michael Hayden and Dick Cheney here, men who look upon themselves as born to reign and others to obey are frequently the most ignorant and unfit of any throughout the dominions. Oscar Wilde noted ours is the only country in the world where being a kook is respectable. Every other country shunned the tinkerer or the mad inventor or the crazy genius, and they cheerfully donated them to us, which turbocharged our American experiment. We welcome crazy people. And the world has light bulbs, the telephone, movies, airplanes, submarines, the internet, false teeth, the Colt 45, rock and roll, and monster dunks as a result. Wilde lampooned our ignorance and our lack of artistic sophistication and our occasional tolerance for ugly words. Hilariously, he refused to speak at a town that named himself Griggsville. He didn't want to encourage them. But his final observation about us was a supreme compliment. He said, "The Americans are the best politically educated people in the world. It is well worth one's while to go to a country which can teach us the beauty of the word freedom and the value of the thing, liberty." In my 20s, thank you. As a young man, I traveled to the former Soviet Union, spent a decade away from America, and I noticed that people from other cultures often had hang-ups about authority. The men from autocratic countries in the Middle East, they were always seemed to be coming up to me sideways and whispering as though they were afraid someone would hear, even if it was something meaningless. They would say, "Listen, my friend, the only good song George Michael ever wrote was Faith." And I'd say, why are we whispering? And they'd say, I don't know. People who grew up in places with the Queen and their money were class conscious and calibrated what they could say according to who else was at the table. Russians, they were like us. They're expressive and free-spirited and funny, but they're infected with a terrible fatalism, and they freeze around badges and insignias and other symbols of authority as if they have magic power. And over time I realized I liked being an American. For the first time, it's really something to see the American experience through the eyes of foreigners. I did an interview once at a restaurant in Moscow called Scandinavia, and a group of European diplomats was having a conference, and they were complaining about a table of loud Americans, the typical ugly Americans, and they sent a young Swedish waiter over to deal with them. And this poor young man, he leaned over to the biggest and loudest of these finance bros who reminded me of guys who dumped my books in high school, so I wasn't sympathetic. But he leaned over and he said, "If you could keep your voice down, sir." And the American turned and said, "Is that a question?" He said, "You mean be quiet, right?" And the kid said, "Yeah." And so he stood up and he said, "Look, you're over here because a bunch of Belgians over there are too afraid to come over here themselves. You're carrying that like the weight of the world. I can see it. Let it go, man." And now even the diplomats grew spines. They said, "Hey, we're not Belgians." The American said, "You're Belgians." And he gave the floor to the kid who said, "Please be quiet." And they gave him a $100 tip, and the kid walked around the rest of the night like he owned the place, and he probably went on to, I don't know. But I realized at that moment there's a little bit of asshole in every American, and that's a good thing. William Blake said, "Always be willing to speak your mind, and a base man will avoid you." And people from other countries have trouble with that concept, but Americans, we're born with it. And by the way, propaganda is the same trick. It's always the same thing as what happened in that restaurant. It's always someone else trying to make you feel bad for their mistakes, for their weakness. Don't go for it. Don't be ground down by it. Our tradition says stand up and give it back, which is why I say that Kerry, Hayden, Cheney, Adam Schiff, Craig Newmark, Reid Hoffman, Pierre Omidyar, and especially that Time editor turned self-appointed censor, Rick Stengel, should be packed into a rocket and launched into the fucking sun. And let's be clear about our language. Madison famously eschewed the word toleration or tolerance when it came to religion, and he insisted on the word freedom or liberty instead, or free exercise. And this became the basis for the Virginia Declaration of Rights, which became the basis for the Bill of Rights. And that's why we don't have toleration of religion. We have freedom of religion. Why we don't have toleration of speech, we have freedom of speech. That's using the right word at the right time. So to the people who are suggesting that there are voices who should be ignored, or people who are suggesting that I'm saying that I'm encouraging mistrust or skepticism or of authority, or that I'm obstructing consensus, I'm not encouraging you to be skeptical of authority. I'm encouraging you to defy authority. That is the right word for this time. And to all those snoops and nosy Parkers sitting in their Homeland Security funded centers of excellence, telling us day after day we must think as they say and vote as they say, or else we're traitorous, Putin-loving fascists and enablers of dangerous disinformation. Motherfucker, I'm an American. That shit doesn't work on us. And how can you impugn our patriotism when you're sitting in Klaus Schwab's lap apologizing for the First Amendment to a crowd of Europeans? Look in the mirror. We're not the problem. You're the problem. You suck. Thank you.
Taibbi. Matt Taibbi, everybody. That was amazing. Okay, so this is a great pleasure for me to introduce our next speaker because this is a man who's had the shit kicked out of him for decades over the one thing that many of us ignored, vaccines. Long before COVID, long before anybody was paying attention, he'd take a little camera and he'd go up to Washington, D.C., and he would do something that annoyed the crap out of the FDA, which was he would film the vaccine approval hearings. And what he discovered when all he did was roll his camera, he didn't edit it, he didn't do anything to it. What he discovered is there is no approval hearing. They don't do their jobs. They go there and they rubber stamp whatever it is. And so all these years, I'm a mom, I'm giving birth, I'm giving my kids vaccines, and I never gave a thought to what I was putting in their bodies. And they denied that any vaccine injured existed. They hated Del Bigtree. They hated him. They couldn't stand it because all he did was capture them, document them, supposedly doing their jobs. And they weren't doing their jobs long before COVID. So congratulations to everybody who woke up during COVID. You owe that man, this man who's coming out here in a few moments, you owe him a debt of gratitude because he was in that fight long before millions of us. They tried to get rid of him every way they could. Every way they could. They have been relentless. And I just want to say, if there are any journalists here today who are going to write that this is a far-right gathering, that anyone here is ultra-right, that anyone here is a conspiracy theorist, I don't know, excuse my French, but you can go fuck yourselves. About that! Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to welcome to the stage a man who has a very special place in my heart. He is a funny... When you get him on a roll, let me tell you, you want Del Bigtree on a roll because he is as smart and funny as he is brave. And I hope he's ready. Where are you? Del Bigtree, come on out here. Del Bigtree!
Hello, Washington, D.C. We are so close. Oh, my God. It's right there. You know, when I made Vax, which put me in the middle of this entire crazy experience, a lot of people will credit Vax with having ignited this health movement, medical freedom movement. But the truth is there have been many movies before about vaccines. There have been a lot of doctors talking about it. But every one of them would interview Dr. Andrew Wakefield, and then they would take him out of the movie because he was too controversial. He had dared to question whether the MMR vaccine was somehow connected to autism. And for that, he needed to be censored permanently forever. But I decided when I got involved with that film that he was in the middle of making, Andy, we're not going to hide you. I'm going to put you in the film. It's going to be directed by you. And I'll oversee it. And we'll do what Hollywood does. And we will rock the world. But here's what I knew. I knew they were going to attack us. I knew they were going to censor us. And that was our entire plan. And now I get to say it. I said, they are going to be so angry about this movie that the pharmaceutical industry and all of its power over our government, over our media, they will be so angry that they will make the greatest mistake of their entire lives, and they will attack us on the front papers of every newspaper. And that is the day we will start winning this argument. Up until then, the movement kept hiding from cameras, kept saying, oh, they just chew up our words and make us look like liars, and so we're avoiding the press. I said, no, that stops today. I'm going to get in front of every single camera I can, and I'm going to speak the truth every time I can. And let them try to change my words. Let them try to take out pieces when all I'm going to do is speak truth. And that's all we've done for the last 8 years. And what happened? They kicked Vaxxed out of Tribeca Film Festival, which made it one of the biggest media headlines in the world. I didn't know where the censorship would start. I had kind of hoped I would get to win an award before it happened. But in the end, they kicked us out of Tribeca, and every headline said baby killers. Oh my God, this movie must be stopped. Nobody should see it. And of course, for an entire year after that moment, every single theater we went to had a line down the block of people asking, what the hell's going on here? Because in America, when you try to censor a story, we get fucking curious. And so Vaxxed swept the world. Millions and millions and millions of people watched it, and a movement began. Actually, a movement was there, but a movement got fueled. And then I met Robert Kennedy Jr. Robert Kennedy Jr. called me one day and said, Donald Trump wants me to go to the NIH and bring all of our issues around vaccines straight to the NIH. He said, we should probably team up on this because you're really loud and you seem to have a lot of good information. Let's put our information together and let's work as a team. And so in early 2017, I was sitting at the NIH across from Tony Fauci. Didn't really even know who the guy was at that point. And Bobby was sitting across from Francis Collins. And we laid out all of the issues we saw with the vaccine program, all of the lack of testing. We said, you know, is it true that you have not done a single safety trial on any of the childhood vaccines? Said, what? No, I mean, because honestly, we've looked. We can't find a single double-blind placebo trial of any of the childhood vaccines that are on the market today. Have you ever done that study? And they were kind of quiet, a really long silence. And eventually, Tony Fauci and Francis Collins admitted, we don't do safety trials, placebo trials, because it would be unethical. It would be unethical to test these products that we put into children. It'd be unethical to give it a safety test. And so it's never been done. I've been saying it for 8 years, and everyone on the camera, it's never been done. And every one of these news agencies will say, oh, that's misinformation. Show me a double-blind placebo trial done prior to licensure on any childhood vaccine. You can't do it. No, instead you'll call Paul Offit, who makes money off of vaccines, or Peter Hotez, an expert who makes money off of vaccines, that sold this stupid concept to the world. We'll ask the shills to defend their product. So in the end, at the NIH meeting, they said, okay, it would be unethical to do safety trials. I said, great. Why don't you just do a comparative study then? If that's unethical, let's not put anyone at risk. You're sitting on a database of 10 million people called the VSD, the Vaccine Safety Data Link. Why don't you guys How about this idea? Take all the unvaccinated people, tens of thousands of them, and then compare them to all the vaccinated people and ask some really simple questions. Who has more cancer? Who has more diabetes? Who has more ADD, ADHD? Who has more autism and Tourette's and lupus and leukemia? We are the home of Microsoft. We are the home of Apple. We are now the home of AI technologies. This study of all the databases in the world could be done in one day. Every one of you could have the answers to all of your questions in one day. And the day we asked them to do it, you know what they said? We will never do that study. Why? Do you think it's because they're so sure vaccines are safe? Let me ask you this. Do you really think they haven't done that study? Because a comparative study between the vaccinated and the unvaccinated, if they could say to the world, look, the vaccinated are clearly healthier than all the unvaccinated people, here's the evidence. If they could do that, I'm not on this stage. Robert Kennedy's not about to storm your Capitol and take over your regulatory agencies. If they could show you one study like that, don't you think they would? And don't you think they've tried 1,000,000 times to do that study somehow, to fix it, to make the data look like vaccinated people are actually healthy? You know they've done it. You know they studied it just the way they studied the COVID vaccine. And just like Vaxxed, because I knew they would attack. I knew that this movement was growing so big that they were going to have to show you how powerful they think you are, how powerful they think you are, by shutting you down, by shutting you in your home, by taking away your voice, by taking away your ability to share the people you are listening to. They decided to turn into an authoritarian government, to force a vaccine that you watch never get properly safety tested. We knew it was going to happen at the high wire. I knew how they did this game. But then the entire country and the entire world watched the biggest fraud in history happen to them personally. You see, every once in a while, the best thing to do when you're facing a bully is pick a fight. Pick a fight. Get them swinging like lunatics so they make the biggest mistakes they've ever made in their lives, and that's what they've done. They have turned you and millions of people across this country and across the world into an army of truth seekers and truth tellers. They are so panicked right now. Misinformation, malinformation, misinformation. We're going to stop it. They're admitting it to you because they're so desperate and they're so pathetic. Sure, if they could steal this election, they would. But I have news for them. There's too many of us now. We are taking this thing back. We are standing up for our founding fathers that said, you never get to censor us. You don't get to tell us what we can talk about. And yes, Gavin Newsom, we do get to make fun of you and Kamala Harris and whoever else we want. You don't have to laugh. You just have to shut up and get out of our way. Lastly, it's moments like this when we see people coming together from every walk of life that you realize how brilliant this country is. How important ideas are. And how important it is to love your country, to love your children, more, as Bobby Kennedy said, than we hate each other. I was honored for the last 18 months to be the communications director for Robert Kennedy Jr. on his campaign. The most amazing experience of my life, and I wish every one of you could have had that experience. To walk with a man with that level of integrity, who no matter how much they said, go out and give the booyah speech like I would, he's like, Del, I don't do that. I'm not going to try and manipulate energy. I'm just going to tell the people the truth. No matter how much he's attacked by the press or even by his own family, nothing but grace and honor and dignity came out of his mouth about everyone around him. And every time he was asked a question far outside of what we thought he was only caring about, vaccines and health, wars in the Middle East, issues around the world, a knowledge and a depth of knowledge and history that we've never seen in a candidate before. And I walked with him on that journey as the media censored every single step he took. Never interviewed him, never talked to him, never gave him an opportunity to talk to this country. And so when the moment came where we realized you're not going to be led in any of the debates, they're not going to let you speak to all the people, enough to be able to be elected, we've got to think about what we're doing now. And I just want to say, I watched Robert Kennedy with the weight of the world, with everyone in his family, and a name like Kennedy, and a Democratic Party, but more importantly, hundreds of thousands of volunteers that had gotten him on the ballot in 50 states, something that had never been accomplished. I want you to think for one moment, everyone that's watching this now, I want you to put yourself in his shoes. My family doesn't want me to do this. The party of my family doesn't want me to do this. And everybody that's worked so hard for a year and a half to put me into a position so that maybe I could win, they don't want me to do this. But I sat in the room as I watched his heart, and you heard him when he said it. I've only got 10 more years. This is the most important moment I've ever been in. And when Donald Trump made that call and said, Bobby, I want you to help me clean this system up. I want you to help me make America healthy again. I want you to help me stop them from poisoning our kids anymore. Bobby put it all aside and said, I'm here, I'm present, I'm accounted for. And now America, let's follow them to the promised land. Let's follow them back to our own power. Because in the end, we have to trust somebody. We have to trust the people that have been telling us the truth, the ones that have never censored us, and the ones that stand for freedom. Freedom! 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 Tell everyone you know. That's what's happening in 35 days.
Bigtree, ladies and gentlemen! Okay, they let Matt Taibbi talk for 30 minutes and they told me keep your 1-minute intro short. Come on! Okay, you don't need to hear from me because you all know this guy. He's amazing, and today is a very special day for this young man because he is launching his solo career right now, right here in this historic moment. Dpak, ladies and gentlemen. A man who's best known for his music, but is also a philosopher and a thought leader. And what he is launching today, he's got his two guys at his side, Johnny Twilight and Spirit. He's going to tell you more about them. but they are launching Plandemic the Musical and Team Humanity, which is the community of people that he is building he does some crazy things, okay? He doesn't eat meat, and he fixes his own body. You're going to show them those moves you showed me last night? Okay. I handed it over to Dpak, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy the show.
How you guys doing out there? Make some noise. Rescue the Republic for being here. That's right. Been behind the scenes for a minute, making music stuff for Disney, did Rihanna, performed all over the world, had a couple record deals with bands. But then I realized the calling is here. The calling is deep to step up, to step beyond, to get it going. Is there some kind of buzz going on right now? Hold on one second. There's a bit of a noise here. Is it all good? Okay, cool. It's in my headphones. Anyway, I just want to let you know that I'm glad to be here. I'm launching my solo career officially today as Dpak, D-P-A-K, Dpak World. In front of you all, we got teamhumanity.world. We're going to sing you some songs, and let's take it from there. Let's go. Thank you. One second, we're figuring out a little kink here. Sorry, guys. I'll talk in the meantime just for another quick second. So, yeah, that's right. I want to quickly announce this. So we got Plandemic the Musical coming out, by the way, on October 10th. Plandemicthemusical.com. You can sign up, find out where it's screening. There's a world premiere happening, Plandemic.com. It's going to be on London Reel on 10/10. Massive watch party. Spread the word. It's going to be happening. Mickey Willis, my hero, my musical the director of the film, and we all worked together, and we made this awesome film. It's so exciting. I wanted to share that with you. And while we're on everything, I wanted to talk just for a quick second while they're fixing this tech thing, and then we'll get these songs popping up for you guys. So the main message I wanted to share with you while we're solving this is about self-empowerment. You know, we've got a whole thing happening right now, and the only reason that we're in this place in this world right now is because a lot of us as a people have been outsourcing our power to other individuals, to other systems that don't have our best interests at heart. So we can wait all day for the system to heal us. We can wait all day for the system to make us get healthy. But if we're waiting, we're gonna be waiting a long time. It's really up to us to make a decision right here, right now. Like, we can be healthy. You guys realize we can be healthy right now, right? We can choose what we eat. We can choose what we buy, what we vote for with our dollar. We have the empowerment. We have the choice to do that right now. So we got to recognize that the only thing that can hurt us is stress. And we can reduce our stress also right now. Reduce our cortisol, which is actually creating disease in our body, creating acidosis. We can raise our cortisol, we can lower our cortisol and raise our serotonin and increase the infinite possibilities of our lives, literally with basic things like breath work, meditation, learning all about... All good? Yeah, sorry. We can learn so much just about what we can do on our own and learn how to literally step up our game, step up our power, and be united as one people. You guys all feel that? Okay, awesome. Just working out a little kink here. I got funny things going on in my headphones, so sorry about that. Yeah. Take this out. Okay. So I wanted to say a couple more quick things. The one thing that we can do as a people is recognize that we're sitting in codependency with systems outside of ourselves, once again, outsourcing our power to other authorities, again, that don't have our best interests. So the best thing we can do is take the power back with every choice that we make. Take the power back with every move that we do, with all of our choices, with all of our food, with all of our relationships, and not be waiting for some hero to save us. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the ones we've been waiting for. You know what I'm saying? We're the ones we've been waiting for. And so let's make that happen. Let's do this. Are we good? This one came out, by the way. This came out. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. It's all part of it. And guess what? It's all perfect. How's that? How's that? Okay, all right, we can do this. That was my stalling stalling, talk about nothing for like a minute thing. Here we go. Let's rock. Let's get that reverb going in the vocals, please. We can all see you bleeding for freedom. Don't you see where it's leading? Haven't you had enough? Don't wanna see another battlefield for a chosen son. Another bed of ashes for the missing ones who came to God's corner with a loaded gun. Was it for nothing? And now it's up to you to tame my wild heart in a holy bed. And now you hear it sinking to your bones. It's not the real thing, let it go. It's not the real thing, don't you know? It's not the real thing, let it go. It's not the real thing, let it go. When you find it, don't deny it, 'cause it's always been your story. Turn and face it, can you make it? Take a chance now, this is who we are. Get that track back there? This is who we are. All right, everybody, let's do this. Spirit, everybody.
Renaissance is upon us. It's nothing you can do about it. Disable the dislikes, disable the comments. Our community guidelines, that's called being honest. I heard he couldn't take me out, so they took me out of context.
I'm afraid of the unafraid. Messing with us was a big mistake. We're stopping the wars and we're stopping the pain. Get out of the way, we got some people to save. I guess they forgot it's the land of the free. I guess they forgot it's the home of the brave. I think it's time we remind them. I think it's time we remind them. I guess they forgot it's the land of the free. I guess they forgot it's the home of the brave. I think it's time we remind them. Yeah, I think it's time we remind them. I guess they forgot it's the land of the free. I guess they forgot it's the home of the brave. I think it's time we remind them. I think it's time we remind them. Sing it. I guess they forgot it's the land of the free. I guess they forgot it's the home of the brave. I think it's time we remind them. I think it's time we remind them.
Yeah. Put your hands together. This song is from Plandemic the Musical right here.
Now we know we've always been free. Love each other even if we disagree. It's all inside, shine the light and sing. Let the freedom ring. Freedom! Now we know we've always been free. Love each other even if we disagree. It's all inside, shine a light and sing. Let the freedom ring. Let the freedom ring.
more song for you guys. Before that, I just wanted to make that final announcement. If you have your phones with you right now, grab your phones if you could. I would love you all to take a picture and tag us. We're having a contest to give away. We're doing a giveaway. So grab your phones if you could. Take a picture of everything and tag us anywhere you can find us on Dpak World on social media. You can do it on Instagram, do it on X. Huh? This is the last song right here. We're going to do it right now. Here we go. Together we rise. Pop the track. Let's go. This song's coming out on October 17th. TeamHumanity.world. Rise up from the ashes. Rise up from the flames. See through the lies that feed the fires that we create. Come out from the shadow. Come out in plain sight. Nothing to lose, it's time to move into the light. Together, united, deny it, or fight it, no more hiding anymore. The story, we write it, or lose it, we can't keep quiet anymore. 'Cause together we will rise up, together we will rise up. Together we will rise, can't wait any longer. It's our time, yeah, 'cause it's our time. Together we will rise, together we will rise, together we will rise. Can't wait any longer. It's our time, yeah, 'cause it's our time. Oh. Thank you all so much, everybody. Now we're fighting for the lives of our sons and daughters. It's the war we're gonna lose if we divide ourselves apart. Yeah, it's time to rip the veil that covers everything. The talking heads that wanna make us blind. And when we strike back, we shoot love into the sky. United, deny it, or fight it, no more hiding anymore. Our story, we write it, or lose it, we can't keep quiet anymore. 'Cause together we will rise up, together we will rise up, together we will rise. Can't wait any longer, it's our time, yeah, 'cause it's our time. Together we will rise up. Together we will rise up. Together we will rise. We wait any longer. It's our time, yeah. It's our time. Woo! Let's go rescue the Republic. Thank you all so much, everybody. Appreciate you. Check out TeamHumanity.world to find that song. Thank you. Love you guys so much. Peace.
Can you go to that website? Can you go to that website?
What is it?
TeamHumanity.org.
Sorry. Okay, everybody, for our next speaker, she's apparently more dangerous than Osama bin Laden, according to who those people, the SPLC, that now keeps lists of domestic violent extremists. I don't want to scare anybody, but this individual is apparently shaking the foundations of the nation, shattering the democracy, and bringing the republic to its knees for the crime of documenting books that are in our children's schools, books that teach young boys how to pleasure older men, books that tell kids how to kill themselves, books that tell kids how to shoot up a school. These are the crimes that Moms for Liberty are guilty of exposing. And instead of going after the people putting that nonsense in our schools, they go after the mothers and the fathers who care about what's happening to our children. It's called grooming, ladies and gentlemen. It's called grooming and training. I'm listed. I made one speech at a Moms for Liberty event, and I am now listed as a domestic violent extremist. So, along with our next speaker, Tiffany Justice. Tiffany, come out here on stage. She's smart, she's brave, she's beautiful, and 60 Minutes didn't have the balls to print anything she read to them.
Hello. I am so excited and honored to be here with all of you today. I am a mom of 4, and in 2016, I decided that I was going to run for school board in my local community. And I saw behind the education curtain, and then COVID happened, and everyone saw behind the education curtain. We saw the fact that our children were being indoctrinated in school, not educated, and I'm here to ring the alarm that only a third of kids in America right now are reading on grade level. That is atrocious. We spend over $840 billion a year on public education in America, and it is going to take all of us getting involved and having our voices heard to make change happen. Thank you. When I was on school board, the superintendent wanted to create a medical committee. He wanted to pick some doctors who were going to make recommendations for us on our children. And I looked at him and I told him that we do not co-parent with the government. In the busiest time of our lives, moms and dads didn't realize that we were going to have to get involved in our government. It was somebody else that ran for office. But we saw during COVID that politics matter because policies matter because people matter. And there were really bad policies that were hurting our families. And so we had to get involved. Moms and dads, you need to step up. You need to run for office. You need to figure out how you're going to support other people to run for office. Your vote matters. Your voice matters. President Trump stands for parental rights. He knows that parents have the fundamental right to direct the upbringing of their children. That includes their education, their medical care, their morality, their religion. Parents are the #1 driver of student success. Stand up for our children. Stand up for our country. Your voice and your vote matters. Do not throw it away. We've got a chance to save America and remind the federal government that we do not co-parent with them. Thank you.
Good job, Tiffany. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is truly a lovely woman. She's beautiful inside and out. She's also unbelievably smart. She's an evolutionary biologist who spent a long time studying things most of us have never heard of. She has written a New York Times bestseller. She's a scientist and a storyteller. And she also happens to be the co-host of an extraordinary podcast with the extraordinary Bret Weinstein. I try to find out who is boss in the house, but they're so nice they say that it doesn't work like that in their house. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the podium Dr. Heather Hine.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here today. Here. You are here. Born in remarkable times in a remarkable country. This is the time and place where you exist, and it is your sacred duty to embrace reality and choose between abdication of your rights and duties and engagement. And you have chosen engagement. You are here. Each of you, an improbable creature on an improbable planet, in an improbable cosmos. We humans have the longest childhoods on the planet. And this is not happenstance, it is not luck. Dragonflies don't have childhoods, they have nothing to learn. It's all hardwired in. Mice have a little bit to learn, but not that much. Crows, though, crows and elephants and great apes like us and dolphins and wolves, we have a lot to learn. We all need to learn to be what we're going to be, humans most of all. Born utterly helpless, human babies are all potential and opportunity, so many years of opportunity ahead of them, during which to explore, imagine, create, play, experiment, make mistakes, and learn. We are improbable and marvelous and utterly human, and we are right here. To be born an American baby in much of the latter half of the 20th century was a lucky thing. The schools were good, and you could learn real things. Mothers were as likely to tell their rambunctious youngsters to go outside as anything else. Healthy children weren't medicated, and sick children were rare. Life was not perfect then. It never can be. But children had time. Time to climb trees and build hideouts and have battles with sticks and cones. Time to sit with friends and talk. Time to think and be alone with their own thoughts. Time to imagine. Imagine the most amazing things, to sometimes even go deep into those fantasies, maybe even begin to believe them. But nobody confused reality with imagination, at least not the adults. Parents understood that it was their job to provide a structure with honorable rules within which their children could explore and take risks, and parents had the full authority to do their job. Now, the children of America are once again becoming suspicious of each other on the basis of the color of their skin. The Democratic Party, which supported slavery, transformed itself into the party that brought us civil rights, has transformed itself once again into the party of racism, preaching that the color of your skin is proof of what's inside your head. Now, the children of America are learning to be scared of one another, scared of disagreement, scared of exploring both landscapes and ideas. They are locked down in the name of safety, kept from anything that might put them at risk, much the same way that a violent mental patient is restrained in a straitjacket. Our children are being treated like mental patients, and thus, many of them are becoming mental patients. Now, our children are being drugged and drugged and drugged some more, drugs to treat normal childhood variation. Speed to make the active young boy more compliant in the classroom. Anti-anxiety meds to quiet the concerns of the sensitive girl and make it far more difficult to learn how to soothe herself down the road. Children are not normally sick, but American children are, and ever more so. We are a chronically sick people, and our children are following right in our footsteps. The solution to this is not, as the blue team would have us believe, to negotiate with pharma to make the drugs cheaper. Most of what ails America's children cannot be solved with pharmaceuticals. President Biden claimed this summer that, quote, "We have finally beaten pharma after all these years." Hardly. What the Biden-Harris administration did with their Inflation Reduction Act was to lower prices for prescription drugs, okay, instead of asking why so many children and their parents and almost all Americans are on so many pharmaceuticals in the first place. It is unprecedented. We must and we can make America healthy again, starting with our children. The solution does not lie with pharmaceuticals. The solution lies in part with food, real food, grown by real farmers, not sludge dreamed up in a lab and put together in a factory. Our children are being made sick and miserable by what they eat. Most of it isn't food, doesn't deserve the name food. It is hyper-processed, full of agrochemicals, lacking nutrition, but full of addictive potential. So many children are now diabetic or pre-diabetic, have metabolic syndrome, autism. This is new. These are new problems. Half of American children are overweight. Nearly half of them are obese. Children we're talking about. And yet Ozempic, and its pharmaceutical relatives, the newest magic pills with which to treat your ills, are being given to children as young as 6 years old. Instead of medicating children to treat brand new illnesses, we need to address root causes and keep big food, big ag, and big pharma far away from our children. Corporations are being allowed to contaminate our children's bodies and get access to their brains by advertising to them. Meanwhile, the schools are indoctrinating them. Our children are being indoctrinated into a new religion, a religion called the science. The new religion called the science has no bearing on actual science, but because it comes wrapped up in a thing with a nice name and a nice package, the new religion is trusted and believed. The science teaches fantasy. Fantasy like girls can become boys and boys can become girls. The new religion called the science teaches fantasy like frosted mini-wheats are healthier than eggs. And the new religion called the science teaches fantasy like the only way to be healthy in the face of a novel pathogen is to submit to the authorities, comply with their orders, and take into yourself brand new technology that we are now well aware is neither safe nor effective. Meanwhile, the children of America are learning nearly nothing of actual science, of its wonder and expansiveness, of discovery and uncertainty and hypothesis and excitement and that tingling in the back of the brain that you get when you're onto something, but what is it? Wait a minute, I have it, eureka! The children of America are being denied their moments of discovery. I did not know, but now I do. I figured it out. Children are naturally full of wonder, while asking questions, forming opinions, abandoning beliefs in the face of new information. They do not, by and large, accept that there are things that they cannot know or ask about unless they are beaten down. The human spirit is inherently inquisitive and creative. America's children need to spend time off their screens and in the dirt, growing flowers and food. America's children need to spend time with pen and ink and color and clay, learning to represent their world. America's children need to learn to spend time moving their bodies with speed and with skill, and they need to spend time observing the world around them and being encouraged to ask questions of it. Why are there so many colors of flowers? How do eyeglasses work? I wonder what it's like on Mars. And the children of America they need to have classrooms with teachers who are willing to say, I don't know. And how do we figure that out? And no, we are not going to Google it. Gardens and art and sport and actual science. These are some of what the children of America need and which precious few are getting. Instead of gardens and art and sport and actual science, our children are getting gold stars for everyone, preferred pronouns, rainbow flags, and a pathological focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion. The human spirit is inquisitive and creative, but the human spirit can be beaten down. The schools are doing just that, becoming centers of ideology and control. The schools are very successful at beating down the human spirit. In the new religion called the science, being advocated for by the Democrats, there is nothing new under the sun. No hope, no wonder, no excitement. It's not science, it's technocracy. Everything is already known. The experts have the answers. The experts will deliver you what you need. Processed food, a pill and a shot, and a screen with endless apps in which to waste your days. This is life for children into the 21st century America. A life lived through screens, pharma, and fake food, instead of one lived through creativity, exploration, and the fruit of the land. It is the parent's job to model and teach honesty and integrity, loyalty and kindness, determination and courage. Parenting comes with a responsibility to restrict your children, to establish and enforce honorable rules, and to gradually release those structures and those strictures as your child becomes more capable and has to take risks in the world. It is also a parent's job to provide as much opportunity as possible for their children and to teach their children that any opportunities that do not come to them or which they lose, they need to find for themselves. But parents aren't being allowed to parent. Parental rights are being taken away. The very core of humanity under attack. When rioters were allowed to take over many American cities in the summer of 2020, including in Portland, Oregon, where I then lived, it was the Black Lives Matter movement that was at the forefront. Black Lives Matter did not turn out to be about Black Lives Mattering, though. It turned out to be about enriching the founders of the movement through graft and overturning much of what Americans hold dear. Included among the principles that BLM had on its site in June of 2020 was this, quote, "We disrupt the Western prescribed nuclear family structure requirements," end quote. The rioting that was spearheaded by BLM was allowed by Democratic mayors and governors, encouraged even. They said it was the compassionate thing to do. The attack on the family has thus been written into the very principles of activist organizations that are adored and promoted by Democratic leaders. The attack on parental rights shows up in myriad ways, both direct and indirect. In states from Indiana to Texas to Montana, parents are losing custody of their children because they dare to protect them from the fantasy propagated by the science that boys can become girls and girls can become boys. This summer, following the Biden-Harris administration's sweeping new reforms of Title IX, which now explicitly provides protected status to the fantasy concept gender identity, California became the first state in the nation to allow schools to keep such information about children from their parents. And in Minnesota, Governor Walz signed legislation allowing the courts to take temporary emergency jurisdiction of children when gender-affirming care is not forthcoming. These are direct attacks on children, on parents, and on families. The indirect attacks, though, are no less brutal. They don't seem like attacks, but they are. A parent, usually a mother, becomes convinced that in the name of kindness and compassion and that fantasy called the science, they should abdicate responsibility for their children, hand it over to teachers and activists on social media who tell lies. Lies like, if you don't help trans your kid, he's going to kill himself. In fact, when your boy wakes up in the morning and says he's a girl, it is not time to embrace the fantasy. You did not just get a daughter. What you have is a boy who is exploring his identity, and it will pass if you let it. Because explore and imagine is what children do. These confused parents are being told that it is the loving thing to do to allow their children to be destroyed with drugs and surgery they do not need, drugs and surgery from which they can never fully return. Under the science that the Democrats have brought us, a technocracy masquerading as the Enlightenment, parents' fears are being played, convinced that if they don't follow the newest thing, the latest expert advice or drug, their child will suffer. You don't want your child to suffer, do you? You do love your child. Well, then do what we say, and everything will be fine. Do not fall for it. Do not affirm. Do not comply. This is not the loving thing to do. Family culture, traditions, and rules are what help children learn how to be. Parents having and enforcing rules about screen time or curfews, food or gaming or porn, that is them doing what they're supposed to do. But parents are being told that they must abdicate their own authority for the good of the children. This is not good for children. It is precisely the opposite. The way that children are living now, kept inside because the outdoors are dangerous, so scheduled that none of their time is their own, sedentary, socializing through technology curated by algorithms, high on processed foods and pharmaceuticals. They're effectively prisoners prisoners in their own lives. We can set them free. We must set them free. Bobby Kennedy now famously said, as he stepped down from his run for the presidency in August, we need to choose to love our kids more than we hate each other. Yes. Yes, we do. Now, I would ask that you look around you at all these beautiful and courageous Americans and with whom you stand and meet them. Say hello, offer a hand, learn something of them, their humanity, their story. Where do they come from, and how do they find themselves here? Do that, too, with people on all of your days, in the rest of your lives, and find again, I hope and I believe, how much more unites us than divides us. Remember finally that you are here to embrace what is real and what is right. You are here to seize hold of the moment and of your autonomy, your authority, and to resist any who would dispossess you of the truth. Thank you.
Manufacturers selling baby food with high levels of toxic heavy metals.
And cereals marketed to children contain a weed-killing chemical that some health authorities link to cancer.
Half the tap water in the United States contains forever chemicals.
American consumers exposed to chemicals and additives that have been banned in other countries.
Make America healthy day.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is known as the Food Babe. And she's a babe, I gotta say, gorgeous. Vani Hari she began her life, much like mine is still, eating candy every morning, living off sugar, until it landed her in hospital. And now, she is a warrior against the food companies who are poisoning us every single day for profit. And she's got a lot of work to do. As if RFK is going to make America healthy again, this lady is going to be a big part of that.
Thank you so much. Surreal to be here today. There's something critical you need to know about the American food system. It affects all of our lives and has been overlooked for decades. Our government is letting U.S. food companies get away with serving American citizens harmful ingredients that are banned or heavily regulated in other countries. Even worse, American food companies are selling the same product overseas without these chemicals, but choose to serve us the most toxic version. One set of ingredients over there and another one here. Let me give you some examples. This is McDonald's French fries from the United States. It has 11 ingredients, but in the UK, there's only 4, and salt is optional. This one has an ingredient called dimethylpolysiloxane, an ingredient that can be preserved with formaldehyde, a neurotoxin, and just happens to be the first ingredient in silly putty. This is United States Fanta right here. It's made with high fructose corn syrup, artificial dye, yellow 6, red 40, and sodium benzenate. In the UK, they have real orange juice inside, and it's colored with carrots and pumpkin. In Skittles, there's 10 different artificial dyes here in the United States, plus titanium dioxide, an ingredient that's banned in Europe because it causes DNA damage. Gatorade, here in the United States uses red 40 and caramel color. In Germany, they use carrots and sweet potatoes to color their Gatorade. M&M's has 10 artificial dyes made from petroleum linked to hyperactivity in children. Here in the United States and in the UK, they only use one. And let's talk about Doritos. Doritos, this bag of Doritos from the United States has MSG and artificial food dye, but in the UK, it doesn't. And America's favorite cookie, Oreo's birthday cake, has 4 different artificial food dyes, and in Europe, they use beets, spirulina, and turmeric. And worst of all, right over the border, this box of Fruit Loops in Canada is naturally colored with carrot juice, blueberry juice, and watermelon juice. This American version has 4 different artificial dyes made from petroleum and the preservative BHT, which is an endocrine-disrupting chemical linked to cancer. This is why I became a food activist. My name is Vani Hari, and I only want one thing. I want Americans to be treated the same way as citizens in other countries by our own American companies. Over the last 60 years, almost all food additives have been created for one sole purpose: to improve the bottom line of the food industry and not improve our health. These chemicals are created to mimic real food, to make it easier and cheaper for food manufacturers to preserve their food, to make it last longer on the shelf, to help manufacturing, and sinister of all, to allow them to create products that are addictive in nature. We use over 10,000 food additives in the United States, but there's only 400 approved for use in Europe. Right now, we're at a critical moment where Americans are sicker than ever, and much of this is due to the alarming amount of chemicals in our food. Asking companies to remove artificial food dye would make an immediate impact. They don't need to reinvent the wheel. They already have the formulations, as I've shown you. Food companies have found in focus groups, children will eat more of their product with artificial dye because it's more attractive and appealing. Do you want to see the differences between? Yeah, let's open the box. Let's see it. Let's see it. Let's see it. So this is the U.S. version right here. This is the Canadian version. Here we go. And the worst part, food companies know the harms of these additives because they willingly remove them overseas due to stricter regulations to avoid warning labels that state it will cause an adverse effect on activity and attention in children, and due to other health risks like autoimmune disorders and cancer. This is one of the most hypocritical policies of food companies, and somebody needs to hold them accountable. The FDA is asleep at the wheel. They've admitted they're not capable of regulating all these chemicals in our food. And the food companies are using the lack of regulation to their advantage. Right now, I'm petitioning Kellogg's because the government hasn't taken up the issue. In 2015, Kellogg's announced plans to remove these dyes by 2018, but they never did, and they lied to us. Instead, they kept inventing new cereals for children with these dyes and preservatives, using the most popular toddler songs in movies, to hook modern children of today like Baby Shark cereal and Disney's Little Mermaid, targeting the most vulnerable of children. We have now close to 150,000 signatures on the petition to ask Kellogg's to finally serve Americans the same cereals they are serving in other countries. And I will be delivering these petitions to Kellogg's headquarters in Battle Creek, Michigan next month on October 15th. I hope you join me. Come with me. I need you. And because health is nonpartisan, I'm inviting both presidential candidates to join me. This is going to be a massive grassroots gathering to hold Kellogg's, one of the biggest, most iconic American food companies, accountable for this madness. We deserve the same safer ingredients other countries get. We cannot allow our own American companies to treat us this way anymore. We have had enough. It's unethical, and it needs to stop. Thank you very much.
Good job, Vani. That was great. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage our youngest speaker of the day. Lucky Basseri is an amazing young man. He began his political career yelling at his mom through a loud hailer when he was 8. No, he was down at City Hall. Lucky stood up to the vaccine mandates. He stood up to his school, his teachers, his classmates, and he wants to be president of the United States someday.
My name is Lucky Basseri. I am 16 years old. I traveled here from California because the fact is our country is on the precipice. We are at a defining crossroads of our nation, a pivotal moment that every person here needs to be actively and readily engaged and involved in. This is the moment to stand. This is the moment. Freedom or tyranny, liberty or dictatorship. Now let me ask you, after the pandemic, the last 4 years of tyranny that we have endured, our waning liberties, are you gonna take it? No! I said, are you gonna take it? No! Let me tell you something. Gen Z will not take it either. The youth stand for freedom. We stand for liberty. We stand for justice. And we stand against any and all unconstitutional actions. But let me tell you something. As important as this moment is, the flame of liberty will never, ever go out. They can try to cover it, but it will never, ever go out. So let me wrap up by this. You all need to fight. We need to fight, fight, fight to make America healthy again. We need to fight, fight, fight to make America great again. And we need to fight, fight, fight to rescue the Republic. God bless you all. God bless America.
Lucky for president. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, okay, now it's time for some music. These people come from outlaw country. That's down in Texas. Who knows about Lukenbach, Texas, the home of Waylon Jennings, Willie Waylon and the boys. Well, right now we have angels and outlaws. Come on out here. Struggle Jennings, ladies and gentlemen, is a man of great faith, of great talent, and of great courage. I had the pleasure of speaking to them backstage, and they're pretty damn awesome. I'm getting off this stage before they start playing that music again to tell me to get the hell out of here.
Hey, hold that a minute. Oh, wait. Excuse me. Do you have an air tag in your bag by chance?
Air tag?
Yeah.
No.
No? That's so weird. His phone just popped up and said that there's an air tag following him. And I was like, maybe you had one, and it picked it up, but no.
God gave us light, but somebody hit the breaker. Lost in the dark till I met my maker. Fighting for peace
why I'm here on God's acres. Love thy neighbor. I don't even hate haters. They say don't be violent in the face of my traitors. We can talk about it later. My savior came in flipping tables. I'm a crusader. My heart is my anchor. The angels are crying and smearing their makeup. You dance with the devil. I march to their cadence. Feeding my kids with the fruits of my labor. I paid all my payments. I'm all out of patience. So save all your statements. You say from your basement. I stand on the pavement and fight for my people against you dictators.
Hear the cries of the crusaders. Show them what we're made of. I put my armor on. Hear the cries of the crusaders. Show them what we're made of.
I stand for what's right. Even if I stand alone, I'd rather be losing this battle than winning by fighting for something that I know is wrong. Known all along, I have a purpose. Gotta reach my people. Ain't no common ground on the battlefield that we're standing on. It's a war going on of good and evil. I'm a crusader. Screaming my prayers, I'm hoping that God hear my word in my favor. Speaking my truth and my tongue is a razor that in the woozy, the devil disable. I stand in the light. You surround me, my heart keeps on pounding. The trumpets are sounding, not backing down, and they counting me out. But I just keep on counting. Keep your armor on, baby. Y'all make some noise for Caitlynne Curtis. This next song went #1 on Billboard independently, proving that the people's voice still matters. We had no managers, no corporate sponsors, no backing, no record label. #1. We just got a gold record for it recently. Y'all might know this one. Come on. The world's getting crazy, baby, chill. Don't medicate, just meditate. You waking up now, well, baby, you hella late. Educate, look at what's going on, let it resonate. Accelerate, find your inner hunger like you never ate. Agenda is to push the hate. Separate and segregate, don't celebrate quite yet. The storm is coming true, for heaven's sake. Violence that they demonstrate, instigate and penetrate. The values of our country and our God is what they desecrate. My fighters ain't no featherweight, pulling out the seams of the fabric that they fabricate. They feed us lies, manipulate, intimidate through fear and force, forcing us to sit and wait till we come together, congregate, and then we liberate. Praying that you give me strength to find some love amongst the hate. Marching on these streets of blood till I see the golden gates. Troubadour, troubled souls, wanting God's service. Laid out, cut the grass till we see the surface.
Oh, one day I hope you see the truth. This puppet show stays on because of you. We've been dancing with the devil way too long. I know it's fun, but get ready to pay your dues.
Come on.
Oh God, come back home. This crazy world is filled with liars and abusers. We need you now before we're too far gone. I hope one day they finally see the truth. God, we need you now.
I know the truth is hard hard to swallow, just digest it. Suspected something's going on, the Trojans just neglected. Deflected by some breaking news, oh, we just accepted. Expected just to fall in line and follow their perspective. Don't question their objective, but I got a lot of questions. How these kids molested, but nobody's been arrested. Read it in the testament, these children are protected. So I'm fighting all these terrorists, both foreign and domestic. Refuse to be directed, lying not a sheep. Only kneel to my God, so I'm dying on my feet. Silence when they speak, but there's violence in the street. I've been rolling with the punches, I can't take it on the cheek. Drink from a glass half full, I'm optimistic. People are sadistic, so vicious and malicious. Praying for assistance to overcome opposition, or I'm gonna start resisting, and then I'll pray for forgiveness.
One day, I hope you see the truth.
I hope you see it.
This puppet show stays on because of you fools. We've been dancing with the devil way too long.
Too long.
I know it's fun, but get ready to pay your dues.
Get ready, y'all. Let me hear it.
Oh God, come back home. This crazy world is filled with liars and abusers. We need you now before we're too far gone. I hope one day they finally see the truth. God, we need you now. We need you now. We need you now.
We need you now, now, now.
One day, one day, one day. Oh, one day, I hope you see the truth.
I hope you see it.
This puppet show is stays on because of you fools. We've been dancing with the devil way too long. I know it's fun, but get ready to pay your dues.
You ready, yeah?
Oh God, come back home. This crazy world is filled with liars and abusers. We need you now before we're too far gone. I hope one day they finally see the truth. God, we need you now.
Hold on, y'all. I want to make sure that God heard us today. Caitlynne, you got me?
I got you. Can y'all hear me okay out there? Here we go. Whoa, we need you tonight. Whoa, we need you tonight. Yeah, whoa, we need you tonight. Yeah. One day, one day, one day.
Ladies and gentlemen, your final MC of the night, New York Times best-selling author, former TV host on CNBC, Fox News, and now his new show, Bolling, launched tomorrow. Eric Bolling.
Everybody, how's it going? DC, America, the Republic, folks. I have a very quick story. Spent 11 years at Fox News. I went the last 3 years. I was at another media company, and this is all about anti-censorship, right? So, very quick story. I was called by Senator Mike Lee from Utah, the great Senator Mike Lee from Utah, who is a freedom fighter. And he said, Bolling, I want to come on the show, and I want to talk about stop funding the Ukraine war. We don't want to send any more money there. True story. I brought him on. We did 9 minutes. 9 minutes. The company I was working for, the TV network, cut 7 of those minutes out because they were in favor of funding the Ukraine war. 2 months later, they offered me another contract for 3 years, very lucrative contract for 3 more years. I turned it down. Tomorrow, I launch a digital show Bolling on podcast and YouTube and everywhere you get it, digital content. Please subscribe. All right, now let's bring in a very, very cool podcaster, great guy, comedy show. He's funny, but he's also really, really smart. And another freedom fighter, Jimmy Dore, everybody.
Thank you for sticking around. You know, I may not agree with everybody on this stage here on everything, but we agree on the important things, freedom of speech and the First Amendment. I was just in Canada where they have no First Amendment. They have no freedom of speech. I actually, when I was there, I bumped into Justin Trudeau. I was at a meeting of guys who saw the Barbie movie Alone. And he was there. I don't have much time to talk, but what I want to make what's the most important thing is that we have to stop listening to the corporate media. The corporate media works for the international billionaire elites who want us fighting each other and blaming each other for everything that's wrong instead of keeping our eyes on them. I fell for the propaganda around COVID. I was convinced if I got COVID, I was going to die. I was the first one I did everything. I locked down, I wiped down, I wore a mask. I didn't wear a mask in the car alone. I wasn't that guy. Whenever I see those people, I want to go, do you wear a seatbelt when you're watching television? But I was the first in line to get the vax, and I was like, hey, since I'm the first one, is the vaccine safe? And they go, yeah, it's safe. I was like, well, can I see the vaccine trial data? And they go, we're not going to release that for 75 years. Yeah. I was like, oh, did Pfizer kill Kennedy? So I got the vax, and I was like, hey, I'm going to go home. They go, you can't go home. You have to stay here for 15 minutes in case you die. I was like, you sons of bitches. You told me it was safe. They go, it is safe. What are you, anti-vax? I just got the vax, fuckface. They go, you have to stay here for 15 minutes in case you die. 15 minutes in case. I go, if my heart explodes, because that's what they said. They go, we have to monitor you for 15 minutes in case your heart explodes. Hey, if my heart explodes, I'm going to sue the shit out of everybody. They said you can't sue if your heart explodes because they passed the law saying you can't sue if you get injured by the vax. I was like, why would they pass a law like that? They go, 'cause it's safe. Yeah. And I'm not saying that the COVID-19 vaccine doesn't work. All I'm saying is everybody I know who got the COVID-19 vaccine then got COVID. Is that how vaccines work now? Could you imagine if we all got the polio vaccine and in the same year we all got polio? I'd be like, hey, I don't think that polio vaccine works. Why do you say that, Jim? I got fucking polio! But then there's always some asshole, well, it's not supposed to stop you from getting it. It's just supposed to lessen your symptoms. Oh, well, then I guess it worked. I guess it worked. Look at me. I'm a success story over here. Put me on the poster for the vax. Yeah. Anyway, we got to stop listening to the media. All they do is divide us, no matter what the story is. You know, journalists used to come from blue-collar backgrounds, and they weren't looking to make friends with the elite. They were looking to make the life uncomfortable for the elite. Well, now billionaires own the media like Jeff Bezos, and the journalists come from Ivy League institutions and Ivy League schools, and they choose them to cover the news because they know they're going to be class loyal. And man, are they. No matter what it is, they report it in a way that divides the country. It could be climate change. It could be January 6th. It could be Black Lives Matter or Kyle Rittenhouse. Now, I hated Kyle Rittenhouse because the media told me he was a white supremacist who didn't live in that community. He traveled across state lines with guns, and he shot 3 black people. And I hated him, and then I watched the trial, and it turns out he did live in that community. He was a lifeguard in that community. He didn't travel across state lines with guns, and he didn't shoot 3 black people. He shot 3 white people, and I was like, that's different. He shot 3 white people. That's a pretty remedial white supremacist. I bet he took a lot of shit back at the meeting. Kyle, what are you doing? It was my first day. It was dark. I'm allergic to pedophiles. So, we got to stop. The media told me that January 6th undermined our democracy. First of all, that's adorable because we don't live in a democracy. We live in an oligarchy. It didn't undermine shit. They told me all those people on January 6th were trying to overthrow the government. Really? A bunch of Second Amendment gun nuts showed up at the Capitol to overthrow the government, and son of a bitch, they forgot their guns. Boy, I bet they were embarrassed. Mike, you got the guns? Ah! I brought mittens. They weren't trying to overthrow the government. Really? A bunch of guys in pajama bottoms and buffalo helmets stealing a podium? I'm overthrowing the government. They were just pissed off protesters, and half of them got let in by the cops who took the fence away, and the other half got pushed in by the FBI plants in the crowd, and I know it because I saw it on TV. Those cops, what part of the cops swinging the doors wide open, taking selfies with the protesters, makes you think that it was a setup? They did everything except erect a bouncy house inside the Capitol. And they didn't even know what they were doing when they got in there. They went to Nancy. They were like, what do we do? Let's go to Nancy Pelosi's office and take a shit. That's not a coup, that's a poo. And now they're using lawfare. Anybody who stands up against the establishment, they put in jail. And it's not just in America, it's international billionaires that run everything. In Pakistan, Imran Khan said, we don't want to go along with NATO wars. The people of Pakistan want peace. And that guy's in jail now. Remember, they don't ever censor lies. They censor the truth. Julian Assange was in prison not because he lied, but because he told the truth about the war machine. And they can do it to anybody. They were doing it to stop Cop City protesters who were protesting the expansion of the police state. They used the same RICO statute and the same grand jury to prosecute them that they did Donald Trump. That shows you if they can do it to them, they'll do it to anybody who stands up against the establishment. It could be me, it could be you, it could be Jill Stein, Donald Trump, Bernie Sanders, no matter who it is, they're going to use lawfare and make you a fucking criminal because that's the name of the game today. So we have to stand up against it, and we have to stand up for everybody's freedom of speech. Freedom of speech. Freedom of speech is not for the speech that we like. It's for the speech that we hate. When I grew up in Chicago, literal Nazis would march every year. They would march in Skokie, which is a suburb filled with Jewish people, and the Jewish people let them march because they loved freedom of speech more than they hated Nazis. So that's how much we have to love freedom of speech. Right now, there's a wave of censorship happening in protests. That means we have to stand up for the right of protest for pro-Palestinian protesters. Because if they can shut them down, they can shut us down. And the people who want to shut down the pro-Palestinian protesters say, well, those college protesters, they don't even know what they're protesting for. And it's a good thing they don't, because if they did, they'd be fucking right. I have my Zionist friends who try to get me to go along with Israel. They say to me, they go, Jimmy, you know, I know you support the LGBTQ. You know who doesn't? Hamas. Hamas doesn't support gay people. What do you say to that, Jimmy? I say, oh, I guess we should slaughter their children. Anyway. People say that Israel's the only democracy in the Middle East. You know why? Because we overthrew all the other fucking democracies so we could steal their oil. The only thing that scares the establishment is what's happening at this rally here today. People from the left and the right coming together to realize we have more in common that divides us, and we share a common enemy. And that common enemy is the oligarchy who did a controlled demolition of our economy during COVID, and they want me to hate my neighbor for all the pain I'm feeling because he wouldn't take a vaccine that didn't work the way they said it did in the first fucking place. Well, I'm not going to hate my neighbor. I'm going to love my neighbor because they're hurting just like me, and I'm going to join to overthrow those cocksucking oligarchs because that's the only thing that's going to work. And if everybody on the right, because just realize not everybody on the left likes Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, and Demented Joe. We just want to end those wars, invest that money back in America, and have health care that doesn't bankrupt us. And if you could figure that out, it would go a long way. And if everybody on the left could realize that everybody on the right is a white supremacist Nazi gun nut, they're just fucking gun nuts. And I love them, and I love you too. Stay together. Fuck the media. Fuck the media.
Wow, Jimmy Dore, everybody. Jimmy Dore. Look at this crowd. You're amazing. Very quickly. Kamala Harris or Donald Trump? I want to hear a voice first. For Kamala Harris, let me hear you. Donald Trump, let me hear you. One more time. Kamala Harris. Donald Trump. Because if we were in that building right over there, the Democrats would say Kamala Harris just won that vote. Very quickly, Brandon Strzok. He's the founder of the Walk Away movement. Great guy. He's got an amazing story of his last 4 years. He's about to share with you. Brandon Strzok, everybody.
What's... Check. Don't have a mic. What's going on, American Patriots? How's everybody doing today? Who wants to join me in rescuing the Republic? Thank God, because we sure do need it. I want to thank all the organizers of Rescue the Republic for having me. My name is Brandon Strzok. I am the founder of the hashtag Walkaway campaign. We are the largest national movement of former Democrats walking away from the Democratic Party. Thank you. This event has been amazing. It's been one of my favorite events to do that I've ever done in the last 6 years. I've done a lot of events, but most of the time, most of the events I have done have been over on the MAGA side. I think this event is amazing because we have people all across the political spectrum. And this is how America should be. We should be allowed to exchange ideas with one another. We should be able to disagree with one another. And we should be able to find common ground and be civil to one another. But there is one political party in this country that is making that an impossibility. There is one political party in this country that is seeking to divide us and tear us apart. And we all must unite together. I don't care if you're an RFK Jr. fan. I don't care if you're a Trump fan. I don't care if you're a libertarian, an independent, a Republican. We must join forces, join hands, and fight the Democrat Party together. Because that's what it means to rescue the Republic. That's what we have to do. This event has been amazing. I got to meet Russell Brand backstage. I had no idea if he knew who I was. So I walked up to him and I said, hey, I'm Brandon Strzok. I started the Walkaway campaign. And he was like, I know who you are, bloke. I follow you on social media. I love what you're doing. I love what you're doing. It was a lie. He's not following me on social media. Russell Brand, follow me on social media. No, but it's been incredible. Listen, 6.5 years ago, I made a decision to walk away from the Democratic Party. I voted for Hillary Clinton, for Christ's sake. After voting for Barack Obama twice. Yeah, okay. When Donald Trump got elected, I was in tears and I was terrified. And the reason why is because I believed the mainstream media and all of the lies that they were telling me about Donald Trump and about his supporters. I believed CNN. I believed MSNBC. I believed the New York Times. I believed all of these lying fools. And I had to do a deep dive and do a lot of research to understand really two questions. Why would anyone vote for a man as awful as the mainstream media has been telling me that Donald Trump is? And does the mainstream media lie? How did they get the election so wrong when they kept telling me that Hillary Clinton was going to win in a landslide? And for about 2 straight months, I got buried in research, watching videos, reading stories, learning, researching. And when I came out the other side, you know what I realized? Donald Trump is not my enemy. The media that I've been trusting my entire life is my enemy. And they are the enemy of all of the American people. They are the enemy of truth. They are the enemy for any of us who want to see our country united. Because the Democrats can only succeed when they divide us and keep people divided by fear. This is what they do to minorities in this country. That's why I started the Walkaway movement. At this point, we have grown to over 500,000 people who have shared their stories in Walkaway, videos and written testimonials sharing why they're walking away from the Democratic Party, and we're just getting started. We don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to make this very, very, very quick, although it's a lot. My story, I think probably more than any other story that you've heard on stage today, I think really exemplifies what is at risk and what is at stake here, what we are up against. Because from the day that I started Walkaway, I started being targeted by the mainstream media. I started being targeted by people in our government. But it wasn't until I showed up on January 6th to stand up for the American voter that my life really began to get torn to shreds. I was a scheduled speaker at a permitted event on Capitol grounds, and I went to the Capitol on January 6th. I did not enter the building on January 6th, never went inside. I did not witness any violence, vandalism, theft, or destruction. I stood outside of the building for 8 minutes shooting a video, which I then uploaded to Twitter. And 2.5 weeks later, my home was raided by a team of FBI agents in tactical gear who got me out of bed at dawn, put me in handcuffs, and took me to jail. When I got out of 24-hour lockdown in jail, I was told that I was facing multiple felony charges for what I had done on January 6th. And needless to say, after going through an over year-long criminal case with the federal government, who threatened to add more felonies if I went to trial, I took a plea deal and pled guilty to a Class B misdemeanor for disorderly conduct for standing outside of the Capitol for 8 minutes, nonviolently shooting a video. Now, that might sound like a happy ending to you, until you learn that even misdemeanor charges connected with January 6th are being treated as acts of terrorism by our government. I've been placed on a terrorism watch list. I have been permanently banned by PayPal, Venmo, Stripe, Patreon, Constant Contact, banks, email services, payment platforms. Just like in China, where you get a social credit score, and if the government decides that you're not a worthy or good enough person, they'll prevent you from being able to travel or send or receive money or exist in society. This has already happened to me. So if you hear people talk about the country going down a road toward communism, socialism, Marxism, and you think that sounds hyperbolic, It's already happened to many of us in this country, and I am one of them. And I hope that my story will wake a lot of people up so that you can see. You don't even have to have committed a crime for these people to come after you. You just have to be a threat to the establishment. But that being said, I'm still in the fight. I'm never giving up after everything I went through. Thank you. And if I had about an hour, I'd tell you the whole story, but I don't. Eric Bolling says, but I don't. I'm rapping right now. My point is, I have been dragged through hell. My name and reputation have been destroyed, and I have been brutalized by the federal government and the left-wing media and the Democrat Party. But you know what I did? I picked myself up, I dusted myself off, and I got the hell back out on the battlefield because America is worth fighting for. I will never give up the fight. I will never stop in my quest to rescue the Republic, and neither can you. Thank you so much. Hashtag walk away.
Brandon Struck, everybody, great speech. All right, folks, we're going to move on. There's a lot more. Don't go anywhere. This has been amazing. Really, really good person. Really good. 5 times August, Brad. Listen to these songs. Listen. It's amazing. 5 times August.
Sarcasm, Sheldon.
Hey. How we doing? We holding up? Me hear you, DC?
I know. Seem to be really focused on sitting there.
Check 1, 2. There we go. All right. This is a brand new song. This song's called Counterfeit World.
Dating counterfeit girls, making counterfeit love in a counterfeit world. Counterfeit news for the actual fools who believe and obey all the counterfeit rules. Who's got the power? Who's got control? Who's talking truth? Does anybody know? Who's in the shadows? Who cuts the deals? Who writes the script? Is any of it real in this counterfeit world? It's a counterfeit world. Counterfeit seeds growing counterfeit food. Counterfeit meat tasting counterfeit good. Counterfeit drugs in our actual blood. We don't know what it means. We don't know what it does. Who's got the power? Who's got control? Who's talking truth? Does anybody know? Who's in the shadows? Who cuts the deals? Who writes the script? Is any of it real in this counterfeit world? It's a counterfeit world. All right. It's a long way back when you feel all the real is gone. It's a long way back when you feel all the real is gone. Who's got the power? Who's got control? We've got the power, so let's take control. We've got counterfeit gods for our counterfeit faith. Counterfeit fear for the counterfeit slaves. Counterfeit cash spent on actual crap. It's a genuine steal when it don't actually last. So who's got the power? Who's got control? Who's talking truth? Does anybody know? Who's in the shadows? Who cuts the deals? Who writes the script? Is any of it real in this counterfeit world?
Thank you so much. Thank you. It's an honor to be here with you. I've been waiting all day to play for you today. I'm excited to be on stage here. And thanks for hanging out. Thanks for staying strong. So while I have your attention, I'm going to play a song. Song that came out a few years ago that I wrote. And if you haven't heard the name Alexis Lawrence, I want you to look her up online, follow her story, support her, and realize that she is one of millions around the globe that have been injured by the medical establishment. And we are ruining an entire generation. And it is time to make America healthy again. And if you are a parent, if you know somebody who is injured, not just through vaccines, but through all sort of big pharma crap, fight for them. This song's called Fight for You.
And the lies, as they're holding back the truth, no matter what they try, I will always fight for you. I will save your innocence. They are trying to remove. I am here at your defense, and I will always fight for you. Yes, I will always fight for you. I will stand here in the way, and I will not give up on you. I will shield you from the pain. In the battle on the field, there is evil on the move, but I hope that you can feel that I will always fight for you. In the darkness of the time, there's a light that shines through. It'll soon reveal the crime, so I won't stop this fight for you. Yes, I will always fight for you. I will brave every attack, and I will not give up on you. I will always have your back. So every single mother, father, stand up for your sons and daughters. Do not back down, don't let up. You are all they have for honor. So make this a war to win. Look in their eyes and tell them that I will always fight for you. I will stand guard at the gate. I will not give up on you. I will stop each shot they take. 'Cause I will always fight for you. I will always fight for you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
help and hope go hand in hand. GiveSendGo, the leader in online fundraising.
All right, folks, good. Let's bring it on home, baby. We got a little bit more to go. We have a naval intelligence officer. We have some crazy stuff coming up next. But first, I want to introduce Jacob Wells and Heather Wilson. Sorry, I got to read this. Co-founders, by the way, they're siblings of GiveSendGo, a crowdfunding site that does not censor freedom of speech, folks. Jacob Wells, Heather Wilson.
To be a sponsor of this event. Now. Thank you for all your donations to help make this happen. We're thankful GiveSendGo was the chosen crowdfunding platform for the event, and we hope you choose it too when you need to fundraise. You know, there's a thing that happens at my house is that if you were to come and visit me, I take out something called my Oculus. Do you guys know what an Oculus is? It's like a VR machine. And so it's the fun thing me and my children do. They go, Mom, can we bring the Oculus out and let Uncle Jacob use it? And I said, sure. So they bring it out and he puts it on his face and immediately he's transported into some city. And there's cars whizzing by and birds flying over the head. And he starts looking around and there's an elevator behind him, and everybody has different reactions. They go in the elevator, press the button. They feel like they're actually going up the elevator. I don't know if any of you have done this before. And they get to the top of this building, and they see a plank. And this plank goes out across the building, out across the street, and all of a sudden, the person there is looking. They can hear the plank creaking. They hear the cards below, and now they need to walk the plank. And over again, we laugh because people are like, I can't move. I can't take that first step. And we're standing there going, yeah, but you're in my living room. Like, ignore what you're seeing and hearing. You're in my living room. Take a step. And we have seen grown adults that can't take a step because of what they're seeing and hearing. They're living in fear based on what they're seeing and hearing.
As Heather mentioned, that's true. I've been in the living room trying to take a step with these glasses on, and your body is actually responding. You're getting endorphins flooding through your body. There actually is a real reaction, even though what I'm seeing isn't real. The Bible makes a very similar picture about the reality of the world that we live in. It says in Ephesians 6:12, it says, we don't wrestle against flesh and blood. We wrestle against principalities, things unseen. There's a reality beyond what we can see. I think oftentimes we get so pulled into looking into the political, the election happening, all of these natural things that are playing out without realizing that there's actually a deeper reality. You want to talk about deep state? This is the deep state. It is this evil principality place that exists, and we so often ignore it. The reason why there's such an attack on free speech today is because you can read in the Bible in John 1, the Bible says that God spoke. It is the essence of speaking that brings life. And it's the effort to silence speech because speech brings you to life. And that's what the attack is on, and it also reveals truth. And the truth is not some fact. It's not some medical diagnosis. It's none of that. It's actually a person, and his name's Jesus. In John 14, Jesus says, I am the way, I am truth, and I am the life. That's what it's all about. It is about you coming to know this man, truth himself. That's why they want to silence your speech, because in silencing your speech, you can't come to know truth.
You know, even though I do know truth, sometimes we can get still so caught up in what's going around. Has anybody had those types of days, weeks, or months where you're like, God, why are you picking on me? Like, I can handle one thing at a time, but I can't handle 10 things at a time. Like 10 big things. things. My car breaks down. My kid gets kicked out of school. My husband and I are fighting. Everything is going wrong that goes wrong. And I had one of those months, and I'm like, God, or one of those days in a month, and I said, God, why are you picking on me? And I'd love to tell you that I ran to my Bible and spent some time in prayer, but instead I started scrolling, but God spoke to me. Because guess what he said? I saw right in front of me. I'm like, God, why are you picking on me? I look down and it says, I'm not picking on you. I have picked you. All of a sudden, those glasses came off my eyes because I was living in a not reality world of seeing things and hearing things that weren't truth, where God is saying, Heather, I put you in these places. These are hard things, but I'm using you. I'm using you in Give, Send, Go. I'm using you with your adopted son. I'm using you in your family. I'm using you in the world. Know that I'm using you, and I've picked you. I want to tell everybody here today, God has picked you. He is not picking on you. He has picked you for this moment in time to do what he's called you to do.
What a powerful statement. I'm not picking on you. I've picked you. Give, Send, Go is a platform of people that are living out that adventure. They are stepping in, realizing what God has done in their lives, and the adventure that he's called them to, and our challenge to you is take off the glasses and come to truth. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Have a great night.
Hi, folks.
Soon after I was nearly assassinated in Pennsylvania last month, Bobby called me to express his best wishes. He knows firsthand the risks incurred by leaders who stand up to the corrupt political establishment. He lost his father and uncle in service to our country, and Bobby himself was subject to repeated threats to his safety while being denied protection. And this is a tribute in honor of Bobby. I am announcing tonight that upon my election, I will establish a new independent presidential commission on assassination attempts, and they will be tasked with releasing all of the remaining documents pertaining to the assassination of President John F. Kennedy.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Jack Posobiec. I'm here with my colleague, Mike Benz.
Hello.
You guys know. But I wanted to know if it would be all right here in Washington, D.C., in front of this fine crowd, to bring on a special guest. Would that be all right with you? Woo! Special guest, your presence is requested. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my 6-year-old son, Jack. And he wanted to come out here today. Jack, do you have a message for the crowd?
Yes, I do.
What's that?
Make America great again.
Now, what's incredible, though, as we sit here today, and it's wonderful to see everyone here and wonderful to be here with my family and their support. Also, I think, Jack, is this the first time you come out on a big stage like this with me?
Probably.
I actually wish we weren't here today, in a way. I wish we were all doing something else. I wish we were home with our families. But I'll tell you something. It's because we love our families. That's why we're all here today. Because I don't want this little boy and his brother to grow up in a country that's controlled by communism. And my wife comes, so his mother was born in the Soviet Union. Her name is Tanya Tay. You may know her. She came from a country that had political prisoners to a free country. And yet, as we stand here today, her son is now growing up in a country that has political prisoners. And when this day comes forward and Donald J. Trump becomes president, every single political prisoner will be pardoned and freed on day one. Jack, there's even someone that you know who's in jail right now, isn't there?
Oh, Steve.
And do you have a message for him?
Yes.
What's that message?
What was it again? Free Steve Bannon.
Woo!
Free Steve Bannon. Thank you, Jack Jack. Okay. Let's hear it up for Jack Jack, folks. All right, Benz, I stole enough of the limelight there.
The Steve Bannon case is probably the most piercing example of the corruption of our Justice Department. The very week that the Justice Department sentenced Steve Bannon to prison for defying a congressional subpoena, the head of the Justice Department defied a federal subpoena. And when Congress referred the head of the Justice Department for prosecution by the Justice Department protected their boss, who was protecting his boss, from providing incriminating evidence that might impact this election, if folks remember that episode. But effectively what you have here is when Steve Bannon did it, it was a crime. But when Merrick Garland did it, it was an authorized crime. And we now have a two-tier justice system where every year almost 25,000 crimes are authorized by this Justice Department to agents and informants to infiltrate anyone who might mobilize a political movement that could unseat this current government from power. And what we've always seen this Justice Department or our justice system as being this rock of Gibraltar, solid as the earth itself. But what we're finding now, and questions we're having to ask that we've never had to ask before, it's now a strait of Gibraltar. Everything else passes through this narrow strait in the Justice Department. The corruption of the FBI, the corruption of the White House, the corruption of the Defense Department and the State Department and the IRS. When the Justice Department protects criminals, we have a criminal justice department, not a criminal justice system, and the criminals are running it. And the best thing we can do is change the senior leadership of the Justice Department in 1 month's time.
And folks, I'll tell you something else. Take a good look around here, folks, ladies and gentlemen. You are in the belly of the beast as we sit. We've got the Department of State right over here in Georgetown, Maine Justice, the Department of Justice headquarters, the U.S. Capitol, the Pentagon over there, the White House over here. They call us criminals. They called you a criminal because you supported the freedom truckers like Give, Send, Go was just here doing. They call you a criminal because you refused to be silent. They called you a criminal because you refused to get an experimental untested vaccine. They call you a criminal because you're a Catholic and you wanted to organize. They call you a criminal because you don't want your sons and daughters being taught transgender nonsense in the classroom. Well, ladies and gentlemen, take a look around. We aren't the criminals. We are surrounded by the criminals. They are the criminals. And in 36 days' time, we are going to evict those criminals from office. And we are going to install we the people as the new rightful leadership of the United States of America. And I'll tell you, looking at the incredible lineup that I've seen here today and the incredible movement that's going on, it kind of feels like we're watching the assembly of a new generation of founding fathers, the new founding fathers. And you know something else? I love the team that we've put together. Benz, who do they have on their team? Have you seen their team? My goodness.
It's JV, and they're ripe to be replaced. But we are not defenseless here. Everyone is coming from different parts of this country to this event, and it's amazing that we're all here. But every state right now, and you can go back and tell your state assembly members that they can use malicious prosecution laws. Every state has some form of malicious prosecution laws when prosecutors go rogue. We now don't have attorney generals or district attorneys. We have prosecution factories out of the state of New York, out of the District of Columbia, and every state's National Assembly can beef up its malicious prosecution laws so that when prosecutors go rogue and they reach into your state to indict you for premeditated jaywalking, you should be able to sue them in state for their rogue activities. And when that gets implemented, if any state assembly, Florida, Texas, Ohio, Tennessee, you name it, the moment they start feeling the same thing that they've been doing to you, I think that little delivery system of empathy through something that I've heard is called rule of law may be able to provide a chilling effect to this, because it's not until they feel it themselves that they will understand that Lady Liberty carries a scale and a sword, and that does cut both ways.
This will not stop until it is stopped. We have seen this crime. We've seen this disease in the public mind affect countries like Russia, like China, like France, like Spain, and it was always stopped by patriots joining together, uniting across party lines like so many have done here today, and coming forward to decide we will not let our country fall to godless Marxism. We will not allow it to happen. And we are not going to allow it to happen here. Not on my watch, not with my family, not with my children. I will not let them grow up in a Marxist country. And that is why we have decided to stand here, to take our time together. And for the next 36 days, this is what my call is to all of you. Leave it all out on the field. I'm going to leave it all out on the field. I want you to leave it all out on the field. Take your vote, 10x your vote, 10 of your friends, 10 of your colleagues. Be obnoxious. Be that squeaky wheel. Be the person that will not quit and will not give up. Because I don't know about all of you, but I'm not going to sleep until at least, 3 a.m. on election night. Because we all know what happens at 3 a.m. on election night. Am I right, folks?
Yeah. No. Water mains have a weird habit of breaking around that time.
Precisely, right around the time when all the pipes burst. We know that if we, the people, remain vigilant, it's not just about winning an election, folks, because winning is just step one. This will not stop until we see these hardened tyrants in handcuffs being hauled off to prison themselves. And that is why, and they know there's one man who can stop them. And that is why they tried to censor him. They tried to kick him off the ballot. They tried lawfare against him. And that's why, look, you don't need a degree to understand this. That's why they're trying to kill him, folks. And we're not going to let it happen. We're going to stand up and fight every inch of the way.
Our elections are not determined by we, the prosecutors. It's we, the people. And they're doing this prosecution because they're losing in the polls. That's why all the indictments came down right after Trump did the announcement, not in any of the years preceding, or frankly in the 250 years of our history. So the harder they work to try to stop us, that means we need to multiply tenfold, as Jack said. But another thing is you got to have fun and have love in your heart when you do it, because that is what brings people to this message. And that is what makes the persecution so visible to the rest of the world. Come at it with love, fight like holy hell, because heaven and hell is on the line right now. But have the music, have the love in your heart, and be happy warriors, because no matter what happens in November, we have a century of battle ahead, because the rot in this town is so deep. It is going to take so many layers of disinfectant, and they will throw every obstacle at us along the way. So you got to have that love in your heart, because it's going to be a long fight.
Folks, are you going to fight with love in your heart?
Yes.
Are you going to give it all you got?
Yes.
Are you going to take their best punch in the face and get right back up and keep going? And are you going to be here and join me again on January 20th in just a few months' time for the second inauguration of Donald J. Trump? Will you be here? I'll see you here, folks, and so will Mike Benz. Thank you. God bless.
All right, folks. Very, very important. This is not an easy event to put on. Look at this beautiful stage. Look at these beautiful seats. Look at the cameras. Look at everything. Angela McArdle, Bret Weinstein, Matt Toon. Take it away.
Hey, guys. I'm going to make this quick. We got to wrap it up. Here's the thing. This event, all of those speakers, musicians, comedians that you saw volunteered their time. We're working as volunteers, and the people that we hired to do things haven't been paid yet. I don't want you to shortchange your kids, but if you can at all throw us something to help us pay the bills so we can get even and do this again at another place, at another time, we would be really grateful. If you can help us out, take a look at the QR code and do what you can. If everybody does just a little bit, we'll solve the problem in no time. Many hands make light work.
Absolutely. We are here to defend your individual liberties and to heal the great divide and hatred in this country. We love and appreciate you so much, and we'd be so grateful if you can lend us your support for yourselves and for the good of the country.
We love you guys so much. We love you. We are family. Don't forget that.
All right. Thanks, guys. And now,
give it up, folks, for the organizers of the major event, the best political event of the year in D.C. These guys right here. All right, last but certainly not least, Walter Kern, author, co-host with Matt Taibbi of America This Week, if I'm not mistaken, my friend. Also, one of his books has been turned into a major motion picture. Walter Kern, folks.
So this is where you all end up when you do your own research. My name is Walter Kern. I'm a novelist. That's the reason you don't know who I am. And I've come here to tell you a little bedtime story. When I was a kid in rural Minnesota, the land of the deplorables, in the late 1960s and early 70s, my mother had a little record player. The problem was she only had 5 records, and all of them were protest music. Pete Seeger, The Weavers, Joan Baez, Peter, Paul, and Mary. I used to listen to the records, and I had a favorite song. Maybe you know it, If I Had a Hammer. It was very strange that my mother had these records because she was a young Republican. Anyway, I was 8 years old, and I had no idea what this song meant. It seemed to have something to do with being powerless and dreaming or fantasizing that you had power. If I had a hammer, I'd hammer out justice. I'd hammer out freedom all over this land. I'd hammer out love between the brothers and the sisters. That was my favorite line because it was so puzzling. Isn't love between brothers and sisters incest? Like I said, I found the song confusing, and the thing that confused me most about the song was, why didn't the singer have a hammer? What had happened? Who'd taken it away? This morning, I was reading Twitter, and I was reminded of this song in the most unlikely way. I saw a clip of a discussion at one of those big international conferences that you and I are never invited to. And on this video was John Kerry, former Secretary of State, former Skull and Bonesman, that secret society at Yale, the same secret society that George W. Bush belonged to, the guy who ran against John Kerry for president in 2004. Skull and Bonesman versus Skull and Bonesman. Talk about the illusion of choice. Anyway, what Kerry was talking about was the First Amendment and how it was a problem, a big, big problem. He had a peculiar complaint about it. The First Amendment stops people like him, he said, from trying to build consensus. Now, that's how these people think about themselves, as builders of consensus. And what does that make you and me? They're construction materials. Anyway, John Kerry, master builder, had a complaint. The First Amendment, he said, kept people like him from stopping what he now calls disinformation. It kept him from, he said, hammering it out of existence. Now, I'm pretty sure that in 1949, when Pete Seeger wrote, "I have a hammer," or "if I had a hammer," he didn't mean if John Kerry had a hammer. He didn't mean if they had a hammer. If they had a hammer, They'd hammer out disinformation. They'd hammer out vaccine hesitancy all over this land. They'd hammer out Kennedy. They'd hammer out Matt Taibbi. That is not the song. And John Kerry has it wrong. The hammer does not belong to him. That hammer belongs to us. It's ours. But why don't we have it? That's the mystery. That's the question I've spent a lifetime trying to figure out. And look at this gray hair. It's been a lifetime. Why doesn't the singer have a hammer? Why? Why do we have to dream, to fantasize? Why do we have to wish we had one? Well, I think I've finally answered it. We have it right in front of us. The question is, will we pick it up? The question is, will we use it? So I have a request for you when you go home tonight. When you get home, pick up your hammer. Pick up your hammer and use it. It's time to build. My mother had one other record. It was by Simon and Garfunkel. It also had a song I loved called El Condor Pasa. I think you remember its greatest line. I'd rather be a hammer than a nail. Don't be a nail. Pick up your hammers. Go home. Let's build a new America.
Here we go, folks. One more song from Brad, 5 times August. How about it?
One, two. All right, how we doing? Let's close it out strong. We're going to sing along with this last song, all right, everybody? I want you to sing so loud every liar, cheat, and crook in Washington, D.C. can hear you, all right? When you hear this, sing it. It goes like this. We say la, 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 all your lies. La, 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 all your lies. When you hear that, sing along, all right? You want me scared, you want me weak, you want me brain dead and asleep. You want us trapped while you all laugh behind the scenes. You want us sick, you think we're dumb. You want us blind and you want us struck. You want us poor while you get more of everything. You don't get to tell me what to think and what to do. No, you don't get to tell me what is true. You're just liars, cheats and crooks. Change the rules and you burn the books. And so I don't believe a single word you say. You're all liars, fakes and cons. Watch you out and we watch you gone. So don't believe this time you'll get away. You want us tricked, you want us numb. You want us scared and you want us stunned. You want us shot and you want us bought in every way. You want our minds, you want our time. You want us framed up in your crimes. I hope you know that it's time to go and take your name. You don't get to tell us what to think and what to do. No, you don't get to tell us what is true. 'Cause you're just liars, cheats and crooks. Change the rules and you burn the books. And so I don't believe a single word you say. You're all liars, fakes and cons. Watch you out and we watch you gone. So don't believe this time you'll get away. 'Cause we say la, 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 all your lies. La, 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 all your lies. Let me hear you. La, 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 all God bless y'all. Good night. Thank you so much for being here with us tonight.
5 times August. Everybody have a great night. Be safe. I love you. Bowling is the show. See you next time. Help these guys out. Donate. Have a good night.